For some, yesterday was merely a shakedown, while for others, it was a wake-up call. Let's see who's learned from the growing pains of the first day of racing as we get ready to watch the Zenith Racing Series. I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is former sports car racer Joey Atterbury. Joey, it's second verse, same as the first year at Sonoma.
Yeah, rinse and repeat, and it's another beautiful Sunday morning this time out here on the West Coast. Can't wait to get these race cars fired up. I actually think I see the safety car leaving pit lane right now, so they're going to be going out on their couple of warm-up laps. But let's take a look at the track map here in Northern California, wine country, just outside of San Francisco. And we've got a 12-turn, 2.5-mile facility out here, and it is filled with elevation, 160 feet of elevation to be precise. All the way at the far end of the racetrack, turn number 7, that's our biggest and best passing opportunity. But we also saw a lot of action down into that turn 9 chicane section as well. But one thing is for sure, Joe, this racetrack is filled with opportunity, and the multi-class really kind of expands on that. We see lots of different racing lines, lots of different opportunities for these drivers.
Indeed. And one thing that we did notice yesterday too was it's quite a change in air temperature between the start of the race and the end of the race. So drivers will be having to adapt to a track that heats up significantly over the course of the day. Pretty soon we will be heading off to introduce our third member of the team in a moment. Checking in to see if we want to head to grid while we wait for Sloan to join us a little bit later, as it looks like cars are heading around. So why don't we talk us through how things are going to start today with Jay Alder in the number 59 starting on the pole. You've got Max Opalski starting from second with Belleman in third. After that, Erickson for Random Vandals Racing in the number 97 will be starting from fourth. Josh Green will be P5 at the beginning of today's race with Yaney in the sixth spot. Pease will start from seventh, followed by Ben Waddell in eighth, and John McClintock will be starting from ninth in those EP2s. What about our ZR2 class, Joey?
Yeah, we've got the 3 different classes out here, and Matt Millian is going to be starting in that ZR2 class for 9-4 Motorsports on your pole position. Second place in that class is going to be Pirelli with Camburn Performance. That's the Ginetta out there. Ian Barberi is going to be starting from third in the number 94, the other 9-4 Motorsports entry. And then Alsup from Retro Rockets is going to be starting in the number 41 car. That's going to be our 4th car in that ZR2 class. But, Joe, not only the 2 classes, we also have that third ZR3 class.
Indeed, the 555 of Eric Powell will start on the front as we have Walsh starting from the second spot on the outside of that front row. Acaranza will be in P3 in the number 14. Tompkins will start from fourth. Unfortunately, I think we might not have Tyler Fox out there, as I'm showing him is not on the grid. In the meantime, it looks like we are ready to introduce Sloan. Sloan, are you awake and ready this morning?
Guys, I didn't see you there. I'm just here enjoying Turn 11, which is the hospitality on site that actually fans of Zenith are able to come to, not just VIPs. However, it does make you feel like a VIP, though. We have a nice fire pit here. We have some hors d'oeuvres inside, coffee. It's absolutely beautiful out here. It is currently a brisk 48 degrees. Yesterday, got up to around 75, I want to say. I was a little bit hot. I got a sunburn on my chest, which hurts a little bit today, but we're staying strong. Happy to also say my rings were closed on my Apple Watch. Back to you guys.
We'll probably be giving her a workout again. Thanks, Sloan. As I did get confirmation that unfortunately the Hyperion Auto Group is not going to be taking part. So only 17 will take to the starting grid here today, Joey. What do you think the big things, the big takeaways that you saw most of the teams kind of grab out of yesterday's first race?
When the opportunity arises on the racetrack, go ahead and pounce on it. If we see a code 60 out there, you have to be ahead of what is happening on the racetrack. We saw a couple of those slowdown areas yesterday when they were put into full effect, and got to give props to Zenith Racing Series to really employing that code 60, and then as well as all of the track crews that when we did have an incident, it got cleaned up very, very quickly. But when I say be ahead of it, you can't be behind, meaning coming in halfway through that code 60, and then all of a sudden it goes green and you're still sitting there in the pit box. We saw strategy win the race yesterday. Will it be the same here today via pit road?
Now, if you're wondering why we're seeing the 57 towards the back of the field since the grid is set by your fastest lap in race one, that is because Matt Million set that fastest lap. And since the driver who set the lap has to start the race, and he was in two cars and set both those fastest laps, he can't do both. So the 57 team for Stratus Racing has elected to accept that they will be put to the back of the grid. Million will start on the pole for the ZR2s, which is about to happen here in just a moment as the safety car is already in, and Alder has control in the 59 up at the front, waiting for the call from the flag stand. Race number 2 for the Zenith Racing Series is underway as the green flag is out, and it is a very good start from everybody. We're still 2 by 2 up the hill, and Alder is going to have to try and hold on as he's being challenged by Max Sapolsky to the outside, and coming the long way around, he is going to find the grip, and he's going to take the lead away.
Looks like they're playing nice, but look at the last 4 cars in the ZP2 class. They were still 2 by 2 going up into the turn 3A section, all the way at the top of Sonoma Raceway here in terms of elevation, and then we start to plunge down the hill. Turn number 4, so tricky, all the way downhill throughout the corner, and now one of the most iconic corners here at Sonoma, the carousel. Blind over crest entry. The driver drives it into the apex in the middle of the corner. Get on the gas as soon as they possibly can to provide the drive out onto the drag strip towards the hairpin.
And apologies, it looks like Alder held on to that lead. It is Zapolsky who is in second as we get a battle with the 57 making quick work, already making a move for 5th place, going by the 77 of Nimbus Motorsports around the hairpin. And boy, this is what the team wants to see there, Joey, is wasting no time early in the race trying to pass cars and not really taking risks. This is looking great for them.
I think when we start these races or have the restarts, that's the best opportunity to gain the track position. I also really enjoy seeing those Random Vandals racing cars nose to tail. That's the 97 and the 98 directly on the top of the picture here. They had a few little mechanical woes yesterday, but obviously the team has got them fixed up, and they're out there sitting in 3rd and 4th overall. But kind of to the car that you were talking about, the 57, yeah, I think that they need to make some ground early on, and Waddell is already proving that he can do that.
I mean, the pace that we saw out of Ben yesterday, it's not really that great of a surprise. There's going to be a few teams that are going to try and make up for some of the problems that they had out on the track yesterday. These two that you see on your screen, Random Vandals Racing, had all kinds of mechanical issues, but the pace generally seemed to be there. So I think the early days in this race for them probably going to be about looking out for that equipment, making sure that they've solved whatever problems they may have had, and making sure they can stay on the lead lap.
And I think it's identifying the problems, right? If it was a similar problem between the two cars, they might have been able to find something that they maybe prepped, or maybe it's a ride height issue or something with the setup. I don't know, but maybe as long as they were able to ID what that issue was, they can convey that to the drivers and maybe take a little bit more care of the equipment. But you're right, especially later on in the race yesterday, once they got back out after those mechanical woes, they were some of the fastest cars on the racetrack. And if memory serves correct, they actually went up and passed the number 57 later in the race with about an hour left.
I'm trying to see if this is maybe a transponder issue, but I'm also showing the 24 of Tompkins stopped somewhere out there, as well as the 41. So we'll check in, see if we can get some more information on whether that is accurate. But so far, so good, as we've stayed mean and green in these first few minutes of race number 2. Alder still leads in that Stratus Racing number 59, but Max Sapolsky is keeping him in check. The gap right now only about 0.7 of a second.
Time to settle into things, and that's what the drivers know how to do after accomplishing 7 hours on the racetrack yesterday. Yes, it is the start of a brand new race here this morning, but it's just those familiar jitters that you'll go ahead and kind of extinguish after the first few laps here. This is a shot of the number 95. This is Matt Million in the car, and I mean, Joe, I think we said his name about 1 million times yesterday with how much he was driving.
We really did, yeah. It was practically constant out there. But, I mean, he was in 2 cars, and both cars managed to lead the race. One managed to take the win. So it's no wonder we were talking about him a whole lot. So we'll see if it winds up similar, as it looks like Sloan is down there having some chats with drivers. Is already the 4 car is in.
Oh,
interesting. No. Okay, so Bellarmine currently in that car, and they've got the door open.
Issues starting already in the first 5-6 minutes of the race. So, it's always good just to bring the car in, make sure the driver's okay. We're going to get the car back on track. But for right now, we're going to let them work on it. But it sounds like it is a power steering issue.
Thank you, Sloan. Not a great start to things, especially after they came away with the win yesterday. It's not looking like it's going to be on the day unless they get something a bit miraculous, because they're already getting ready to go a lap down, Joey.
It's so unfortunate. You never want to have issues, especially early on. It can make for a very uphill battle out there. So I hope that the number 4 can at least resolve what they've got going on and get back going out there, because it was amazing to watch the strategy yesterday. And I mean, talk about kind of the underdog who was hanging out in 2nd and 3rd the whole time with strategy to win yesterday.
It's going to take some amazing strategy to do that today, or maybe there is a little bit of pace that they can pick up, because towards the end of the race, they were quicker. You talked about that some, Joey. Who set up the car? Who had a car that enjoys the cool air versus the heat of the day out here? Because right now we're in that coolness. Will we see a change in the order from how it sits currently?
And that's something that I was definitely guessing yesterday. With a 7-hour race, the track temperature, the ambient temperature, especially Northern California here in, call it late winter, early spring, it changes quite a bit from the morning to the afternoon. I know that some of these ZP2 cars, at least one of them is a turbo car. Most of them are NA cars out there, so they use just a little bit of different amount of fuel and how they're being fed out there. And typically when we talk about forced induction, it's more the altitude that they have an advantage. So everybody's at the same altitude here. However, there's a massive difference in that temperature, whether it comes down to the car setup, whether it comes down to the driveline, the motor. There was definitely a change of pace between yesterday morning and yesterday afternoon.
Following them down into the hairpin once again. Interesting to see that those Random Vandals cars have been kind of flying formation, although it looks like they're about to swap positions coming out of that final braking zone and across the timing line. So 98, 97, going to switch out with Josh Green now moving on to the podium. Wonder if maybe the team feels like that car's a little faster right now.
One of the best parts about having a team car out there is being in communication with them. Even if the driver is not in communication directly with the other driver, they can convey the message via the team on the pit box. And to your point, Joe, it certainly seems like ever since the 98 got the position there on the front straightaway, I mean, we're just here in turn number 4, and he's already gapped it out. What I see, about 10 car lengths already.
Yeah, it's looking like early in the lap that is the quicker car. And in fact, I think Ericsson has Waddell coming up in the mirrors along with Yaney, so hopefully he doesn't lose his spot now that he's allowed his teammate by. Could have been maybe holding those two back a little bit there. By the way, it sounds like we have confirmation from race control as well that the team is reporting steering or power steering issues, as we heard from Sloan a little bit earlier. So unfortunate that the team is still having to deal with a few growing pains, as I mentioned at the start of the show here today. Down into the braking zone, and Waddell ahead of Yaney fighting for this 5th spot. Look at that from the 77, good off the corner.
And when we look at the performance from yesterday, I'm always about the hard facts and the data. I mean, look at the performance that the 57 has, the trailing car going into turn number 11 there. I do feel that they can be patient in how they get by. Yes, the starts of these races, since everybody is packed in together, it's the best opportunity to gain that track position. But Joe, you might disagree with me here. I think based off of their pace yesterday, they can be a little patient in how they get by some of these cars. Call it in the first 20 minutes or so.
No, I agree with you on that one. I think the race that we saw showed that it was about looking at the big picture. And that's generally kind of how you want to try and tackle these endurance races. So, yeah, I feel like patience will be a key part, at least from how our first race went here in ZRS. We are getting some updates that not only is the 722 unable to take part, but the 237 is also retired, and the 24, who we mentioned in the ZR3 class, we didn't see really start, is also already out of this race. That's really unfortunate, but sometimes that's the nature of the beast. I do see Bellarmine has brought the 4-car back out on track.
That's great. That is great news. I see the outlap next to his name out there. So hopefully the number 4 has solved that issue and they can keep chugging along, albeit maybe a few laps down already. After all, they did win yesterday, so it would be a shame to see them retire so early. Great to see the car out.
Yeah, that's what we really want out here, is to have cars at least have a chance to try and compete. You got to be in it to win it, that's for sure. And as we watch them come around once again down to the turn 11 hairpin, there's no worries about trying to sneak into the hospitality for these two. They are very much focused on one another in these early stages. But to the point you were making a little bit earlier, it definitely seems like that trailing car here, Joey, is not in a hurry to try and get past, hasn't really been making any moves, just kind of watching and waiting.
Waiting for the right opportunity. I mean, we saw maybe just a little bit more of a trailing gap going into turn number 1, and then you saw through the apex up at turn number 2. Waddell was really able to close it up and maybe was hoping for that other classed car to maybe kind of choke up the number 77 out here and allow them by, but no such luck yet. The 57 is going to have to make it done the hard way.
And I think, actually, this is our top 2. It looks like. I think this is
I
Alder
just realized
and
that myself.
Yeah, it's okay. I was double checking on my end. Last lap, fastest of anybody from Alder. Jason clearly has some speed, even though Max Opolsky has been working hard. And this is a team that's got a bone to pick. I mentioned those wanting to come back from the issues that they had yesterday. The 80 team's so strong, and they were looking like they might have a chance at the win, but unfortunately had some mechanicals. In the meantime, I understand that we're going to go down to Sloan, who is in pit lane. Sloan, what have you got?
Hey guys, I'm here with Brad McCall of Round 3 Racing. Can you kind of tell us what was going on with the number 4 car? Crazy to have them come into the pits after they took pole yesterday, or won the entire race. Can you kind of tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. So our 3 cars are the only MPO ones, I think, in existence anymore with power steering. So I'm an older driver. When I tested the car the first time, I said, hey, these would be great if we had power steering. So they put a power steering system in it. It works great for an older guy like me, but for the young guys, they don't like it so much. And when it fails, anybody who knows when power steering goes in a car that's meant to have power steering, it becomes really brutal. So the car right now is steering well in one direction, not so well in the other direction. He's really battling it. So we turned the power steering off, disconnected it, and it's still having some issues. Eventually that car is going to get rid of the power steering. Probably our red car will as well. But I'm going to try and keep it in my car as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. If it works for you, you want to perform well, right? So, I mean, are you worried about the rest of the race, or you think that we're hoping for good vibes and it's going to keep going well?
It's not looking so good. They're back in the pits right now. And I don't know. If they can battle through it, it's going to be good. Their hands are going to get pretty worn out. So I expect much shorter stints from those 3 guys today. But they're tough. They're young kids. They did that whole race yesterday with no radio. So maybe they can do it today with no power steering.
Yeah, we heard about there was no radio out there, which is kind of crazy. Well, we're wishing you the best of luck. Hopefully we get everything solved, and we'll see you guys back on the podium later.
Thanks, I appreciate it. You're doing a great job, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Back to you guys.
I concur. Great job, Sloan. Thanks for digging that up for us. It sounds like we might be sending you elsewhere, because I just saw the 95 as you were having that interview down on pit lane. Joey, this is a bit strange to see. You had mentioned the teams had a chance overnight to try and find all these problems. Do you think some of the wear and tear of yesterday is starting to hit these cars now?
It certainly could be, and we have to remember that they ran 7 hours yesterday. So when you think of wear and tear, the car could be just fine, but it still needs to be nut and bolted, gone through to make sure everything is okay. Kind of think about it as 7 hours on a regular old club race weekend or a regular race weekend is a ton of time to put on the car. You're going to bring it back into the shop. You're going to pretty much completely disassemble it to an extent so that way you can make sure that it's ready to go back out there. Well, these teams, they had to do that all last night, make sure the car was essentially ready by the time they shut off the lights, because when they get to the track this morning, there's just not that amount of time to get the car prepped. So wear and tear, it could certainly possibly be that. However, it could just be making sure the car is ready to go for the next 7-hour race out here. And some things can get overlooked. I doubt that these teams are overlooking anything in specific. They're all so well prepped in terms of the cars out there, but it is a long time that the cars ran yesterday, and maybe some issues are popping up, and they could even be new issues, Joe, not even stuff to do with yesterday.
Well, it's a sort of new issue, not to racing, but definitely to that team this weekend. Sloan is saying it was a flat tire. Now, remember, they do have I've just had someone tell me, a joker tire. I think that's a good word for that, because they're not allowed to change here. But if they get a puncture, they get one tire that they can change. And that's what the 95 had to do. Otherwise, you have to take a penalty if you change more than that. So they're back out there, but they are definitely off strategy at this stage. I can't say if they stayed on the lead lap, though.
We'll just kind of have to wait and see. And the way that I see it, I do not see that. I see him about one lap down in potential of 2, but no, it is confirmed only 1 lap. Our ZR2 leaders are on lap 8, while the ZR2 car, the number 95, just went over to lap number 7. As this battle on the racetrack is still our race lead. Alder leads Opalski, and speaking of cars that maybe had a few little mechanical woes yesterday, that included our second place runner here, the number 80. Great to see that car completely fixed up, a little bit wide up there at the top of the hill at turn number 4, kicking up a dust cloud, but continues on.
Yeah, and they were following so closely for so long. Thought that maybe they'd have a good chance at just trying to pick up a mistake from the car ahead, but that was not to be, as the 14 is now in. We've got Sloan already good to go.
Yeah, I'm on the scene here, guys. I got here fast. Turns out it's another power steering issue. Kind of crazy to see power steering in different classes. You got your ZP2 and then you got your ZR3 over here. So sounds like it is power steering, and we're hoping that they'll get back on track soon. As soon as the guys get a free moment, I'll try to get some more information for you. But right now, power steering is taking the 2 for 2 today on the track.
Drivers are going to have to do a little weightlifting to prepare for next time, it sounds like. Get used to not having that nicety out on the car. Again, highly unusual to see all of this crop up all at once, but they do have a lot of racing left to go. So this, the way that this changes it now is that this means the 177 of Camburn Performance now leads in that Ginetta in ZR2. Meanwhile, it is still the 555 who won yesterday, with Eric Powell in the car, who leads in the ZR3. But as we've been following up in the ZP2s on our screen, it is Jason Alder who leads in the 59. As we saw from that drone shot, Joey, it looks like the 4 is getting back on track once again.
Yeah, and usually when it comes to those power steering issues, it can kind of be a finicky thing, meaning the aftermarket power steering stuff that the number 4 has probably put in their car. So hopefully that maybe they've just got the system completely topped up and bled and it's ready to go. No air in there anymore. So number 4 can go out there and do what they need to. But you were just mentioning this car that we've got on screen right here. This is the Camburn Performance car, the number 177. This is the Ginetta, leading the ZR2 class, and actually leading it by a pretty handy margin. That last lap time, a 151.7. You compare that to the second car in class doing a 154 right now. So Camburn Performance got the car fixed up from yesterday and performing excellent out there on the racetrack so far this morning.
Yeah, that's Anthony Pacelli currently in that car, and they're already at 10 laps into this thing, 28 seconds ahead of second place. So this does seem to be a pretty fast car out there. They've already gapped the rest of the field behind them. They just also were one that ran into trouble partway through. But I think that's going to be a feature of this style of racing, with it having so many different types of cars and modifications on some of these cars, that teams will run into things that maybe haven't been tried and tested nearly as some of the typical parts that you'll see out there. So as the season goes on, I expect that to start to go away as everybody gets used to things. But for now, Anthony, just plugging away.
And since you brought it up with the performance and the lap times and everything, I got to say, agree with you that Anthony's doing a terrific job. However, I would still keep an eye on that number 95 car that's sitting in third place in class. On the left side of the screen, he's actually kind of buried by a couple of those orange ZR3 cars, but I am talking about Matt Millian in that number 95, as it looks like these Random Vandals cars are once again together, and Yini is right behind him as well. So a nice 3-car battle in ZP2. But what I was getting ready to say, and actually there's the BMW just in front of him, is that he's actually the fastest ZR2 in class. He is a down, but remember how much they were able to win by yesterday, something like 5 laps.
I'm starting to get the sense that the 4 cars maybe just being sent out to give it a go for a lap, because now multiple times they've been brought immediately back in, as Sloan has told us that the 4 has returned. So something seems to be very wrong over there as we return to our Random Vandals cars here between the 98 leading the 97. They have still fallen a bit off of Opolsky there in P2. Looks like it's about an 8-second gap that they need to make up. But they're doing a good job, really, kind of controlling the pace of everybody in the mid-pack here. Nobody's been able to get by them.
I also feel that some of the gap has come from just going through our mixed class, our multi-class traffic, really for the first time here today, making sure that everybody is paying attention to the faster cars getting down the inside or making those more aggressive moves to get around the ZR3 cars or the ZR2 cars. Because when I look at the lap times, our leader, 146.0. These Random Vandals cars, 146.4. Let's see what they do this time by here. Just a tick slower, as they were held up by that traffic of 147.4. So what was about 7 seconds has actually grown out to about 9 seconds now.
Things getting a little bit dangerously close, though, between the 77 and Ericsson here. He's kind of creeping up on the back of that machine. Is he actually going to try and make a move here soon as he starts to get within striking distance on some of these corners? Watch out for turn 7. That's the next real big braking zone coming up, and then potentially into the chicane. That's probably the next groups that you'll see drivers attempt to do something. While we watch this, I want to throw back down to Sloan. Looks like she's talking with the AOA team.
Hey guys, I've got John from AOA here. Can you kind of tell us about the power steering issue? What's going on there?
Yes, with yesterday's incident, when we had a tire go out, it hurt the rack a little bit. So the car actually doesn't have power assisted steering now. So it's a little bit harder to drive. So we're doing damage limitation here for the championship. So we're hoping that we can stay on track and at least get a finish.
Yeah, it was exciting to see you guys up there yesterday. Do you have any, any hope that you're going to be back up there today? Or that's a weird question. I'm sorry.
Well, I think all we can do is hope for the best. It's a long race. We don't know what's going to happen next. And we just hope to be there at the end when it's time to get a trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, best of luck to you guys, and I'm hoping for a good, clean race for you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. Yeah, they're not alone. And I guess that's the good thing, Joey, is that there's been multiple cars that are starting off with issues. Like you said, it is a long race. I think they can take a little bit of comfort in knowing that there is a chance that they could get back into this. So I think we should keep an eye on that car.
And I think that the power steering issues that we're talking about between the two different classes and the two different cars are two completely different issues. We're talking about an aftermarket system on one bolted onto the car versus a production system on another. And if you ask me, I would rather have the production system that has failed, basically just nothing at all, so that way it's consistent out there. We heard the number 4 team talking about how it's very inconsistent. It works maybe one way, it doesn't work the other. So it's kind of like chasing your tail, trying to figure out what is going on. I'd rather have that whole system just fail completely and realize, oh man, I did not lift enough weights to get ready here today.
As we continue to watch the mid-pack here in the ZP2s, you mentioned Matt Million and watching out for him. I've been looking at the lap times, very consistently 1.5 to 2 seconds quicker than Pirelli up in the lead. Now, they've got a long ways to go to catch up to that leader, but they've also got a lot of race left to do it. So I think you're right. I think Million and his teammate are probably going to be kind of a bit of an issue later on if they can keep this pace up.
And that tire was definitely just a fluke. I mean, they ran 7 hours yesterday without any issues at all. So something that can happen depending on the tire that you're running early on in the warm-up phase, that if you potentially damage it, as it looks like here, this might be a pass. This is number 77, Yini, trying to get to the inside here of Ericsson. Looks like he's slotting up in there. Is Ericsson going to give a fight at the top of turn number 2? No, give the Nimbus Motorsports P4 for now.
Nice job by Hunter. So that's going to move him up into that 4th spot. And though he's got to watch out because he's got a little bit of traffic here, the BMW pulls off to the side. Now he's got another Random Vandals car to try and overtake. Immediately, he is already putting the pressure on. Let's see whether or not Hunter can do something into turn 7 as he sets up, coming out of the carousel. Doesn't look like it's that great of a run in comparison, so they might stay as they are for at least a little while. Colin Garrett, by the way, is the one that has been sharing. Whoa, and way off, way off, and thankfully avoiding any sort of wall to run into, but you could see some of our safety crew kind of scattering as that car went far off into almost the weeds here in the runoff at the end of the drag strip.
I'm going to wait to queue up a replay here to really try to analyze the situation, but the way that the car continued to keep going with the lockup, it might have tells me maybe something mechanical in the car rather than simply just overshooting the corner, Joe. But that was a moment down there. I'm sure that Hunter is very happy that there was no contact made and that he's talking to some safety workers right now.
Absolutely. It's a good thing that there were some openings in the walls there at the end of that straightaway that he could kind of dive into, and also didn't have to worry about running into anybody. That's why we keep everybody at a very safe distance, as this has freed up those Random Vandals cars once again. So Ericsson returns to P4, and Green no longer has somebody else's team behind him. It is his teammate that is once again following him through. We have not gone to the code 60 yet, so I suppose either they're still working on that car or they consider it far enough outside of the firing line that it should be safe.
And I'm seeing on my screen that it looks like Hunter has gone ahead and refired the car. He is re-entering the racetrack right now. There's the pictures of the 77 getting back out on the racetrack. So maybe power cycled everything and realized, all right, I at least can get it back to the pits and assess what is wrong.
Sounds like Acaranza has taken the 14 car behind the wall. So they're in the garage now. That is AOA Racing, who were working on the power steering a little bit earlier. So on board with the Stratus machine. This is the number 59, our overall leader, bringing it into the final hairpin. Has not had it all their own way. Jason Alder has been followed around every corner by the 80 of Max Opolsky.
Watching these cars, and I wonder if we've got that replay queued up here for that number 77 down there at turn number 7. And sure enough here, Joe, this is the cars coming down the drag strip. Look at the second car in line. Let's watch this. It looks
the right
like
front locks up, it looks like.
And did you see him take out the pylons and everything there too?
Yeah.
But good thing that wasn't a tire bundle or anything. It just, my mind goes to potentially maybe a throttle continuing to push the car throughout the brake zone, and that's why we didn't see any deceleration at all. That's the only thing that kind of maybe comes to my mind.
Yeah, it's really strange. And eventually it does manage to come to a halt there. There's got to be something that's going wrong besides driver error there, because that is way too deep into there for him to have just missed his braking point, and clearly he was trying to stop the car. A very strange one. We'll hopefully hear more about what potentially could have caused that before as we check in with Matt Million in the 95, still running in third. Well, actually, third is the lowest he can go now since we have lost the 41 today. They are retired. And I guess that is the one consolation that they've got, is that they'll at least finish on the podium. But they're going to want more than that based on the pace that they knew they have due to yesterday, and at least got the time to try and run down the rest of the field. I almost wonder if they're ambitious today, Joey, if they want to try and see if they can go 2 for 2 and get the double win that they missed out on yesterday.
I think that's the goal of everybody out here, right? They always want to claim the checkered flag with the biggest and best trophy, the one that says the number 1 on it. So everybody's goal is not only to make it to the end of the race, but obviously to prove that they are the fastest and they are the ones to beat out here. And I mean, it was the number 57 yesterday, right? It was also the number 95 yesterday. They were kind of the two dominant cars in ZP2 and the ZR2 class. And right now it's a tale of a different story, right? Because both of those winning cars from yesterday have huge mountains to climb so far here this morning.
Well, I think they're on their way up that mountain is the automatic racing team, because Max Sapolsky just set the fastest lap of anybody out there. It was 0.3 of a second quicker than Jason Alder, who set his personal best. So he has cut that down in a big way. Here we see those two, and though he hasn't been able to get back past him yet, he's very much putting the pressure on. He's keeping him honest, making sure that the Stratus Racing team cannot slip up.
And you're right. The number 80, I think, was kind of the story of the race yesterday, with kind of being slightly off strategy with the 57 for the majority of the race. And then, unfortunately, having that a little bit of a gearbox issue, which kind of took him out of contention. This is going to be a little bit of a nervous moment here. Look at these two other class cars already side by side into turn number 11 down here. Our overall leaders having to pick and decide carefully, tiptoe their way through, because that is that Camburn performance car, our ZR2 class leader that you just saw that we squeezed down the inside. And now Opolsky is looking for a move up here at the top of turn 2.
He is so close to him. You could see it from the onboard, but as they come up into turn 1, he cannot take the apex away. And I think Jason made the right decision in that, because he waited patiently at the hairpin. He didn't try to stick it in 3 wide in that heavy braking zone, but once they started to pick up the gas, he knew it was time to go. He could not hesitate, and he squeezed through that just one car width opening between the Ginetta and the wall.
I'm sure that Alder knows exactly how close that Opolsky is, because they were both checked up going into that corner. So he knows that Max is literally right on the rear bumper, and he's going to give a look in that mirror as they come out of the corner. I'm sure that he saw the number 80 car literally tucked up underneath that rear wing, and they both made that move. And I mean, talk about a decisive move. That's what you need to do when you're in these faster classes, or just even racing in multi-class. You need to be so decisive instantaneously. I can think of a movie that says, don't think, just do. And that's what you need to do out there on the racetrack, because the longer you think about it, somebody else is going to take advantage.
For sure. The patience can only last so long. At some point, you got to take at least a little bit of a risk in there, or else you're going to get overtaken. And they do have the 4 behind them, but remember, that is a car that is many laps down. I think Oliver Piatek has hopped into that car at this stage, so they've switched out. But it's looking like something in the realm of 9 laps down from our leader currently. So they're essentially out of the running for any sort of victory.
let's see him kind of hit the reset button here on this battle. Something else to kind of consider is that we are just past 30 minutes into this race, and I know that it's the same set of tires that they're going to be using for, call it, the whole 7 hours here, but the drivers have finally kind of settled into what the car is going to give them, meaning on our first couple opening laps, you're still getting everything up to temperature. You're feeling out the racing, who you're racing next to. Then the drivers had to get through the multi-class traffic. And now that we're finally kind of into this race, about a half hour, about 35 minutes, the drivers can finally kind of relax and understand, okay, this is exactly how I'm racing. This is exactly how the car is performing. And it's just time to start getting in the rhythm for the next 6.5 hours.
We talked about the trials of the 95 in the early stages. Sloan has caught up with Million's teammate Colin Garrett down on pit lane.
I feel like the three names we heard the most yesterday were Matt Million, Ben Waddell, and Colin Garrett. So I'm here to give you an exclusive interview with the one and only Colin Garrett. Colin, congratulations on an incredible drive yesterday. You and Matt both tag teaming. That was absolutely incredible. How are you feeling today?
I am tired, so I'm sore and tired, but ready to go. Nothing really hurts other than my lower back and my foot, so, we'll suck it up and just go, So
do you have any tips for drivers out there who might be doing really crazy stints and how to take care of their body, or are you not the best person to ask about that?
I'm probably not the best person to ask for that. I was eating Pop-Tarts yesterday before I got in the car, but in general, though, just get in a flow state and go and make sure you're hydrated. Other than that, it's not that hard. You just got to get in that mindset of just like, all right, well, I just need to click down these laps and just don't look at your fuel reading. We're supposed to get to like 85 and we're only burning like 1.7 a lap, and so it takes forever to get to 85. So you're just like watching that and you're like, this is never going to end. But just get in a flow state and go.
So if you're like watching it, do you have a song going through your head or something, or what really helps you keep going while you're watching that thing just go?
I don't know. I try not to think about like other things, like, because then you can just mess up and stuff. So I just focus on the next corner and keep rolling.
That's a great answer. Well, I hope that you continue to take care of yourself. We're excited to see you hop back in the car, and keep icing your foot, doing what you need to do, and good luck out there.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Breakfast of Champions, Joey, a Pop-Tart before a race.
Hey, sugar, I'm okay with the Pop-Tart. Maybe get my classic breakfast. Make sure you got some chocolate milk to go along with it.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. So, not everybody is working off of a breakfast of kale and spinach, I suppose. So, as we now watch the leader in the ZR3 class, the 555 of Eric Powell, a whole minute ahead of Chris Walsh currently in the 85. So we're about 40 minutes in, just under 40 minutes into this thing. And apparently the 555 is looking like it has got a straight handle on things.
I mentioned the other two class leaders yesterday, but this 555 machine did a fantastic job themselves in ZR3. That's the Bruce Innovations machine that we've got on screen right here. And this is one of those BMW 2 Series chassis cars out here in the ZR3 class. So got the three classes here with Zenith Racing Series. Kind of call it production-based cars is what we're going to see in the ZR3 and ZR2. Now, they are based off of the horsepower to weight, but call it the, in air quotes over here, the slowest class is going to be the ZR3, and then a little bit faster is those ZR2 class machines, and then all those little prototypes, those NP01 chassis that we're seeing racing out there, that is our fastest class that we've got here at Sonoma Raceway, and that is the green ZP2 class.
Exactly. And the ZP2 class has definitely thrilled us out there. But at the same time, it's proven one of the trickier ones for the teams to make sure that they get everything mechanically solid and ready to go. I'm sure they've learned a lot since yesterday on that front. Continuing to follow Eric down through the chicane on this one. As no doubt they are another one hoping to try and repeat yesterday's success. But so far, so good, and pulling themselves well away of any sort of competitor out here. I've been kind of keeping an eye on those temperatures, Joey, and I think we're up to about 60 Fahrenheit now on the track surface, just above that, actually, as it's raising quickly. I can tell you that. It's looking like, I think it feels like quicker than yesterday than what we saw. We got up to about 100 Fahrenheit by the highest point yesterday, so it seems like we're seeing some quick raising of temperatures in the early stages.
Pretty typical of Northern California, especially given that we're late winter, early spring out here. I love all of the camera shots that we're getting, especially from the drone. Look at how green and beautiful Sonoma Raceway is at this time of the year versus kind of the dry dust bowl that it kind of begins later in the year, that we'll see some other forms of professional racing out here. But yeah, it's going to be cold in the morning, right? It's always cold. We saw Sloan down there with her jacket on. She made the comment yesterday that she was pretty much just shedding all of the extra layers by the time the afternoon came around. And you're right, I think it might be a little bit quicker pace here today. I didn't see any clouds in the sky whatsoever, so as long as that moisture level isn't too high, it should warm up quite quickly at the racetrack.
Yeah, it's air temperature 59 degrees I'm seeing currently out there, so that is pretty cool. Definitely worthy of a jacket, but the sun is shining, much like it did yesterday. Well, look at the closing rate here, though. We're watching Opolsky in the 80 there, second in line, chasing on Jason Alder, and I was not expecting that car to get that close down to the braking zone.
What about down here? Maybe not quite as big of an accordion effect, but still gets closer going into the corner. And then check this out, does not grow leaving the corner. The number 80's got to run here. He's going to look to the inside. This is a tricky section of the racetrack. Usually you want to place the car driver's right if you want to make a move at the top of the hill here at turn number 2, but not quite close enough to really move the car into that position in the brake zone to try to take away that spot. I think that the 80 is probably the faster of the two cars that we've got here this morning. Just being very, very patient, but we got to remember about 3/4 of the way through this fuel already.
That's a good point. Yeah, we should be seeing some pit stops at some point soon. I mean, what's your read on the 80? Because initially I thought they were much faster and they were just kind of biding their time, but I don't know, it feels kind of strange right now to me. Like, they've been waiting a long, long time. If they've got the speed, I would think you'd want to try and get that track position and get ahead. It almost feels more like they're maybe just evenly matched.
It could be a tale of a couple different stories that we're seeing here. I do feel that the number 80 car, just visually, right, is a little bit faster than the number 59, our leader. However, it could be a deal of confidence. Hey, you know, when I try to make these moves or get it out into clean air slightly off of the racing line, the car maybe is a little bit unstable on the brakes, or I want a little bit more confidence before I really try to make an aggressive move out there. Also have to remember, there's nobody in front that's running away right now. So even though we think the 80 car could make the pass and could take the lead, it's not that they're in a negative position right now. If they get another co-driver in that maybe has a little bit more pace, or maybe the 59 to a co-driver that doesn't have as much pace, that could be the opportunity that they're looking for as well out there. So I think there's several ways to make the pass, and right now they're not necessarily losing anything, but here we go, side by side in turn number 2.
That's definitely gutsy coming up through there, and he tries to cut back underneath after turn 2, but that puts him on the wrong side of the track and gets squeezed out for 3. There's some brave stuff in there, because side by side, cutting up to the inside of turn 1, you got to hope that that car ahead of you sees you coming.
It was very close going into turn number 3. However, I think that Opolsky did the perfect job, right? He tried to do an over-under, didn't quite get all the way up alongside, and then when he realized that Alder was kind of crowding the racing line, which is his right to do, just kind of backed out of it and slotted back into second place there. But trust me, Alder realized that he knew that there was a car side by side going into turn number 2 and out of turn number 2. He is well aware that Opolsky is there.
Certainly showing it. Great job by both of them in that little tense moment. And they'll get away with it for now. This is coming down into the chicane once again between the pair of them. Have not been separated by much more than maybe 0.7 of a second this entire first stint. Will we potentially see Max maybe come in a bit early, try to undercut, or are they going to try to possibly overcut, wait for that car ahead to pit in, get the clear air, start to push towards the end of the lap? One thing's for certain, I don't see this as a track where him staying behind has anything to do with saving fuel. I know we haven't talked about that hardly much, but that's the only other thing that maybe entered my mind that I don't think that's what's going on, Joey.
I don't think it's what's going on either. I purely think that they are both comfortable with the pace that they're running. I think if you asked the automatic racing team, they're going to say, yeah, we're faster. We're getting held up right now by the 59. If you ask the 59, they're going to say, you know what, we're running our pace right now. We're comfortable out in front, and we don't need to push it any harder than what we absolutely need to do out on the racetrack. So I feel that both of these teams are doing the right thing right now. One of them is staying patient. One of them is running their race, and it's really up to either one to kind of make the move either on the racetrack or on pit lane.
I think we have a car stopped on track. Here it is. We've got pictures of it now. And this, wow, this is into the carousel, turn 6, and he actually found the walls. Now, we saw that car fail to stop earlier at turn 7. There's runoff there. You do not have that nicety here. And unless he gets that moving soon, we may have that code 60. In fact, I can confirm we are getting that countdown now.
Yeah, and you called it the 77. And remember, this was the car that had the issue earlier, and we are officially under the code 60 now. I see it on my timing and scoring, and I also see the cars on the racetrack already slowing down. This could be a very interesting opportunity because this car is all the way over in the tires.
I guess the nice thing to know is that he's not buried in there, so it doesn't look like it was a huge hit. We'll find out here as we watch the ZRS replay. And going in, well, it just went straight. It almost like he started turning and then it stopped.
So it's the same exact thing that happened to him down at turn number 7, right? Remember how he locked the fronts down at turn number 7? He locked the fronts going into the carousel here. And I just think that Hunter is expecting those front tires to grip up and turn the car. And all of a sudden, the car went straight.
And we talked about who learned what. I think everybody picked up on the advantage of those code 60s. Look at this. A whole bunch of the field is now piling in to get work done on the car, take their fuel. Who's going to change drivers, though?
Pit lane is going to be a very, very busy place right now, and what you learned yesterday, you need to apply here today. Nice and smooth for all of these teams, all of these drivers that are potentially hopping out of the car. You see the number 80 car here getting fuel. That is a fuel can on the driver's left side that the crew member just grabbed and is putting in the car. And then it is a vent can on the other side that another crew member is holding to the other side of the fuel cell. He just tapped, all right, we got fuel, we're completely full. Go ahead and put it in gear, and off the 80 goes.
And look at how quick the crew was. Remember, the rule is everybody but one has to be over the wall before the car is allowed to leave. And same thing with that crew. You can still see the catch pan there below it, and someone goes and grabs that once that car is off and away. The Nimbus car stranded in the tires is being attended to by the Sonoma safety team. Big thanks to everybody out there to help get this race underway and keep all the drivers in pure safety out there as we see them probably try to figure out how they want to extract this thing.
Yeah, and I don't think it'll be too difficult. I don't think that there's very much damage on the car from what we saw. It's just a matter of if the driveline is okay, that they can hook up the strap and essentially pull it backwards or pull it forwards. From what I saw, it just seemed like a very, very similar incident to what we saw happen to it earlier in the day down at turn number 7.
We'll see if we can get any information on that 77 team as to what has caused these two eerily similar issues that sent the car off into the runoff. More fuel going into one of our Random Vandals cars. I can see the Janetta as well in the background, the 177 team working hard on our ZR2 leader. and as well, more of the ZP2s underway. Do you see the fire suit of the safety guy in the background?
Oh, you know what? I like it. You know, I don't think that's a safety guy. I'm pretty sure that's the Stig.
Well, whoever he is, he's all dressed up and ready to go. I'm just, unfortunately, he's got no place right now except to hold the fire extinguisher and wait patiently. That might be one of my favorite fire suits that I've seen in quite some time. But they're all done and releasing the car to go, as they are going to put the car on the flatbed for the Nimbus machine that's stranded out at turn 6.
I really enjoy all of the pit stop activity that we saw. I mean, you asked before we went green, what are some of the keys to this race? And I think that taking advantage of those Code 60 opportunities when or potentially if they do arise could mean massive savings from track time out there. When the cars are only doing 60 kilometers an hour, you are not losing nearly as much time if you come into pit road at that time versus if race cars are out there at full speed. So I'm pretty sure that I saw nearly everybody hit pit road through this cycle, and even with how long it is, if they haven't already, they still can.
Now, we saw a very consistent trend yesterday, Joey, in the pit stops. There we go. There's our favorite safety person out there. The Stig is now their nickname. I'm sorry if that is not what you wanted. And regardless, back on track. The 80 repeatedly kept taking the lead in the pit stops. And you're not going to be shocked. They did it again. McGurk got into the 59 car. Max Opalski stayed in the 80, but they have now switched out with the 80 leading the 59.
Perfectly executed there from Automatic Racing. And a lot of these teams are new to endurance racing. However, Automatic Racing is not new to endurance racing. They go back a long time. I've competed against them several years ago, and very familiar with driver changes, very familiar with strategy, fuel. So I'm not surprised that Automatic Racing is taking advantage of one area that they have a ton of experience in already.
Well, it certainly has been making it fun for us out here, because it's been speed versus strategy for the first race, and it looks like it might wind up similar here in the second race. So we're still waiting for the car to get retrieved. So the Code 60 continues with just about everybody having pit. I think we're still waiting on Josh Green in the 98 Random Vandals car and Ben Waddell in the 57 Stratus Racing machine, also taking service currently. So otherwise, pretty much everybody is back out on track at the moment. Do see that John McClintock is showing is stopped on track. I don't know if that's right. Oh, and one of our Random Vandals cars with the rear bonnet off on their pit stop.
Yeah, I just saw that as well. Hopefully it's just something precautionary that they're checking, and this is the best time to do it under the Code 60. And Joe, that was something I noticed yesterday with some of those cars while we are under the slow condition, that sometimes timing and scoring thinks they're actually stopped out there simply because we're going at a crawling, safe pace, right? We want to make sure that safety workers can get out, assess the incident, and clean everything up. And I was noticing that on timing and scoring yesterday.
Great catch then. So, yeah, we'll try not to be surprised by that. It was good news. They've managed to get the car up and should be out here shortly, because there is an opening right at the bottom of the hill. Now, unfortunately, I do believe it still will need to go around to pit lane, and that is inside the track. So maybe they might just take that shortcut, head on over, as we discovered yesterday, and have an easy time just entering into turn 12, or into turn 11, rather, at the pit entry to have a nice, easy way in. But up at the front, Opalski, your new leader in the number 80 in the ZP2s. Meanwhile, we've had Cam Byrne hop into that 177. Driver change at the lead of the ZR2s. And so they are still up at the front ahead of Barberi. Meanwhile, Eric Powell stayed in for the 555 team. They continue to lead in the ZR3s.
There's a good shot of how slow a Code 60 is. 60 kilometers an hour, about 30 miles an hour or so. And just crawling along. I like this, though, because yesterday proved how efficient this is in order to clean up cars. We had several of them yesterday. How many did we have? 3? And they were all pretty early on, weren't they?
Yeah, I believe it was 3 of them. I think you're right. Which, in a 7-hour race, that's a pretty good strike rate, I think. I was very impressed with how clean of a race we had yesterday. Let's cross our fingers that we get a repeat here today, although it's certainly been tricky to start out. And for the 77 team, they've got some frightening issues to try and resolve on that car.
And, Joe, we're getting our answer from what you were wondering. It looks like they hooked a right at the bottom of the hill and are going counter track on the drag strip right now. That is on the interior of the surface out here, of the racing surface, so not in harm's way, not actually on the racetrack at all. And they're simply going to take it back to pit in, which is directly in front of them. We're looking at the number 80 car. This is our overall leader currently. And I actually think he's going to see his teammate pop up, unfortunately, on the flatbed directly in front of him.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, how much, when those sorts of things happen, does that kind of enter your mind of, well, they had an issue, is my car going to have a similar issue? Or are you able to block that sort of stuff out?
I would say that, you know, car A is car A, car B is car B, and usually, this could not be the case, but usually they'll have their own sets of crew that will be working on car A or on car B, so you don't really get much intermixed. Now, if we're talking about before the weekend with car setup and car prep, I would expect the cars to be a little bit more identical in how they roll off of the trailer.
That's a good point. We're just waiting now for that 77. Actually, it looks like they have cleared, and green will start here in just a moment. We're getting the countdown now, and we'll get back to racing just about with an hour already elapsed in this race. Just about right time for everybody to be able to take that pit stop, but that will mean that they may have to extend it a little bit, since an hour is about as far as they go. Green flag is out, and we are underway once again. Max Opolsky leads the way with the gap showing at about 2 seconds currently over Jason Alder.
We'll see if now that the 80 has that clean air, if they are able to kind of set sail and grow that gap, because we were just, constantly watching the battle between the 80 and the 59, and the 59 had done such a terrific job to hold back this car here, but now that Opolsky is in a clean air with nothing out the windshield, I have a feeling he's just going to start to set sail.
I'm also showing Kevin Bowman, the 98, still in pit lane. I think that was the car we saw with the rear taken off. So hopefully they haven't had further issues. Ben Waddell, in fact, is just going to overtake them on our timing and scoring, and the 57 moves up to P6. What started as a pretty good beginning for that Stratus car, they overtook a couple cars. They've kind of wallowed back towards the back since then, as now we get visual of that 98.
And to confirm your suspicions, oh no, that's not what we want to see. Unfortunately, that car is going to be pushed not under its own power. That is crew power out there. That's about, how much horsepower do you think is 5 crew guys? That's probably got to be at least 15 horsepower.
Depends on how many Pop-Tarts they had this morning, I think.
Good call. But no, it's nothing that we want to see. Unfortunately, Kevin Boehm in that number 98 Random Vandals car getting pushed behind the wall.
Well, that's another of our ZP2s. As remember, we had problems with the 4 who are still, they're out on track. They're going to get some positions with that now that the 98 is taken behind the wall. 77 obviously is back at the garage too. So there's 2 spots. They're likely to get back, but it'll be a little bit of time before we see them advance up the order, and that would put them about 7th. But it's becoming once again a bit of a race of attrition in the prototypes. We'll see whether or not we get a similar issue with ZR2s and ZR3s.
And so, Joe, I believe that Sloan has actually caught up with Paul Sparta down there on pit lane and maybe has a little bit more info for us on that Random Vandals machine. What do you have for us, Sloan?
Hey guys, I'm here with Paul at Random Vandals. Paul, can you kind of tell us what's going on?
It's just another axle problem. We had another one's fail, and it's just tough. It's a new car, and we're all having to work through it. We're not the only ones that have had the issue, and we're just going to try to work through it. See if we have one spare. See if we can get it fixed, and hopefully, if we lose any more, we're done. So we're just going to try to work through it.
Yeah, I heard the bumps out here are a little crazy. I don't think a lot of people expected that. So did you kind of come into this weekend thinking there would be problems with the axle?
Well, I don't think it's just the bumps, although that exacerbates the problem. I think there's some little bit of design issue that has to be addressed, and I know Sebaco's on it, and they know what's going on, and we're behind them. It's just we're trying to drive the cars as gently as we can to avoid the stuff that's going to stress the axles the most, and that's all we can do, or anybody out here can do at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, best of luck fixing that, and we hope to see you guys back out on the track soon.
All right, thanks a bunch.
Yeah, back to you guys.
Thanks for that, Sloan. We hope to see them back out on track as well. Good news is the 97 is running in the top 3. Unfortunately, they are about 20 seconds behind second place, Jason Alder. So they've got a little bit of work to do if they want to try and make up a spot there. Just saw a purple first sector from Max Opalski. So the 80, now that they've got the clear air, is in fact pushing.
It was the gap was about 1.6 seconds when we went back green flag racing. And that wasn't more than, about 4 minutes ago, maybe? Already grown that gap up to 8.5 seconds. I think the fastest car on the racetrack currently, setting the fastest lap times of the day, like you were pointing out. Purple sector number 1. Not purple sector number 2 here, but I bet you that this is going to be one of the fastest laps that we've seen today.
Yeah, it's looking very good. And they I believe, hold the fastest lap. Yes, they do at a 44.953. So I think there's a good chance that they could get close to that here. We'll see as they come up to the timing line. Last lap for them was a 45.0, which was already 0.3 quicker than Alder. They're already flying. This was about a 10th quicker this time by 44.9, their latest lap.
Pretty impressive. All they needed was a little bit of clean air to really start to wind this thing up, and now it is fully out and running as fast as they possibly can. And I think that's the key to today's race, is that when you do get this clean air, go ahead and take advantage of it. It was okay to sit back there in second place and not make any aggressive moves, not damage the car, put it in harm's way at all. But now that you do have the track position and you do have the clean air, you got nobody out the windshield, you need to maximize the efficiency, maximize the performance of the driver and the car. I think the 80 is right on track so far.
He's been sharing that machine with Sebastian Rist so far this weekend, who also held his own. We wait to see when they choose to swap those drivers out. If you heard me mention that McGurk had hopped into the 59, apparently that was just a glitch on our timing and scoring. Jason Alder, as I have been saying, is still in that machine. So we haven't really had much in the way of driver changes after that first stop. I think all the teams willing to stick with what they've got, since they don't seem too tired this morning, as we get a little bit of side-by-side action between a couple of our BMWs down the main straight. The 55 going to be overtaken, I think, by the other class.
I believe these are actually both ZR3 machines, and we've got a ZP2 car coming up behind. Nice fight here.
Is this for the lead?
The 555 and the 85. And yeah, I believe this is for the lead here, Joe. Great catch. That's Eric Powell in that white car, the Bruce Innovations car. And then Chris Walsh in the other BMW. That's the red and white BMW. So it looks like Eric Powell hanging on to the lead for now, because that 555 has led that ZR3 class.
And I think we got a little confused because I think the 85 and the 14 looks similar. It looks like that was the 14. My apologies, Joey. That's my fault. I just got surprised from him because I saw that Chris Walsh was marked as 0 seconds behind, and I knew they went across the timing line close, but I think that, again, is some sort of glitch on our timing and scoring because they just showed it 0 apart across the next sector. So Walsh, not sure how far back they are, but it looks like that was Acaranza that he was going past. There is Walsh now in the 85 machine. So I think they're somewhere around half a lap behind, it appears.
Here comes one of those faster class cars down through on the inside. I believe that's John McClintock. That number 3 car that just went by is in some good shots there of Chris Walsh headed down towards turn number 11 on this racetrack. And you know, yesterday I was making the comment about the shaded section right there, and we can already see that the shade from the garages going into turn number 11 was on the racetrack early this morning, but it's already kind of faded to a nice sunny line over there. That's just going to provide some more heat for those tires to be nice and grippy throughout today.
Yeah, exactly. And we're up to 19 Celsius. I always have to have my conversion page open for this to figure it out. We're up to 66 Fahrenheit on the track now. So continuing to steadily rise here in just 1 hour. We're a good 10 degrees Fahrenheit hotter on the pavement, which is really the most relevant thing that we need to be concerned about, although air temperature can affect it, as we found out from the turbo car that is out there that seemed to drop a little bit of pace later on.
Watching everybody go through the carousel. You know, Joe, we didn't really talk about it too much yesterday. What's your favorite section of this racetrack? Because if you ask me, it's the S's. Everybody points to the carousel, but I enjoy the S section on the racetrack. What about you?
Well, it depends if you're talking from inside the car, say on the sim, or if I'm watching as a spectator, because I do love the carousel. It is spectacular to watch from, but I'm also a big fan of turn 2. As far as if you send me in a car on iRacing or something like that, I have to say I kind of like the run. Yeah, I'd say through the S's, probably kind of out of the S's, down with that run through turn 10 into 11, because it's one of those things where in most cars you have to really push it and be willing to take it to the edge if you are going through the full S's. Now, granted, they're going a lot slower in this layout out of there, so I don't know. I'd have to think about it.
Well, and that section that you're talking about down there, call it turn number 10, turn number 11. You're right. If you run, call it the standard long layout here at Sonoma Raceway, which if you've done like some SCCA racing or club racing here in Northern California, that's typically the layout that they usually run through the S's and then using turn number 10 as a high-speed section. But I will say that this layout that we currently see with Zenith Racing Series, especially with this type of car that we're watching right here, this ZR2 class car, something similar to a GT4 car out there, putting the power down out of that, call it IndyCar chicane down there, can be very tricky because as a driver, you're trying to shorten the distance down there, so you're really bouncing up and over the curbs to try to shorten that distance, and you're trying to put down, call it 500 horsepower to the ground. So it might not be that fast sweeping turn number 10 that you really enjoy, but it definitely does provide a different challenge. This is the area that we're talking about on the racetrack right here.
Yeah, this is Clark Camber, who's hopped into that 177 Pirelli, started the race, and he has his name on the side of the car, but he's handed over to his teammate to try and pick it up from here. And they still have, actually, it looks like nearly a full lap, but I'm noticing that Million seems to have moved up into second over Barberi. So while we weren't looking, they've made up a ton of time and have at least gotten one position.
Yes, you're right, and right on board here with this orange number 94. Now, I know that the hood, at least from what we see, is green here, but trust me, if we look at the whole car, it is a bright orange number 94 BMW M4 GT4 based car out here. Ian doing a terrific job hanging on to third in that ZR2 class. But Joe, like you just said, Matt Millian has already started to make up that time, and that last lap time, 48.5 out of Matt, a 54.6 out of the car that we're riding with.
And now I'm starting to question myself. I'm trying to remember if the 14 pitted during that code 60, because remember they had to come in with everybody else, before everybody else with that flat tire, so they were slightly off strategy on that front. I wonder if they chose to stay out and that's what got them the spot.
You know what? That's probably a question for Sloan. I wonder if Sloan was able to see when they did change that flat tire, if they put fuel in the car. If you ask me, if you're going to bring it down for any type of service, you always want to put fuel in it no matter what. But I totally understand the urgency of just trying to get back out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, because she just told us that they should be coming in soon. So that's why I'm kind of like, well, wait a minute. They would, if they pitted just now, they wouldn't need to come in again. So that could explain how they had managed to get up in the second. Our leader has spun, it looks like Camburn, unfortunately, having a problem down at the chicane. He's trying to find a way to get back facing the right way, and eventually is able to with some clear track. They will retain the lead since they had a huge gap, but that's not what they wanted.
Little nervous there on the rejoin, but Clark did an okay job to make sure there was no traffic there. I always just get a little nervous when we turn counterclockwise, but Clark, that was that difficult section of the racetrack that we had just spent a couple minutes talking about, Joe. And those curbs can definitely upset the platform of the car.
I always question, though, in those situations, especially the positioning of the car, if that was a driver error or if maybe we had some interclass traffic that tripped over each other, because that is always a possibility. They do stress no car contacts in this series, and so far, I have to say I'm quite impressed with the way that everybody has respected that, and that's been part of the reason it has been so clean. But here is the 85 of Chris Walsh in the ZR3 class, the next step down, who currently runs P2 over there.
And Joe, I can say there was car contact between Clark and a ZP2 car, so I am getting it queued up as we speak. I believe it was a black car with the orange highlights out there, and is that the number 80?
That is because we got a note from race control. Incident involving the 177 and the 80 is under review. A fast car that is leading this race now might have to serve a severe penalty if they are found guilty of this one. Interesting stuff. So Alder might have a little bit of sunshine coming in that is not the sunrise here in California. If Opalski is found at blame, that's not to say that they will be necessarily, because this could be as much on the 177, but that is for our stewards to try and determine out there. But that is a kink in the story that neither team really wanted in this situation. And it does sound like we have the replay ready. Let's take a look on our stationary cameras coming down into the chicane, Joey.
And that's a nervous one, right? Because Clark leaves room, but does he leave a whole ton of room? And the 80 was definitely trying to get to the inside. If you ask me, this looks like miscommunication, but at the same time, there was contact, and usually if there's contact, you need to make the pass cleanly. So if I'm going to say that there has to be a right and a wrong, I think Clark was in the right, but there was a little bit of oopsie, and now we've got a car stopped on the drag strip.
This is one of the Stratus cars. So they pulled out of harm's way. Excuse me, we're hearing this is the 80 machine, so this is not a Stratus car.
Yeah,
Yes, it is. I can confirm that's the 80.
So unfortunate. Oh, no. I wonder if this is maybe some lingering damage that we had just seen from that contact. But Typically, how you get to this area of the racetrack is you go down through the carousel, and then essentially you take a hard right, a U-turn to the right after the exit of the carousel, and that's where the number 80 is currently located.
Yeah, so that I don't think this is going to cause a code 60 since a car is not going to be able to wind up in that position. In fact, you can see the safety workers are already there and able to get to the car without having to slow the field down. They're taking a look underneath it. So, yeah, I'm starting to think that what you were saying is part of it, that he felt something and didn't feel safe. And that would be the part of the car that made contact, that left front that he was just looking at.
And that's kind of what I was noticing as well, as they're looking at the left side. And that's where my brain goes to, is that, hey, you know what? Maybe I feel like there's something hanging off of the left side. And you know, I was able to actually look at the turn 6 camera, just the carousel camera, and I can tell you that Opalski was off of the pace going into turn number 6, completely pulled it off of the racing line, but I didn't see anything visually wrong. I don't see any fluid on the racetrack that he was dragging, so I think that your guess is as good as mine right now.
We'll see if Sloan can dig anything up on the 80. If the team has heard from the driver, as they are going to hook it up. Now, they may have to slow us down temporarily, because we've seen they like to use this method of going through here down to pit entry, and they're going to want to get the car back to pit lane. So I suspect we may have just a brief interruption, but it shouldn't take long, because we got another car going through the chicane.
And I'm not... And this is the 14 car I'm hearing from AOA Racing. So this was one of the cars that had a little bit of problems earlier in the race and are several laps down, but they are in third place in that ZR3 class. Not quite sure what happened here, but maybe we'll be able to get a little bit of info on that one.
There may be something more to this, because they went straight from missing the chicane to heading down into pit lane, and are now at their stall.
I just want to point something out, too, is that I know that we're waiting on the 95 for their pit stop. With the issues that the 80 car is having out there, if we are going to be going under a code 60, it might be a perfect opportunity for that number 95 car to have that, in air quotes, cheap pit stop, but only if they can make it and if we go to a code 60.
Yeah, exactly. A good point. The 80 is being towed now. I've got visual on that. So it's going to happen probably pretty soon. So where is the 95 on track?
I think I saw the 94 was hitting pit lane from that in-car camera that we just saw, but that's not the 95.
No, I think that was the 14 that we saw going in that missed the chicane. At least that's what we were told.
Yes, and then we were riding on board there with the number 94, but it certainly seems like he is still out there on the racetrack, so maybe I was just a little bit confused by the onboards, and now we are officially under 60. That code 60.
And did the 95... No, they did not come in. We're riding on board with them right now. That would have been the perfect opportunity, because they were right at pit entry. So, again, maybe missing out just a little bit, not expecting that to happen.
Well, and... It can be a little bit of a tricky thing, right? Because as a strategist, you're trying to time when the code 60 is going to happen. And when it comes down to strategy, it is always better to be early than it is to be late on a knee-jerk reaction. The number 95 car will obviously be able to make it all the way back around to pit lane under these code 60 conditions. But unfortunately, it's going to be a long code 60 lap before he gets there.
Yeah, and I don't think the code 60 is going to last that long, because all they had to do was cut that car across the track. In fact, oh, no, I was going to say we were going to see that the code 60 was being called done, but that's not the case. What we have is car 14, penalty for shortcut at turn... Well, it says turn 20. I think that means turn 9. So that's just the lap invalidated.
And I have a feeling that it certainly could be the lap invalidated. And that's just kind of the safety escape, right? If there's an issue, it gives the cars a safety escape to go through the tires versus having to go through the chicane. But obviously, they are skipping a part of the racetrack, hence the no.
And this morning has been a breakfast of burnt food and the bus stop having a car splash mud all over you if you were the 80 car. Not only did they just have to pull off and get towed back into pit lane, they have been given a 1-lap penalty for incident responsibility. It was looking good until it wasn't.
And now we are back green flag racing already. So that code 60 has been taken down and the racetrack is green once again. So if they were trying to do one of those cheap pit stops, that time has already expired.
Which, if it was the 95, they haven't made it to pit lane yet. So they're just now coming up towards the chicane. Sloan has let us know that the team thinks it's a broken axle, but they are not sure. They'll probably have more information once they actually get a hold of the car to find out. I think at this point, we're just waiting on the 95 to see whether or not they pit in. And if that is the team that I'm seeing on some of our screens behind the scenes, I think they're just getting ready to now.
I think, it is 9-4 Motorsports, at least on my side of things, that I do see ready or about to be ready here on pit lane. This is the 555 that we're watching here on our screen. And I can confirm that Matt Million is now parked in pit lane. And I believe that Sloan is actually going to be standing by there as the pit stop is going on. And Sloan, it looks like you're ready down there.
So this is actually a really exciting pit stop because it's a very complex one. They're doing a driver change, they're fueling, and they're changing tires at the same time. And I think this is a really cool moment to kind of showcase the crew because it's a big, you have to think about it as choreography in a sense. There's so many things that are going on, and especially because the drivers are trying to get in and out of the car while tires are trying to go on and off. Or maybe actually were we not, this is actually going to be interesting. I'm not sure if they're going to try and do tires after the fueling or they're not doing tires. The last I heard there was tires. So, you can't rush the fueling process. This is really where you want to complete all different types of service. If you want to wash or wipe down the windshield, if you think drivers can't see really well, if you want to just check other things out. But I'll get more information later, but I do believe there is a certain amount of crew numbers that are able to be over the wall at a time. So that's another thing. You have to think about the guys that are actually doing this. Are they the ones who are the perfect fit for this role? You kind of really do think about it as a dance. You're auditioning for these roles in a sense. But it really is crucial that everybody is communicating and they know what's going on. And, you can kind of see that we've got Matt over here talking to, I believe that's his crew chief, kind of telling him what's going on. He's climbing over the wall and tires are going on. So this is also very cool that, there's different, I'm not going to say this right, but there's different bolts. You've got your 4, I believe, and that takes extreme precision as well. I cannot put on a tire. I have tried multiple times. It doesn't go well, but I would like to keep learning. So, as we're seeing everything just kind of unfold right now, it looks like it's going well, and we should have a very smooth pit stop. But also what we have to think about is where will they be when they rejoin the field? That's where strategy really does come into play. And as we just had a code 60 as well, as the 95 did miss the pit entrance when that was called, does that affect them? We'll have to find out. I think this is a really exciting part of the race where you might think everything's going to plan and then, you miss pit entrance when a code 60 gets called. But, luckily it looks like they're doing a fantastic job getting everything going.
And Sloan, I just want to check real quick to confirm they're accepting the 1-lap penalty for this one. Is that what they're doing?
I'm not entirely sure. Give me 2 seconds just to confirm.
All right. Well, while Sloan is looking into that, I would assume that's the case because, again, they can only change one tire if you change more than one. Go ahead, Sloan.
They're actually taking the 1-lap penalty, so that is what's been decided. I just got confirmation about that, so that'll also be interesting to see how that plays out as well.
Absolutely. Thanks for all the great work down there, Sloan. As they're waiting to let it down and release, you can hear the engine rumble as off they go. And, I guess you're already that far down. You might as well make it nice and grippy for the remainder of the race. Although I feel like you'd want to save those tires for more like halfway through, Joey. I don't know. We're all kind of learning as we go, I suppose.
So we are learning as we go, and I think everybody would probably call the race just a little bit differently in how they're placed out there on the racetrack. But right now, the 9-4 Motorsports team has their strategy, and they are sticking to it. Matt Millian was able to at least move that car up into second place, which tells me that he was at least on the lead lap when they brought it in. To your point, though, they're going to have to do that pit stop under green flag conditions, which they just did after missing the code 60, and then take a full lap penalty.
So that's going to put them probably at least 2 laps down, I would think, because they were stationary for quite some time, needing to go one tire at a time, essentially, is how they have to do it with the limited crew out there. Now that pit stop is over and everybody's back out starting their stint, we're going to step away for a brief moment. We'll keep the footage going so you won't miss a moment here with the Zenith Racing Series. Stick around for more in Race 2. Welcome back. As we can see, we have a few problems there out at turn 9. And I think that was car 41 having some problems. So they're going to head right back into pit lane. As we come back, also can report that the 177, our former leader in the ZR2 class, is also behind the wall. So some dramatic changes out there, Joey, while we were stepped away. It looks like today's race is going to have a completely different complexion to yesterday, where everything settled in the first half. And this one, it's all gone crazy in the first hour and a half.
I do feel like it's a completely different landscape today than it was yesterday. Want to give a big shout out to our producer, Mike Burba, who's pointing out that I still had my microphone on mute over here. But yeah, different landscape. But I like that as a competitor, right? It's a different challenge. It's not necessarily a rinse and repeat of the 7-hour race that we saw yesterday. It's a completely different picture, and you have to adapt to that.
Exactly. And I think adaptation is always a key factor in not just racing, but especially in endurance racing. We've seen the strategy itself needs to be kind of watched out for and be ready to flip on its head as soon as you've got yourself something coming up. It looks like, speaking of flipping things on its head, we've had a little bit of a change in scene down on pit lane, because one of our favorite segments from yesterday is back. It is time for a stint with Sloan, down with Sloan Pollisner.
When are you going to learn how to pronounce my last name? Oh my goodness, it's Pollisner, but it's fine. Welcome back to a stint with Sloan, where drivers trade the seat of their cockpit in a car for a seat I bought at Target the other day that was $30 that is currently still deflating as we're speaking. I'm here with Randy from Round 3 Racing. Randy, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I'm Randy Kinney from Round 3 Racing. I'm originally from Michigan, live down in Atlanta, Georgia now. I started racing dirt bikes when I was 4 years old and raced for about 14 years and traded those in for 4 wheels last year. And this is my first race with Zenith. I can't be more excited. Honestly, the weather's out here has been beautiful. This is my first time in Sonoma, and honestly, it doesn't even look real. Like, it's crazy. You're driving around out there, and there's like 300 sheep staring at you. Like, I don't even have words to describe that, honestly.
So have you had time to actually explore Sonoma, or have you really just kind of been locking in when you're going home, just getting back to the hotel or wherever you're staying and trying to get prepped for the next day?
I mean, I've driven around a bit because it's beautiful and I love driving, so... but I didn't really get too much of a chance to explore true like wine country as much as I wanted to, just because every day after driving these cars, I'm just exhausted. Like, these things are truly a workout to drive. I came in a bit too overconfident about how strong my neck muscles were, so every day after driving, I just like get back to the hotel and I'm like, oh, man.
Yeah, so what do you do to recover? Do you have any like special supplements that you take? Do you have any stretching routines? What do you kind of do to get back on your feet?
Yeah, well, I mean, I love yoga, so I do that a bit in the morning and at night, and that just kind of helps to like relax and like slow down. But besides that, just trying to get a really good night's sleep and not drink anything that would ruin my night's sleep.
So no wine for you here in wine country, huh?
Not yet, but we're leaving tonight, so...
So you never know what's going to happen. So, okay, tell me, what is something that you want the viewers to know about you? What's something that they might not be able to tell just by looking at you?
Well, I started sim racing last year. A buddy of mine got me into it, and I was hooked immediately. So for me to start sim racing last year and then just be out here with these guys, I mean, there's pro drivers out here and a lot of really strong driving resumes that people have. It's just really good competition, and for me to be on that and then to be out here, I'm happy to be here. And right now our car's running in 3rd place, so I'm going to get in here in like 45 minutes and we'll see how it happens.
So what do you do to kind of prepare to get into the race car? Do you listen to any pump-up music? Do you just need silence? Talk me through that.
I do a lot of like mental visualization, so just like closing my eyes and just like picturing, doing everything from getting into the car to driving out. And then during the week, Me and the guys who won yesterday from Round 3 Racing, we probably spent like 30 hours in the simulator just doing lap after lap. We were so tired of driving this track before we had even gotten here and done one lap in person. So it's crazy the difference in feel from like doing that in the simulator to coming out here. It's totally different. As much as it like feels kind of the same, it doesn't prepare you for the G-forces and the actual feel of going 160 feet up into the air and then back down again and all that.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, thank you for joining me on a stint with Sloan. Super happy to have you here, and we're excited to see you out on track in a little bit.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. And cool to get a little bit of insight on Randy there, as it sounds like we did have a little bit of a development with the 80 returning on track, and they've got Sebastian Rist showing in the car. And we apparently had a pass for position as well out there.
Yeah, and I think I saw the car 80 was returning out there. So lots of action happening here about just past 90 minutes into this thing. I think I see that the 57 car has gone around the 3 card. Remember that 57 was our primary leader yesterday, ended up finishing in second place, and that's talking about that Stratus racing machine with Waddell behind the wheel. I actually think this is the car on the screen right here. This is the number 57. So they went around John McClintock in the round 3 racing effort, move Waddell up into 4th.
Glad to see the 57 getting back into it. So next on their list going to be Pease in the number 5 machine, with Carter currently lapping out for them for round 3 racing on the podium. Can they manage to work their way up there? And thankfully we got to see that one actually on screen as that happens. Barberry inheriting that lead down in the ZR2 since the 177 brought it back into pit lane. We'll try to get updates on that in a little bit and see whether or not they can hopefully get back into this race. It's going to be hard because they're definitely going multiple laps down now at this stage since we last saw them. A lot higher attrition than what we saw yesterday, especially much earlier in the race. We're only an hour and a half into this, hour and 40 minutes really into this race.
Still long ways to go, and I think that the weather is just finally starting to be nice and warm, right? It's been sunny all morning long. Still only just past 10 a.m. here on the West Coast at Sonoma Raceway, so still lots of sunshine to be had in the next handful of hours. Still lots of racing to be had in the next handful of hours, plus 20 minutes, plus a lap out there. Already lots of drama that we did not see yesterday that we've already seen today. So hopefully now that everybody has maybe gotten some of that out of the system, right? Maybe nice, clean racing and relatively straightforward, so that way I can at least follow along with the strategy. When they start doing these mixed strategies, all my Post-it notes go off of the desk out here.
You plan everything and then you got to throw it all out the window in the end. Didn't think we'd see Barberry leading this race in that 94, but a lot of times in endurance racing, it is just staying out and plugging away. They still have to try and hold back a hard-charging 95 who is now on fresh tires. So this is our leader in that ZR2 class that we're watching on screen currently, who has actually got a buffer between them because the 555 in ZR3, Eric Powell, actually splits themselves and Matt Million in the ZR2. But we haven't seen Colin Garrett hop into that 95 yet. It has been Million since the start of the race. And we know he is likely to get back into that 57 for Waddell at some point.
You know, I was able to actually go back and look since we've got everything access to us over here. At that pass that we were talking about with the 57 with Waddell and whatnot, and actually made the pass down there at turn number 7, outbraked his competitor out there. Really clean, really nicely done by Waddell. And I'm curious, Joe, What do you think that car still has in it in terms of the pace out there? Because they were the pace setters yesterday, and I think we both expected him to kind of be up towards the front again today, but it's a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, and looking at it, I mean, the last 2 laps, the 95 has clearly outpaced the 94, so they should be able to try and catch up. It's just they got a huge gap to. Also, I want to update. I said million in the car. That's incorrect. In fact, on our timing and scoring, it shows that right now. But thanks to Sloan, pointed out that Colin Garrett did get in when we watched on that pit stop. So we'll see if we can get that updated on our screens. And Colin, I talked about the pace advantage. Last time by, I'm showing 7 seconds a lap. That's in the same class, mind you. 7 seconds a lap faster. So the tires and the driver combination are actually having the desired effect right now.
Oh, looking nice around the outside goes that ZP2 classed car, nice and easy. And yeah, I agree with you. Tires are definitely worth a ton. It's just a matter of how quickly you can dig yourself up and out of that hole. And at least right now, the other cars in class significantly slower. You add that together for a lap. Yes, they still do have an uphill battle, but with 5 hours remaining, just take it slow and steady, and it will get there.
In fact, I'm showing them as purple this time by. Yeah, Colin Garrett is hustling. Make that a 44-1 this latest lap for Colin Garrett there in the ZR2 94 Motorsports BMW.
Fastest car on the racetrack.
Stuff. Yeah. And that's what I was just trying to figure out. Faster than ZP2s?
Faster than ZP2s. The fastest ZP2 last time around was a 45.8 from our leader, Alder, out front. And yeah, so Colin Garrett in the ZR2 class machine is our current fastest car on the racetrack with a 44.1.
Sloan is saying they put slicks on the 95 as well. And I kind of noticed that it looked like the tires that were coming off looked treaded to me. So interesting stuff. I'm not sure if that was due to what was available or what.
And Joe, not only the fastest car on the racetrack, but let's look at our live feed over here. Where is that purple fast lap icon? Fastest lap of the entire race out of anybody goes to Colin Garrett.
Exactly. So yeah, it's been an amazing stint just kicking off here for Garrett. Sounds like Waddell might be handing over to Million soon, because Sloan is saying the 57 to 59 are set to come in pretty shortly here. So we'll keep an eye out to see when they pit in, which makes sense because that's about an hour since their last stop. They should have a bit more time, I think, if they want to stretch the fuel out.
I want to go back to your talking point when this pit stop was happening, though. I mean, you can just visually see how much more grip this car has on this set of tires than what they did before. I mean, it's bouncing over the apex curbs now. It's just a whole lot more hooked up. But the tires that they ran yesterday / this morning, we know how consistent they were, and they lasted that entire 7 hours. When they did that pit stop, you had made a comment, wouldn't you want to save those tires maybe a little bit more towards the middle of the race? I think that's the true question, right? Is how long is this set of tires going to last in comparison to the data points that we've already seen on the 95, which were crazy fast already.
Hearing that Acaranza is bringing the 14 back out, and yeah, I can see that they've got the O next to their name as well. Glad to see another car return to the circuit after we've had so many have to be taken back behind the wall for some repairs here early in the race. We'll see how much time they can make up, because they are currently running third in that class. So as long as they can make at least half distance compared to the overall leader in their class, they should be able to score those points and claim that third place. Right now in that ZR3 class, it is the 555 with Eric Powell in that machine. They've run 50 laps right now.
everybody is settled in nicely. We're getting some great on-track passes from a few of those cars, including Waddell out there. We've barely been watching this car right here of Colin Garrett, who is just crazy fast. You know, this might be a little bit of a change of pace that some of these ZP2 competitors might not be understanding completely, because they are the fastest class car, and they've been the fastest cars out here for the entire weekend, and now all of a sudden they got this giant blue BMW that's about to blow the doors off.
Exactly. So blue flags, I guess, going up for the CP2s, which probably they're not as used to, as we got Colin Garrett just putting down incredible laps on the circuit in these early stages of the race. We'll see if he actually flashes the headlights at them and gives the signal of, hey, I'm going to be lapping you here in just a moment.
And I think it's just going to kind of level the speed on where these ZP2 cars are faster. So typically this blue BMW has a lot more horsepower. So under the straightaway sections, it is going to be naturally faster no matter what tires are underneath it. But right here is typically where the ZP2 cars are much faster, braking, and then through the apex speed. Look at that BMW. It was just as fast as that little prototype out there. That's what those slicks have done for Colin Garrett, and now the ZP2 car realizes that BMW is being very patient. Hey, maybe they've got a different set of tires. I'm just going to tuck in line, and actually the slipstream effect off of it's going to be quite huge as long as he can keep up with it.
Yeah, that's Carter Pease that did the very smart thing in that situation, just kind of allowed him through. I'm not fighting this car. I'm trying to catch up to Ericsson in the 97, which unfortunately not doing right now, because Ericsson set a personal best last time by, and I think he's actually getting ready to do another personal best, because he's got green first sectors and second sectors right now. So keep your eyes peeled for that 97 to start gaining on Alder, our current overall leader in the 59 Stratus racing machine. Some more interesting developments happening around the track at this stage of the race for sure.
Watching this car continue to just turn off extremely consistent laps out there, even passing that car, right? And when you pass somebody, typically you're going to get held up for maybe a corner, maybe a couple corners, while you're being patient, while you're not forcing the issue, and they realize that they're behind you. And even that lap from Colin Garrett, a 46.8, going through the entire timing and scoring, and I only see two cars that are actually faster, and those are our overall leaders up front.
Yeah, it was a purple first sector for Garrett, personal best second sector, and he's been sitting in this clean air this entire lap. So yeah, once he's been freed up by Pease, he's really taken advantage of this and pushing like the Dickens to catch up to Barberi, up ahead of him by at least a lap at this stage. Looks like, still about 2 laps down, I'm showing, from Barberi. And goes blast past another car, sets another personal best, or not personal best, overall fastest lap down to the 1:43.8 right now. For reference, our quickest car in the ZP2s, the fastest lap, if you will, for them, I believe, is a 1:45.1. Yes, you're right. So they're 1.3 seconds quicker than the fastest CP2.
And, I don't want to take away anything from the performance that Colin Garrett is doing out there. I think that this is a perfect example of the different types of equipment that we have available to us in racing nowadays. Tires have come so far that they have compounds that can essentially make it, 14 hours of nonstop racing out here. But when you have a tire that's maybe a little bit harder that can last that distance, it's going to sacrifice maybe a little bit on grip. And then there's some tires that are extremely sticky over the course of a shorter duration. But it's a wonderful thing. And you go back 20 years in racing, much more confined in terms of parts availability. I think that 9.4 Motorsports typically is probably a little bit more familiar with these types of tires on this type of car, and so that's why this BMW is just a rocket ship when you put this equipment on it.
Doing some quick math, at this rate, it'll be about 16 laps, I think, that Garrett should catch a lap on Barberi, which is plenty of time. I mean, he'd have tons of race left if they kept that pace consistent. Now, that's assuming he can keep up that pace, for that amount of laps. We'll have to watch and see if he can keep putting down 143 to 145s. That's what the last 2 laps have been.
I think we should probably check back in on those lap times in about an hour, right? To see what they've kind of stabilized at. This car has been out here, Joe, correct me if I'm wrong here, roughly about 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes since their pit stop of putting on those tires. So I think they're right in the prime use, the prime amount of grip that they've got right now, hence turning some extremely fast laps. And I'm just curious as a competitor, what the fall off, what the stability is going to be, because if the 95 can maintain this sort of pace, they're going to be leading again by laps here soon enough.
And I also have to watch Barberi's and see what the 94 can do, because it's, I think, around the 52s pretty consistently from what I've been seeing. And then, of course, what his teammate can do is, it looks like Waddell has brought the 57 in. So they are coming to take their pit stop finally, which means Matt Million could hop in the car, try to work his magic as he continues his Ironman stint out on Sonoma Raceway.
Completely sunshine down there, even into pit lane on entrance at turn number 11, as we continue to watch this 9.4 Motorsports machine click off yet another fastest lap out here. He currently holds the fastest lap at a 143.8, and that last time by a 143.9. So when I look at trying to pick out what is going on, analyze each single corner, consistency is key. And when you can turn those lap times that are literally on top of each other, that means you're doing the exact same thing every single lap, every single corner out there on the racetrack.
And we have to remember that Colin has extensive experience in this M4, has raced competitively at this level for a good amount of time. So he knows what he's doing out there. And I'd say that he's really proving the worth of them selecting to try and pilot this 95 alongside Matt. And if he can keep this up, I mean, they have a shot at going back-to-back on the wins for this car. It's just going to take a real effort, and then it's looking a lot harder for the 57, who is actually just headed it back out of pit lane, I can report. So they are done. I don't think they had a driver change, at least I wasn't watching closely. Sounds like Sloan might have a bit of an update behind the scenes. Sorry, go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, I didn't see a driver change happen at the 57, and I think we'll get our answer once they roll through maybe a couple timing loops out there. But I do still see Waddell in the car. Actually, you know what? I take that back. Matt Million just clicked over.
Yep, got confirmation from Sloan. They did change the drivers. So Matt Million back on the circuit once again. We'll have to ask him, or at least ask maybe timing and scoring or race control, if they could compile how many laps or how many hours total he did this weekend under race conditions. Because that'll be impressive to see what the stats come out to on that one. Sloan says that the 59 is still scheduled to come into pit lane, and they are also looking at a driver change in the near future. So one team, or two teams really, just slightly off strategy from what we're seeing compared to the others around them, because we haven't seen any of the others ZP2s in recently.
I was just taking a look at that stop from Stratus Racing. Looked pretty clean, looked pretty straightforward, and Matt was already strapped in the car ready to go by the time they got everybody back over the wall and lifted the signboard on him. So it seems like the execution part, Stratus Racing definitely trying to capitalize there on pit lane.
Personal best fastest lap for the 5 machine last time by, 46.1. We already saw the 97 team of Ericsson also pushing themselves ahead of them, so maybe they're trying to see if they can make up some of that ground. Hearing the 59 might be heading in very shortly here, so we'll stand by to head to Sloan at some point in the near future while Million gets up to speed in the sister car in the 57 and has now completed his outlap as we continue to watch the leader, or not the leader, excuse me, they are definitely not the leader here, the 95 of Colin Garrett just tick off great lap after great lap.
And now they might be the overall leader if they had started on these tires, right?
The way this is going,
cars.
yeah.
Yep. But I do want to say I do think that 59 is going to be coming down into pit lane. I see that they're through that sector 2 timing loop. So I think Sloan is probably just patiently waiting for them to finally hit their pit stall down there, as we're still riding on board here with the number 95 of Colin Garrett up and over through the carousel, Joe.
And then plunging back down through it, compressing there at the bottom. And I can see that 59 is in, waiting to get the signal, see if Sloan's ready. Looks like she is ready. Let's head down.
Not only am I ready, but Clay McGurk is also ready as he's climbing into the car, and we have Jason Alder getting out. Obviously, this just looks like a regular fueling and driver change again. Still choreographing the entire process. I heard that it was going to be a double pit, but it looks like obviously the 57 did come in before the 59. So everything's looking good out there for them, and we're really hoping that they're going to have a rest of the clean race. But, you know, it's if we can almost get a little bit closer in there, it's so crazy having to see how they're having to adjust everything in there for the drivers, making sure that he's buckled in, making sure the radio's connected, making sure that they're safe and they're ready to go, because these cars are going fast and we never know what's going to happen. So off he goes, and we'll be back with a little more stuff later. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. Yeah, it looked pretty smooth from our end, but Sloan touched on something, Joey. Like, what all is happening in these driver swaps? Because you've had to go through that, and I think for a viewer that hasn't been involved in or been a fan of this style of racing, it might seem like, well, you just get in and you get buckled in. What's the difference?
I mean, that's the gist of it, right? You strap into the race car. But no, let's kind of maybe walk you through a very basic pit stop of getting out of the car. Let's say if you've already been in the race car, you are the current driver. When you hit pit road, now depending on the rules, you have to be very, very careful. But if you can go ahead and loosen your belts, especially your shoulder belts while you're still on to pit road. And that's going to help facilitate the driver change, getting one driver out and another driver in. But once you're physically parked in the box, you want to make sure that it is either in neutral or in gear, what you have decided with the team on the prescribed set of your pit stop over there. And once you've got the car completely stopped and the crew is going to be working on it, then you can focus on yourself. The other driver has probably already opened the door. They are going to be responsible for dropping the window nets, dropping any sort of safety nets, while the current driver is responsible for unbuckling your seatbelts, right? You've got the single cam lock down there, so you want to reach down, undo the cam lock, make sure that the steering wheel is in a position that you can climb out of the car, and by the time you've undone the seatbelt, that door should be open, the safety nets should be dropped, and your other co-driver should be helping to pull you out of the car. It might not always be easy to get out of a race car with how tight and confined they can be, so sometimes a little bit of help is needed. And then once you are out of the car, then you become the assist, usually, in putting that new driver into the car. Got to make sure that they haven't sat on any of those lap belts that are laying on the seats. Got to make sure that those shoulder belts are well up and out of the way, so that way they don't rest their back on them. Got to make sure that those belts are finally in position and they can go ahead and clip them in. Go ahead, clip in those safety nets. Make sure the door is closed. And crucially, before that door is closed, make sure the driver ID and that radio plug is inserted. Because if you send a driver out there on the racetrack and they can't hear the team or race control, well, guess what? They're going to be coming back in short enough.
Yeah, that's why I wanted you to kind of illustrate that. It's so much more complicated than I think than many would realize. While we were going through that process, the 95 did get their lap back, or at least one of their lap backs from our leader in the ZR2 class, the 94 Barberi. So they've chipped away bit by bit, and that is one marker passed on their journey. Also, I just noticed that we had missed, there was a spin from the 3 car. That is McClintock in turn 2 a little bit earlier. They did manage to carry on without major issues. So the round 3 racing car, just with a minor drama before they got it going. And I could see on one of our screens that the 97 of Ericsson has pitted in and since come back out.
Catch there. Continues to be one of the fastest race cars here that we're watching, the number 95, and really just a big props to the entire 9-4 Motorsports team. I think they executed perfectly yesterday. They adapted early on today. Remember, this car that we're watching had that tire problem early on. So yes, we watched them do a tire change earlier, and now they're a rocket ship out there. But before even all of that happened, I want to say it was maybe even about 15, maybe 20 minutes into the race, Joe, they had that little bit of a tire failure and had to adapt early on from that.
Yeah, you're right. It's really been thrown at them, but I have to say I'm impressed with the way that they've adapted to everything, that they've responded. Yeah, they're not in the lead, but they are in second in their class, and they are making steady progress bit by bit. They're showing on lap 59 right now, while Barberi is showing on lap 60. They still got a little bit to go. The last time through, a 1:44.9 for Garrett. Barberi, a 1:52.5. He is continuing to just chomp away at the gap that has been put on them by their class leader. In the meantime, McGurk is leading in the 59 right now, since we haven't really touched on that in a bit on leading of the ZP2s. He's hopped into that car and is running away. And then Eric Powell in the 555 leads down in the ZR3 class. But we're now well into this race, as we've just crossed over recently with the 2-hour mark.
Well, just another 5 hours remaining. No big deal, right, Joe?
Yeah, simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, you've already done 64 laps in the case of Cameron McGurk out there, and also Pease and ooh, you know what I'm seeing here? That they are on the lead lap. I think that we're going to be having a little bit of a race for the lead here soon enough, because at least on my timing and scoring screen, it certainly seems like this number 5 car has started to close it back in.
Ooh, good point. Yeah, let's keep an eye on this. And we had the 59 under pressure earlier on, but that was with the 80 car before they kind of ran themselves into trouble, who I think we had mentioned earlier, Rist brought that car back out on track, and we're getting pictures of the 4 being wheeled out. This is fantastic. Glad to get them back rolling once again here. Hibbett, I think, I'm showing Camden Hibbett right now being scheduled to be in the car. We'll see if that updates itself, but they've rolled it out to their pit stall. They're checking a few things. Hopefully this means they'll fire it up and she'll take off.
That's what I've got my fingers crossed for as well. And then here is the 59. So this is our overall leader of Cameron McGurk in the car. And I believe that is the number 5 of Pease directly behind him by about 1.3 seconds. And I can say that that number 5 car was about 3/4 of a second faster the previous lap. I think our race for the overall lead is happening.
Oh, I'm sorry. We jumped the gun, Joey. They're pushing it once again. And Sloan is saying there is still an axle problem with the car. So there was a false dawn, and they don't quite have it fixed yet. But you're right about Pease, not who I was expecting to suddenly run up on the back of Clay McGurk here and create a bit of an issue for that Stratus team, who thought they had some clear running. But now we've got the 5 of Carter Pease making sure that they cannot rest and think they've got this race wrapped this early.
Oh, this is our lead battle up here at the top of the racetrack. This is turn number 2. Another little bit of a climb up here at turn number 3 and 3A. That's the very, very top right there. And then the roller coaster descent begins downhill throughout turn number 4. Tiny little bit of a plateau right here with a blind overcrest entry to the carousel of turn number 6, and then it is downhill all throughout this corner, flattens out right there at the very end. That is a 160-foot drop from the top of turn number 3A all the way to the end of the carousel. Looks like McGurk is going to get to the inside of our ZR3 classed car out there and actually buy himself a little bit of a buffer now between himself and his competitor.
Yeah, that worked out beautifully for McGurk. And we saw that yesterday, that the lap traffic is a key factor in this series, especially with the close pace in certain parts of the track between some of the classes. Just how you utilize where you catch them, where you get by, could either make or break how much time you gain or lose in today's event. So, second and final Sonoma race for this weekend's racing here. Whatever lessons you learned yesterday, you really need to use them today. And I've seen a few teams really pick up on certain aspects of it, Joey. Others, I'm still a bit surprised that we haven't seen some kind of take what they garnered from yesterday and kind of using it to improve upon.
It's learning, right? Everything, it can be a learning process. It's not always a learning process, but it can be a learning process. And we pointed out not too long ago that today's race is a totally different landscape than what we saw yesterday. So if the notes were about yesterday, they're going to have to completely adapt going into today. But that's one of the beautiful parts about racing, is that every single race is going to be a little bit different, and you're going to expand that notebook, whether it's here at Sonoma Raceway or whether it's at Daytona or Homestead later this year. Every single session, whether it's a practice, whether it's a qualifying, whether it's a race, it's an opportunity to learn something new. If you're a driver, if you're a crew member going over the wall, maybe it didn't get plugged into the fuel port exactly how you needed, so maybe it's taking a right step instead of a left step towards the car, so that way you got your support when you plug that thing in. But always something to adapt for. And in the case of today, maybe it's thrown a little bit of a curveball, a harder to hit pitch.
Right now, one that's being thrown is the pit stop for R3R very soon. I saw them getting ready. Didn't see which car that was for, though, but they are preparing on the lane for at least one of the vehicles to join them shortly. And for McGurk, at least one of those R3R cars is fallen back. Well, it's going to fall back farther, because I can confirm it is the 5 of Carter Pease who is pitting in now.
Well, he's bringing the car down into pit lane. So that number 5 car is going to relinquish that second place. I'm trying to look back on where that third place car is of Bank with the Random Vandals racing machine. I do believe that they're only about 25 seconds or so behind, so I think it might actually be a little bit of a pit stop cycle where Random Vandals might jump up into second, and yes, sure enough, there they go.
Yeah, we could see them actually in the background of the shot off screen for a little moment as we switch over to the view of the pit stop here for the 5. Looks like we got a driver change going on. So P's going to be handing over to Brad McCall. Actually, no, it might be Randy Kinney, because we heard Randy say that he was going to be hopping in the car a little bit later. They share with both of those drivers this weekend. Buckling him in. The door is now shut. Everybody back over the wall. Engine should be able to fire. As she pull away. Well, they're waiting a second here. Is there going to be any sort of issue? There we go.
I have noticed, Joe, that the teams, and I believe this is also down to the officials, remember how Sloan was talking about tech yesterday, and they want to be very strict on the rule set out here. not only to make sure everything is fair, but the safety aspect of it as well. And I've been noticing that a lot of these cars and teams, they are ensuring that everybody is back over the wall before they even flip that sign to grab first gear and get it back going. I'm totally okay with being a little bit safe, maybe burning a few seconds on pit lane versus having to avoid or talk my way out of a penalty.
Exactly. It's not worth somebody getting injured or, like you said, getting that penalty, just gaining that second or two out on track, especially with the way that the race is kind of playing out right now. We're not dealing in those small little bits. Now, later on towards the end, that could be the case, and you're hoping that it doesn't come down to that, but I think for now they can try to just make sure that they don't do anything that's going to cost them. As we now watch the 59, it looks like coming upon actually Kenny, who is out on track now and about to be lapped, but again, they should get this one right back. But how hard do they fight? Because we saw this situation yesterday as well.
Well, I think getting back out there on the racetrack with a brand new driver in it, I think that driver is showing that they are anxious, ready to go, and up to speed. So I'm not surprised to see that number 5 car being forceful out there as we're now riding on board here with Colin Garrett. And Joe, are you noticing something different about the 95? Because it has a new position on the number board.
As soon as we switched the cameras over, I looked over and realized the same thing you did, that Barberi is coming to pit lane, taking service, and Garrett is the leader for now. But remember, their pit stops are sort of off, and we don't have a clear picture on who's going to be in that lead once it gets to the checkered flag. But wow, if you're in that 95 team, this is a good sign right there that at least you know you're close enough within range that you will at least be leading for part of the time.
And, you know, that's a great point. I actually wonder if we can maybe send Sloan over to that 9-4 Motorsports camp and maybe see what the difference is in the stints. You know, are there differences in the stint length between the two cars? Because even though they are both BMW M4 GT4 cars, they are different, call it maybe Evo generations out there. I believe one's a 2018 car and one's a 2022. And then also we've got different drivers in the car. I just wonder that if their fuel stints are the same, how different are they in terms of stacked on track? Because it almost seems like they're 50-50. One gets 50% of the way through the stint, and that's about when the other one is coming in. But with the pace difference, I wonder if they're going to overlap at all at any point.
It's a good question. Just waiting to see if the timing updates and Barberi switches over to Brian Peel in that 94, or if they've kept him in the car. But right now we're watching your leader in the 95, who not only... Here's the wild thing to me here, Joey, and I know the tires did help. They've come back from a cut tire, so that was a pit stop that set them back probably at least a full lap. And then they were penalized for the tire stop, which also was longer for, putting the tires on it. So that was cost them time. And then they got that extra lap penalty for putting the tires on. So what would this car be like? How far ahead would it be right now if they hadn't have had those issues? This is an incredible comeback.
I mean, take the hole that they've had to dig themselves out of and add it on top, right? So I would say about 2 laps, maybe even potentially 2+ at this point, because you don't know if you're going to have more clean traffic or when the traffic's going to hit you. And I think that would kind of track with what we saw yesterday. He won by, or I should say they won by 6 laps, right? 5 or 6 laps here in the ZR2 class. And we're about 2 hours into a 7-hour race. And yeah, that kind of tracks to be about 5, 6, maybe even more laps at the end of this.
I saw some sad news on race control. The 14 cars behind the wall again. AOA Racing has been struggling with that machine. And they're going to work on it a little bit more. Thankfully, their other car, the 85, is still circulating in second place, but I think they're about 3 laps down from the 555, who've also swapped drivers recently. I see that Bassam Abdallah has hopped in there.
It's a beautiful car going around a beautiful racetrack here in Northern California. I always love these, call it platform of cars that we've got here in the ZR2 class of Zenith Racing Series. I feel like these cars are extremely well balanced in terms of the platform, just enough horsepower underneath them to really make you think about slamming that right foot down on the accelerator out of some of these slower corners, and then just enough weight and aerodynamic bits to make them extremely versatile no matter what type of racetrack you put them on.
Remember the other driver that was sharing this car, this light blue BMW, Matt Million? Well, he's still in that 57, setting personal bests over there as well. Unfortunately for them, they are down in 5th still, as they had to start from the back of the field. I see the number 4 has returned to pit lane, and I think they're actually putting fuel in the car right now. So I wonder if they are getting ready to actually get it going. Last time we kind of got suckered into a bit of an impression that they were going to get going. There we can see them now. But the fact that they're actually putting fuel in, to me, says they feel like this should take off this time.
I think that's exactly what they're trying, and there it goes under its own power. So great to see the number 4 car rejoining the racetrack after the crew has been hard at work, really trying to get that thing fixed up. After all, yesterday, they just performed beautifully on pit lane. The drivers did what they needed to out on the racetrack and ultimately came away with that victory.
Yeah, Oliver Piatek still in the car right now. They are on lap 48, so if they stay about that far back from the lap 73 from our leader in the ZP2s, then they should easily be within the half distance mark to be able to score points. So that's the good news for them. And they are still running in 7th right now compared to a few other of our ZP2s that have also had some unfortunate issues out on track. And we're getting into the meat and potatoes of the race, as you would say, Joey, is we're now almost 2.5 hours into this 7-hour event, and the second one of 2 as well on the weekend. I'm sure both the teams and the drivers are feeling the wear and tear on not just the car, but their bodies.
Absolutely. I was actually just getting a couple notes here behind the scenes from Dave Russell over there at Automatic Racing. He was kind of filling me in. And Joe, I think that you'll actually probably get a kick out of this. I know that the number 80 car isn't necessarily having the best of days, but he was telling me the age groups, the age gaps between his 3 drivers in the car, between Max Opalski, Brandon Kidd, and also Sebastian Rist. Do you know what the youngest driver there is in that car with Sebastian Rist, who's currently driving it?
If he's close to Opalski, I know Opalski was, I think, 20 or so, something like that. So I'm going to guess 17.
So Dave, at least, is over here telling me 14 years old. The combination
Holy
is 14
smokes.
years old, 19 years old, and 35 years old in that number 80 car. So it's making me feel quite old over here, but what a combination. Yeah. And really talk about building that experience. That's one of the things that Zenith Racing Series is here to do, is be so inclusive that we can give all of these different types of driver that platform to go out there and prove themselves and go racing.
I had been graduated from high school by about a decade when he was born. So yeah. It's I love, though, that drivers are getting opportunities like that, and amazing to see that he's been doing so well. In the meantime, we're going to head down for another stint with Sloan down on pit lane.
Hello. Welcome back to A Stint with Sloan, where drivers trade in the seat of their cockpit for a seat that I bought at Target for $30. It's currently deflating as we speak. However, I'm not here with a driver today. I am here with Justin Straight, who works at Sebeco. And Justin, I wanted to pull you to the side because we've seen these NPO ones for a few years now, and I think especially because we do have the ZP2 class, we're trying to expand more. But we've been having some issues the past few days, kind of with the axle. So can you tell me a little bit about Sebeco and what you guys kind of do when you're having an issue like axles breaking continuously? Do you have a stock on like in the back? What do you do when you need more parts?
Absolutely. Well, thanks for having me on. Got to say hey to my mother. Thanks for watching. At Sebeco, basically, I do sales for parts and cars. And here at the track, when something happens, like what we're experiencing here at Sonoma is kind of a new thing where some of these axles, there's a combination of theories that may be playing out where there's failures. And so when you have failures at the track, a lot of times you have to reach out to the manufacturer. You might be out for the weekend. But fortunately for this event and most of the Zenith racing events, we will have parts support. So we bring a truck with spare parts like axles, engines, drivetrain components, fenders, corners, all that good stuff. So, Sebeco, we want to help, our privateers and also competitive race teams. So that's the gist of Sebeco in itself, and it just serves the racing community as a whole.
That's awesome. So did you know anything about NPO ones before you started at Sebeco, or how has that learning process been? Because I know when I started learning about these, it was so hard for me to start putting things together with it. So for somebody who doesn't know about the NPO ones, what are the main differences from one might see on an LMP2 car, or I guess any other type of prototype?
Absolutely. So the Sebeco compared to like a P2 car or a P3 car is going to come in at a lot lower barrier of entry financially, and it's going to be a lot easier to maintain, and it gives guys an opportunity to get into a prototype for a fraction of the cost of a GT car even, opposed to LMP2 cars, LMP3 cars. The car basically is 1,500 pounds dry, 1,700 with a driver and fuel, and it makes about 1,500 pounds of downforce at 150 miles per hour. So it's a very agile car, very nimble, and it offers a lot of opportunities to drivers with a ton of experience or drivers on the entry level that are coming from like Spec Miata or something like that. So
yeah, I feel like that's very cool to go from a Spec Miata down to a prototype. So I guess for teams or for anybody who's interested in maybe purchasing an NPO1 or really trying to learn more about Sebeco, who should they reach out to?
Me, of course. So you can check us out on our website. We have a whole plethora of information, but I'm sure that we can, get connected. There's tons of ways to reach us. Come out to a Zenith event. We do have plenty of customers that have seats available. So there's a lot of opportunities, and I'm not hard to find. My name's Justin Straight. Just look me up, and we'll get you all the information you need.
That's awesome. So let me just ask you to wrap everything up. How has the Zenith Racing Series been treating you so far? Do you have any highlights that you want to share? Any types of criticism? I think the viewers are super interested to hear, especially not from a team side, but somebody who's just kind of experiencing this series and the race as a whole for the first time. What are your thoughts?
Packaging. I mean, the package that's being offered to drivers and viewers as a whole is very seamless, and I think a lot of people will be attracted to that regardless of ambitions to get into prototype racing. It's going to be a great opportunity for guys to market their seats in a series that follows the cars closely, follows the teams, and shows the personalities behind people. And I think that's big in racing because there's not enough credit given to the teams that trailer the car and work on the car and supply, put the tires on the wheels and just the nuts and bolts behind the operation. And I think this is really given an opportunity to the viewers to see that in motion.
That's awesome. Okay, well, Justin, thank you so much for your time. And it's always good to hear the behind the scenes, especially for the NPO ones, as we're following the axle story as it's unfolding. So thank you for your time, and back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. Yeah, I love to get to hear from the car makers on this one. Do love the cars, honestly. They look fantastic, and they've been really fun to watch out there on track. But one driver that has put a few of them to shame, unfortunately, is Colin Garrett, who's gone purple again. So he's reset the fastest lap. And again, this is supposed to be the class that's not the quickest out there. But for those that are just joining us, he's put on fresh tires in a series that does not allow tire changes without penalty. So they've overcome that penalty at this stage and are just blasting through the field.
Very impressive to basically see what they've been able to do out there. This is the car that we're talking about here, this blue BMW, the number 95 car. And they were, about a lap and a half down. They were in contention of maybe even going 2 laps down when they had their early issues in the day. But ever since that, they overcame that issue. You heard Joe just say that they took tires, and when they took those tires, they also had to take a penalty of a full 1 lap. So they definitely had a hole to dig themselves out of. They are now on top of that hole. And the way that I see it is they are on lap number 73, and the next closest car in class is on lap number 72.
In fact, we were able to see them get by Steve Libby, who is now hopped into that 94. And, I mean, I'm sure the team would like them to finish very strongly here, but that is also another 9.4 Motorsports car. So they're probably a bit mixed feelings on this one. Libby will want to maybe get a few tips from that other team and see how they can pick up the pace and try to be as quick as they have been. But 9.4 Motorsports in general in this ZR2 class have been just phenomenal all weekend long. And it's looking very strongly towards potentially taking a double win in the 95 team.
And if they continue this pace, they're going to be making up laps on a lot of these ZP2 cars out here. I think what is going to be most interesting, Joe, is what happens when Colin Garrett catches Matt Millian out on track and Matt has to defend against his own car.
That's a good question. Defend against his own car in a different class that's not usually supposed to be overtaking. So yeah, that's a fair question. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see if this keeps up. But I am a little bit surprised that the 57 hasn't been making as great of inroads based on the pace that we saw them start with yesterday. The car seems to be not quite as strong here today. Millian right now at this stage still lapping at about 146, so he's slightly slower than Garrett, but he has about a lap and a half over him, it seems.
I think that's actually a perfect thing for Sloan to maybe go check on here in a little bit. I know that she's going over to maybe ask about some stint lengths here with these 9.4 Motorsports cars, but just knowing that 57 was so fast yesterday, I wonder if the crew, if the team had maybe changed something going into today that has affected the overall performance of it.
That's a good question. We'll see if she can dig any of that up. But in the meantime, we still have at least a fair amount of cars. Unfortunately, we did lose a couple immediately. The 24 and the 722 were out pretty much as soon as we began this race. We're still waiting for the 98 car to get back out on track for Random Vandals Racing. And the 177 has been in and out a couple times after they led early on. And if they could get back out on track and put some laps in, they have a good chance of claiming a third place today. But they're going to have to try and get some laps on the board to be counted as a finisher.
Currently, it is Cameron McGurk out front in that number 59 car, leading the way as a very comfortable lead over Bank in that Random Vandals machine. And you know what? That's a great team to talk about. We've kind of touched on them every now and then, right? But Random Vandals had a few mechanical woes yesterday. I see this Camber Performance car, I believe, getting back out onto the racetrack. This car was in the garage for a little while, but I was going to say, as we're watching this, great to see Random Vandals up inside the top 3 as well today.
Really glad to see this car get back out on track. Definitely love the looks of the Ginetta. And let's see if it's just as fast now that they've hopefully fixed whatever problem was plaguing it. And they should be well within range to complete half the laps if they can keep it on track from here on out. As Garrett currently on lap 75 with Camburn on lap 43. And as we watch our leader continue to circulate as Clay McGurk just continues to put laps in. He's got what we're showing at about 42 seconds over Bank, which is a pretty handy gap. Credit to the Random Vandals team. They at least have one of their cars on the podium today after both suffered from issues and basically had to go through an extensive test day for the final few hours of the race.
I know that as we're watching this racing here on track, I'm watching pit lane myself. I do see, well, actually, here we go. Here is the 95 car. So Colin Garrett has hit pit lane. And remember, had the teammate, the other 9-4 Motorsports car, in maybe about 10 minutes ago or so. I think that they're starting to align a little bit more equal on these fuel stops. See the first can of fuel already in, second can of fuel already going in. And I think, Joe, I also heard Sloan say behind the scenes, they might be just checking out the tires, making sure that everything is A-OK since they put those on not too long ago.
Exactly. And there we go. Finished up with fuel. Nope, we got one more to go. I love, we've talked about how they try to keep costs down in the series so that they can allow people to go racing without needing those huge budgets. These cans that you all see, this is all gravity fed, so there's no huge rigs to help them out. And those things aren't light either. So credit to the crew members that are hauling those things.
Yeah, that's a 5-gallon jug. Fuel usually weighs about 7.5 pounds a gallon out there. So it's, call it 35 plus pounds, about 50 pounds between the plastic jug, all the attachments and everything. You see a little bit of the fuel dribbling down the side of the car. That is A-OK. It's nothing that the team is going to have to worry about. Now that the fuel is done, we're going to go ahead and plug that air wand into the back. That's that yellow hose with that little adapter. All they do is stick it into a fitting on the back of the car, and it extends the air jacks based off of a nitrogen tank that's on the other side. And now the crew can essentially get to work and evaluate the car in a safe condition in the air.
Yeah, interesting to see them looking over the tires here. I wonder if they're just kind of checking the condition. I mean, obviously they can tell out on track how it's performing, but just seeing if there's anything they need to worry about with how hard they are pushing them here today. They are still leading, by the way, even with this extended pit stop. Steve Libby has not been able to get back by in the 94, but it looks like with it down off the jacks, they should be released relatively soon. Oh, the door's coming back open.
I just saw a bunch of ice get chucked out of the driver door there.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they're just kind of adjusting cool suits, making sure that the driver is comfortable inside the vehicle. We keep talking about the weather being nice and cool in terms of the ambient air, but you look inside these cars, and for the most part, they're pretty much sealed up. And now that we've got that door closed, I see the power on with the vehicle, grab the gear, and off he goes.
Excellent. Oh, and he just lost the lead back to Steve Libby. So the 94 now scored as the leader in the ZR2 class, but back on track. Garrett's racing away. Going to try and catch him back up. And they are just about getting close to halfway through this race relatively soon. We hop on board as well up and over the hill with another one of our BMWs.
I believe that is the 94 right there of Libby. And I think what I'm most curious about, let's see, his last lap time of 152.3. Colin Garrett is probably going through about turn 4 right now. He's maybe 2 or 3 corners behind Steve Libby here, the leader in the ZR2 class. But just kind of given the data, given the last few lap times and whatnot, I have a feeling the blue BMW is going to catch the orange BMW here pretty quickly.
Yeah, Sloan was saying that ice was just a literal ice bag that they had in that was trying to cool him down. So that's why he was throwing it out. I love that with all this technology, sometimes it comes down to those old school methods. Douse them with ice water, and that'll that'll take care of it.
It usually works for a while. I like that what they did, Joe, the bag of ice, because usually it's in a Ziploc and it can stay confined. Because let me tell you, if you get doused with ice water, it turns to hot water in about 3 or 4 laps out there on the racetrack. And if you've ever had maybe a drink tube or a drink reservoir in the car, you pretty much fill it up with ice water. And it is nice, cool ice water in that thing. However, the water that is in the tube to get to you, oh my goodness, it gets hot. So you learn to bleed that thing out before you take a sip of water.
Oh, no. The 3 has come to a halt, and I think facing the wrong way. This looks to be on the entry into 10.
You are 100% right about that. Definitely faced the wrong way around. Typically, we see something like this when they're struggling to put the power down, and it might just be something of the sort that they got out wide and hook spinned it out there. But that is one of the cars getting turned around out here.
I think that's Neil Desai.
I think it's the 3. You're right. Yes.
Yeah. That same car spun a little bit earlier in turn 2. Different driver, though, and they'll get going. We've also had a penalty for the 555. Or no, excuse me, not a penalty, a warning, I should say, for a pit speed violation. They'll get away with that this time, but I don't know we'll be able to be so lucky quite next time up. And in the meantime, Desai loses a little bit out there. As I saw, I think the 80 take fuel down on pit lane while we were watching that.
I was trying to kind of decipher what happened. I was going through all the different cameras and whatnot. I didn't really see what happened to that number 3 car as we've got our eyes now on this number 94. And Joe, I'm looking over here. I see about 13 seconds worth of gap. That's the difference between those two 9.4 motorsports cars. If you were to take a guesstimate, how long is that going to take to evaporate?
I don't have, let's see, Garrett's doesn't have a lap time that we can check yet as we watch the replay.
Yep.
And that is touching the dirt on the outside.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of what I was thinking is if you either struggle to put the power down, meaning wheel spin, or get just way too far out drivers, right, you're going to get a loss of traction on that power down phase, and it simply spun around on it.
All right, we've got an update on Garrett's pace now. So we've got, it looks like 7 seconds difference. That's pretty consistent with what we saw before. So considering he's now showing 7 seconds, I'm gonna predict next lap.
Next lap, okay. I think that's pretty aggressive. But 7 seconds is what the data shows. The 94 car is getting around a ZR3 car. I don't see, oh, there it was, popping out, just exiting the carousel. So now these team cars are both on the same straightaway together. I agree, it's not going to be this lap, but it's going to be next lap he's going to catch him.
Yeah, it does seem like it. And, I mean, Steve's doing a great job out there. Remember, that car was kind of handed that position a little bit earlier, and they just picked it up, kept running. Unfortunately for them, they've got 2 incredibly quick drivers in the sister car that kind of hunted them down. There it is right now, and that is going to unfortunately cause one of the other cars to have to take the shortcut through the chicane. That lap will just simply be invalidated.
I had to chuckle to myself just a little bit there because Colin Garrett is on a mission. He knows he's got the fastest car on the racetrack, and he knows he can kind of put it anywhere. I should say place it anywhere he chooses to do so. I think he was passing 2 or 3 different cars going down there into that turn 9 chicane area. Was able to muscle his way through, and now he's got a clean line of sight here on this orange number 94. And there you see him creeping up in the back of the shot. I'm going to guess passing opportunity going into the hairpin. Turn number 7 is where it's going to get done.
It's looking likely to me. He was about 2 seconds back across the start-finish line. Next timing line is going to be down between turns 5 and 6 right here in about a second. And then that should give us an update of how much more he has closed in. 0.8 of a second behind him. So, yeah, it's looking like if he gets a good run out of here, and look at the difference the tires make. He didn't even have to wait till turn 7, Joey. He breezed past him.
No, just really kind of carved it underneath there, and now the number 95 has regained the lead out here, and I believe that Sloan is actually going to be down there on pit road with 9-4 Motorsports, providing us a little bit of info. What do you have for us, Sloan?
Hey guys, I'm here with crew chief Eric Van Cleef of 9-4 Motorsports. Eric, the names that have been going around the paddock the past 2 days have been Colin Garrett and Matt Millian, but I want to start focusing on the 994 car as well. What's the strategy that you guys have, since the cars are basically running on 2 different strategies, it seems like? Can you kind of talk to me a little bit about that?
Yeah, so obviously we've got a couple of really hot shoes in our car. Matt and Colin are excellent. They're pro drivers. The other guys are very fast and very consistent. So we're running at a little bit slower pace with that car. We're running on a different tire. So the car is probably a couple of seconds off. And that was the plan. No tire changes on the orange car. See what kind of pace we could run and see where we end up. On the other hand, on the blue car, we're trying some different tire combinations and seeing what kind of speed, seeing what kind of wear we can get out of them. And so for moving into the future, because I'm sure the competition is going to step up to the plate. So we're learning some things with the blue car, and we're just kind of, with both cars really, with the orange car, we're kind of like the tortoise and the hare. But I think the orange car is going to have a pretty good day today.
Yeah, no, it's looking great out there. So can you tell me, did you tell Colin to just push it to the limit? Because he's out there setting some of the fastest laps. Did you feed him something different for breakfast? Did you tell him to go faster? What's that about?
Well, we're trying a different tire now. We're running a Pirelli Slick, which is a considerably faster tire, but it's not going to last that long. So we're running hard to see how long we can run it. Again, for future use, we'll know if we can run an hour or 2 on it. But we wanted to run hard so we can get a true measurement on wear.
Awesome. Well, yeah, they're definitely going hard out there. Well, thank you so much, Eric, for your time. I appreciate it, and good luck to you guys out there.
Thank you, Sloan.
Yeah, back to you guys.
Thanks for that update. Interesting. So they've got the Pirellis on there, but they don't think it will necessarily get to the end. So they do need this extra speed, it sounds like, Joey, to continue to push. So we'll see how long the car can go, and then from there, if they have to try and make up time, because if they change tires again, they'll get another lap penalty.
We'll just kind of have to wait and see how it all plays out, but it certainly seems like they've at least got a grip on things, no pun intended, out there, especially with the number 95. Still continuing to chug off extremely consistent lap times, and I'm still waiting another 15 minutes or so before I really evaluate how fast they were when they first put them on versus about an hour into the stint.
I mean, still running 46s. Started it with best laps in the 43s and the 44s. So they've gone off a little bit, but I am impressed with the way that they've managed to go to this point with the car still looking incredibly fast up there. We did see on screen during that interview, that was the number 5 of Kinney, who had a spin down at turn 7. Looks like that was just a simple carry on with no real dramas there. They're still running in 3rd, about a minute behind the 97 of Random Vandals. So at this stage, I think we've got just our front 2 still on the lead lap. Actually, I take that back. No, it does look like the 97 is still on the lead lap with the 59.
Doing a great job to stay consistent out there. I think it was pretty much at this point yesterday that ZP2 class was really starting to kind of show who was the early pace setters and who could keep up. But you've mentioned it a few times, a little bit of a different story here today with the 59. Now, it was the 57 yesterday that was the clear fastest car on the racetrack, but it seems like Stratus Racing maybe has been able to apply that over to the 59 car today.
This is on board with the 57. So this is Matt Million right now, breaking down into the chicane. He's catching up to the 5, if I'm seeing right. Actually, yeah, so I think this might be for a podium position that Matt Million has run down Kenny. So that spin actually may have had a relatively important effect here, since it's now put them under pressure.
Showing about 8.5 seconds back. But those lap times are incredibly fast from Matt Million. I believe this is the number 5 car that's going to be directly in front of the car that we were just riding on board with. So I'm going to take back that 8-second gap, because now I see it down to 2 seconds on timing and scoring. And I did see that 57 just barely out of shot here. So I'm with you. Round 3 racing is going to have to look in their rearview mirror here, probably coming down the carousel.
And I don't know if that was due to traffic or if that is actual pace between these two, but that's significantly different. 6 seconds between them on that last lap alone. Kenny is going to have his hands full. Matt Million, who we know is very good with making these overtakes. He had to do it multiple times to retake the lead yesterday. Should have experience on how to make these overtakes. Look at it, he's already there. Kenny kind of sees it coming. He does not fight it, and up into third goes the 57 team.
I think two different methods to the madness out there. Matt Million is on the railroad tracks, hooked up, and one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. Well, Kenny is enjoying the time here at Sonoma Raceway, making sure that he brings his car back in nice and safely to his team, without causing any unnecessary damage on that. I mean, just look at the pace difference. I mean, multiple seconds just in a few corners.
Yeah, it was not too difficult of a pass from what we've seen before. But again, like I said, I don't think Kenny really felt like that was his fight today. So he just let him through down into turn 7. Matt Million having to, well, he didn't start the car back at the back of the field, but he set the fastest lap, if you're just joining us, yesterday, and that is what sets the grid. But because he also set the fastest lap in the 95 car, he chose to start the race in the 95, while his teammate in the 57 got sent to the back of the grid since they could not comply with the rules. And since then, it's been them trying to play catch-up. And in the initial start to the race, they made up some time, and then kind of fell back a little bit, it felt like, but since then, have just climbed forward and now have reached the podium positions.
Everybody's just kind of cruising out here right now. Cameron McGurk, our overall leader in the 59 car, has got a whole lap lead on Bank back there in the Random Vandals machine, and then over in the ZR2 class. That's maybe a little bit closer, but we saw Colin Garrett kind of blow the doors off of Steve Libby a little bit earlier, and now has ballooned that up to about 30 seconds and growing. And our leader over in that ZR3 class is Bassam, who we got to talk with a little bit yesterday in that 555.
Yeah, and we've got Sloan down on pit lane talking to one of the drivers of the 77, Hunter, who hopped out a little bit earlier.
Hey guys, I've got Hunter Yaney here, one of the drivers of the Nimbus 77 car. Hunter, it was a little scary seeing you pull off there. I think it was the first time and then the second time you were in the car, right?
Yeah. So yesterday I was in the car a lot. That was my first time in the car today, actually doing the first stint of the race. Basically all that happens, we just had a shifting issue. Whenever we would downshift, sometimes every once in a while, we'd actually get the gas stuck on a little bit, about 50% throttle. So the first time I actually got away with it, I just thought it was like a one-time issue. And then the next time, as you guys saw, going over into the carousel, just had a little bit of issue, pulled the downshift, the throttle got stuck on, and then from there on, it was just in the wall, basically. Nothing we can really do about it.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm glad you're okay. It's definitely always a little scary seeing something on the screen, not knowing if what's going on. But are you getting back in the car today, or what does your driver's stint kind of look like?
So for today, I actually think it's going to be the other two, mostly doing a lot of the driving today. Most of my stints were supposed to be a little bit earlier this morning, so I think that they're just going to fill in the rest of the day, get more seat time, and it's going to be hard to come back from like 42 laps back, but we'll just try and make the most of it.
Yeah, it's all you can do. Your resume is stacked. Can you kind of tell us just a little bit about your background with racing?
Yeah, for sure. So most of what I've raced so far in my career is a lot of open wheel stuff. That's been primarily my career. I raced in F4 US, won that championship in 2020. Became the youngest driver in history to win an F4 championship. Raced in FIF3 for 2 years overseas, and then this year I'm doing. I did this race, which is really fun, and I hope I can come back for more. And this year I'm trying something a little bit new, doing endurance racing in GT4 with Medusa Motorsports. So
yeah, that's awesome. I saw you made your debut at Daytona. It looked incredible. So thank you for your time, and we're excited to see you back out on track and see you for the rest of the season.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I was kind of looking at some of his background before we got to this weekend. It was very impressive, all that he's been able to do. So with that car having issues, unfortunately just not really getting to show what he's capable of this weekend, at least for today's race, as they're sitting down in 8th now, many laps down due to the earlier problems. We hop back on board with Steve Libby, running in 2nd in the ZR2 class. The BMW M4 doing a fantastic job here today. I do see that Matt Million has brought that 57 into pit lane just recently, and it seems that Kenny gets that 3rd place back.
Nicely done there, and now it's up to that team to go out there and execute that pit stop, get those drivers back out there on the racetrack. And as we've seen, that number 57, same thing with the number 59. They've just really been some of the fastest cars out there on the racetrack. Pretty impressive, the performance they've been able to put down here this weekend at Sonoma Raceway. It's the far end of the racetrack down here at turn number 7. And accelerate their way down through the S's here one more time, approaching about 30 minutes until the halfway point that we've got here today.
And like we said yesterday, once you hit that, all you got to do is just do the same thing all over again. But for the drivers, it's been history repeating itself a little bit in some sense, with us doing another 7-hour race here on Sunday, but it has definitely felt very different to the first day's racing. And it's definitely got a couple different drivers up at the front, or at least in the case of the ZP2s we do still have the same leaders in the ZR2 and the ZR3, but the way it got there is certainly a completely different route to what we had on Saturday's racing. Do want to give a lot of credit to Steve Libby for the way that they've run the tortoise method, as we heard from their crew chief a little bit earlier, Joey, saying, you know what, we're going to keep those same tires on you. We're going to just run you around and make your way. And there's something to be said about being a tire whisperer in racing, and these drivers doing a great job on that.
They're doing a fantastic job to keep the equipment underneath them, and I think that they've got plenty of margin as well, because I look back in the Camburn performance entry. Unfortunately, I see it back in pit lane, at least identified on timing and scoring. So it looks like the 9-4 Motorsports team, even the number 94 car, is roughly, how I'm computing this, about 30 laps ahead of that 3rd place car in class currently.
Yeah, it's unlikely they're catching them unless the 94 has some sort of serious issue. But the real thing we have been watching for is whether or not they'll be within half the laps, which currently it does look good on that front. So they'll at least be able to bring home some hardware as I thought the 41 had retired earlier. Am I showing them on an outlap right now? Or are they actually out on track?
Going to be interesting to see that, at least on our timing screen.
This
I
is
believe
them.
This is the Retro Rockets machine that we're riding on board with. Great job to see this car back out there on the racetrack.
That is awesome. Early on, it sounded like they may be retiring it, but I guess maybe we had misheard on that one. So they are back out on the course, and they are rolling, as they saw, like we saw yesterday, that if you can get the laps in, there is still results to be had in this series. You just don't know what can happen with those in front of you. Right now, it is Garton who is in that 41 machine. Reed, with experience both at tracks such as Mid-Ohio and Watkins Glen, now adding this fantastic West Coast course to his resume.
Yeah, looking at him climbing up over turn 3A. This is now diving down into turn number 4 here. McGurk doing a fantastic job just leading the way, really just clicking off these lap times, a 146.5 that last time. Next fastest car, at least the second place car, is a 148.3, so continuing to build that gap.
I do like what we're seeing out there. McGurk up at the front in that 59. Has to watch out, though, because it seemed like the 57 team was pretty good. By the way, Waddell has hopped into that 57 for Matt Million. He gets what I'm assuming is a short break, hopefully to get maybe something to eat, something in his stomach, and then get back out there on the track. But as they still have plenty of those ZP2 cars rather, out there running. You got to make sure and put the laps in, because you still have Kenny back there, even though he's a lap down. 5 doing a good job for round 3 racing. They inherited that spot back from Waddell from the 57, but remember that 57 did catch up to them, and it looked like it was a pretty good pace advantage. That was with Million in the car. Let's see if Waddell can match that and get up to him.
Turning some fantastic lap times in terms of the consistency. I know I sound like a broken record over here, but it was a 46 and then a 47.3. And you compare that to that second place car, still turning about a second and a half slower over here. But just continuing to extend that lead over the Random Vandals machine. Stratus Racing recovering with that 59 car after yesterday. They were second and third with both of their cars, the 57 finishing in second with the 59 in third place. So they're looking to try to claim that top step here today.
Glad to see that Banks having a good run out there in the 97. I don't think we've really given him enough love, as Peter's been doing just as good of a job out there as Erickson in that Random Vandals machine, currently running in second place. Yes, we haven't seen them hassling our leader in this race, but considering the day they experienced yesterday, they have bounced back and done well. The sister car has not had such a good time. Kevin Bohm's back out in that 98. I think we may have mentioned that at one point. We got a couple cars pitting in now, and that may be our leader, actually. Yes, that is McGurk.
Going to be bringing this car down into pit lane. This will be fun to kind of watch from the onboard here. Spot that pit sign on driver's left on the wall down here. Patiently be waiting on the pit lane speed limiter. Oh, a little bit of a tricky entry. That's an adjustment as a driver when you have somebody parked in that stall directly before you.
Yeah, exactly. Just those little complications. You want to be focusing not on trying to get the car in, but to manage to execute everything correctly in the pit stop here. It does look relatively casual at this stage from the driver's perspective. Taking a moment to breathe as another of our ZP2 cars heads back out on track. May have been the 77, I think, returning to the circuit just now. I'll watch to see which name lights up with the O next to it while we wait for this to complete down there. And engine on, there you go. And off and away immediately, no driver change. And that was the 77, by the way, that we just saw leave ahead of this 59 car who is coming back on circuit. This means This number 97 of Peter Bank is your new leader.
Random Vandals racing to the top of the sheet here so far as McGurk goes back out there on the racetrack, and it'll be really interesting to kind of see the pace from that number 59 car, because I was making the comment, it was the fastest car on the racetrack, Now that it's got a full load of fuel, does that affect the balance at all? Does it kind of tip towards Peter Bank's machine here in this number 97, or does McGurk just get right back up to speed and hunt down the leader?
I mean, based on what we've been seeing, it's very steady as she goes by the 59 in today's race. So I wouldn't be surprised if Clay was able to try and get back to them. It's not the biggest of gaps. You'll need a little bit of pace advantage, but they have seemed quicker than those Random Vandal cars, at least in the first half of today's event. We're down past the 4 hour to go mark, 4 hours plus one lap. If you're just joining us for the first time today, welcome to what has been a fascinating race number 2 for Zenith Racing Series, which has seen another drama for the Car 14. They have been in and out and behind the pit wall constantly here today. So whatever is plaguing that AOA racing car, they've not been able to sort it.
Unfortunate, and sometimes that can happen. You know, you're just kind of chasing the problems with the car out there. And sometimes you don't have the right spares. Sometimes it's not a matter of you need something else, and maybe the competitor teams don't have it either. It's just one of those rarity items, but hopefully we'll come back stronger than ever. I know that AOA team is always on top of things, and they still have that number 85 car sitting there in second place in that CR3 class as well.
Glad to see Bank get some screen time up here at the front, leading the field. Officially now has led a lap in this race now that he crossed the line. And the gap we're seeing to Clay is about 15 seconds behind him after he emerged from pit lane. Needs to make up a little bit at a time just to try and retake that lead. We'll see how quickly he is able to do that. With Acaranza taking the 14 behind the wheel, the good news is what I'm seeing on our timing and scoring is we actually have 15 cars running right now. It's been a mix of who is in and who is out at all different times. And for now, for a brief moment, only one car is at a halt in the garage. Everybody else has managed to get back out on track and is rolling.
Yeah, that includes, remember we were checking in on those Retro Rockets, that number 41 car. I want to give them some love, definitely, after having a pretty difficult morning out there. Also that Random Vandals number 98 with Kevin Boehm behind the wheel. I know that we're watching his teammate, Peter Bank, up here kind of leading this race overall, but the other machine, actually, they're coming into pit road right now as we are watching the number 97 officially on pit lane. So that's going to hand the lead right back to Clay McGurk back there, who just relinquished it a couple laps ago.
So that gives us some good information right there that they are on a relatively close strategy, but it is offset by a couple laps. And that could wind up making a difference once we get to the end. Remember what we saw in terms of the fuel in yesterday and the timing of that. There were a few teams that were, about 15 minutes shy or thereabouts by the end?
I think so, but that's a moving number, right? We don't know if there's potentially going to be future Code 60s. We don't know if they can fuel save a little bit, but based off of the hard data, yes, Joe, you are 100% correct.
Back down the hill is our new leader once again, Clay McGurk. Now actually getting ready to tick over to lap 100 here soon. So impressive stuff. And I'm trying to remember, I think we've only had one or two of our Code 60s. I think it's two of them. One of them was very, very short. So this has been another very clean race to kick things off.
Accelerate through the S's here yet another time, and I think it's going to be another few times because we still have nearly 4 hours of racing remaining here. I do see that number 97 is finally on the outlap, so they have exited pit lane. That's how long it takes to fill up the car out here, as this number 59 of McGurk is pretty much already entering turn number 11. What would you call that? About 3/4 of a lap is what a pit stop is worth.
That sounds about right to me. Yeah. So again, and again, we have to remember that it could be down to what all the team is doing, how much fuel they put into the car, whether or not they have a driver change. So that could fluctuate as well. But at least for these EP2s, yeah, it seems like we've been seeing that somewhat consistently as to how long the pit stops last. Now, in racing, you can never sit and stare in the mirror for too long. You always have to be looking forward. And I couldn't help but think, Joey, that with us nearly through the weekend as it is with Sonoma, how many teams are taking some of what they learned and already thinking, okay, what can we do once we get to Barber, which is going to be the next track, which I guess thankfully for a lot of them, going to be very similar in terms of a style of track to this one.
Style, yes. I think that the grip level might be a little bit different. I think it might be a little bit more over there at Barber. And especially after the next couple weekends that have a lot of racing that's going to be going on that surface as well. But in terms of a medium speed racetrack that's not overly huge, it's not a Road America or a Watkins Glen or a Sebring. It's still a roughly medium sized circuit, kind of like what we have here at Sonoma. I do think there are some definite notes that can be taken. However, when I think of Barber, I think of more of weight transition, right? There's lots of left, right, back and forth. While over here at Sonoma, it's these longer medium speed corners that have tons of elevation change. So I do feel lap time's going to be probably pretty similar. The ability to rest is going to be probably similar with near zero time to rest out here. So there are some similarities between these two racetracks. One big difference, though, Joe, I think it's going to be quite warm down there in Alabama in comparison.
That it will be, because we're going to be heading there around April 25th and 26th. So that is farther into the spring, and that is down in Alabama. So it's going to be humid, but the drivers will no doubt be able to cope with that one, as that is a relatively common time for a lot of series to show up around that track. But now that we've crossed that 4 hours left to go mark, we're, like you said earlier, getting ever closer to halfway. Won't mean a whole lot, at least in terms of rules or points or anything of that sort, but it gives you an idea of the shape of things as you head into the second half. And right now the shape of things for McGurk is that he leads by, I'm showing about 5 seconds, it looks like. I don't think that's right, though, because I think Bank came out, you said, about 3/4 of a lap behind him.
Yeah, and it's because the timing loop has only registered for Peter Bank on lap number 99 so far. He has yet to hit the start-finish line, which is going to complete his loop, which should be right about now. Yep, there it is. Showing, actually, that one doesn't make too much sense either, but he is just about turn number 2 on the racetrack right now, which puts him about 3/4 of a lap behind McGurk out here.
Yeah, so while we sort that one out, at least we can trust the marching ants on our track map out here today. So that gives us an idea of exactly kind of where they are in relation to one another. I saw this car go by the 177 of Pirelli, who's hopped back in for the Camburn Performance Machine. So glad that they are continuing to chug along after that car had to have an extensive stay in the garage.
I was just noticing something too, because we're looking at our timing and scoring kind of on our screens over here. But if we look at the actual broadcast ticker, I think that is accurate. It shows Peter Bank about a minute 19 behind, because these cars are doing about a minute 45 or so, and that would certainly make sense. About 3/4 of a lap behind.
Yeah, I think that looks to be correct. Still have the 95 car, speaking of looking at the tower here on the left, as your fastest lap of the race. No, that is not a mistake. The ZR2 class has the fastest lap of anybody out there on track. And that's because they put on fresh tires. And Colin Garrett is still in that machine. We were kind of wondering what the lap times would look like as it went on, because they're unsure, the team is unsure, if the Pirellis they put on will get to the end. They're still running 46s right now, which is about what they were doing, I'd say about 20 minutes ago last time we checked. So it doesn't look like they're leaving them at this stage. The grip is still there.
What I would do is I would run those tires all the way until you see the crossover point. Now, let's look at some of the other ZR2 classed cars. I think their fastest lap time is a 151, but on the other tires, talking about the same specific car, I think it was about a 47 or so, maybe a 48 that they were turning, a few seconds faster than their teammate over there. And right now, they're in nowhere close to that. Last lap time, a 146.5, so he's still got to bleed another 2 seconds per lap. Really before we kind of get over into that crossover section where they have to worry about those tires more falling off of the cliff and not coming back versus being able to maintain them.
And as we continue to watch our leader lap arounds, we're going to head down to Sloan, who has caught up with the ever-busy Matt Million.
Hey guys, I'm here with the man of the weekend, so it seems, Matt Million. I was able to get him to sit down with me just for a few minutes while he is trying to rehydrate and eat before jumping back into the 95. Matt, I think everybody's wondering, how are you feeling?
Surprisingly, I feel better than I thought I'd feel today. I think the biggest challenge for me is just getting enough water and electrolytes down me. Muscle-wise, I'm a little sore from yesterday, but overall it's going pretty well. I just need to keep remembering to triple my water and salt intake because I really only have about 20-30 minutes in between hour-long stints, so a lot to get down quickly.
So is it really just downing as much water as you can? I see you're eating a little bit, but what do you really do to just kind of maintain your body so you don't feel super depleted by the end of the day, or are you just super depleted no matter what?
Yeah, I'm going to be pretty depleted no matter what. I think it's mostly just I don't want to be cramping up in the car and potentially giving up time that we don't need to give up if we're in a race or if we need to be doing something. So, yeah, just taking care is the biggest challenge. I mean, at this point, I've been doing so many laps in both cars that I know this place pretty well, so pretty comfortable out there.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, well, how much time do you have before you hop into the 95?
I'm going to walk down there in about 5-10 minutes and hopefully get Colin Garrett out of that thing as fast as we can because I got to come back down here and jump in the 57 at around 1 o'clock, so tight timeline.
And Colin's been setting some pretty fast laps out there. Are you planning on lapping him, or are you just going to kind of let it ride?
Well, Colin got to go out there and have a lot of fun on the Pirelli slicks. We're testing that out, seeing how they wear over the course of the race. Unfortunately, when I get in the car, I think we're going to do a tire change, go back to the Continentals. So take a look at the Pirelli, see how they wore over the course of the last 2.5 hours. And yeah, we'll run the race on Continentals probably.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. We're rooting for you. Back to you guys.
Thanks for that, Sloan. Impressive what he's been doing all weekend, but we did see on our screens this car was stopped momentarily. This is the 94 who is in second in that ZR2 class. That was just outside of turn 11. They've got it going again. That's the good news. We also had dramas with the 555, our leader in the ZR3s. They had a spin and carried on at turn 9 at the chicane.
I'll have to see if I can go back and maybe find a couple of those moments here, see if we can get a little bit of that action that you are watching. Matt Million over there on pit lane, a very, very busy driver here this weekend, and the number 94 car seems to be maybe a little bit slow here as well, Joe. I think this might be a lingering issue. This car definitely seems off pace down here at turn number 7.
Yeah. We're continuing to ride on board, so let's see if we can assess here if they're able to get it up to speed. And yeah, no, that does, you're right, that looks really off pace. They're definitely not attacking, and we'll see what they do when they bring it into pit lane, if they immediately open the hood or if they wheel it back to the garage, because I can't imagine they're going to want to keep that car rolling from here with it being well off the pace. They're coming up to that pit entry just now as we have the 98 car just go by with Kevin Boehm leaving them for the time being. Yeah, heading down towards the pits. So what has gone wrong for Steve Libby's 9-4 Motorsports BMW, and will this put them under threat from Pirelli eventually catching up? Because remember, they have to keep putting the laps in. The 177 is a long ways back, but if they wind up stuck in the garage, they could still lose that second place.
Yeah, and we just had Sloan down there at the 9-4 Motorsports pit stall. Granted, it was for the other car, but I'm very curious to see if she's maybe got some info on that number 94 car that I believe is actually hooked a left into the garage. There's an orange car right there. I don't see anybody on pit lane. That is not a good sign.
Oh, so they are heading behind the wall. That is really bad news. They do have a ways before the 177 will catch up to them, because they are on lap 64, whereas Libby has completed 96 laps. That gives them maybe about an hour and a half, I think, maybe about an hour before that other car catches up and will pass them on the track. So they're going to hope that the issue is able to be resolved somewhat quickly, whatever they're working on back there in the garage.
Yeah, and I'll try to do some quick commentator math over here. Usually it's not too right, but yeah, about an hour, Joe. If that car sticks behind the wall about an hour, we're going to naturally see that number 177 of Camber and Performance go up there and potentially take away that second place. And I think what 9-4 Motorsports is probably hoping for is that they can fix that car within probably a couple minutes out here and maybe get back out there before that 177 officially catches.
Yeah, Sloan is saying that the team is reporting a shifting issue and they are trying their hardest to get it back out. So they seem upbeat about it, that they can get it fixed in time. And meanwhile, they'll have to focus on the other car where Matt Millian is getting back in to that number 95, who has been dealing with their fair share of problems out on the track, but seem to have really bounced back from it in a big way. They said they plan to change those tires once again, Joey, to another brand, which is interesting. The research going on here on the differences between the tires is fascinating to me. And they're willing to take that time penalty, but I kind of don't blame them the way that they ran with that first attempt with the Pirellis.
And for those that'll watch maybe some other forms of GT4 motorsports, those Pirellis are commonly used in another series, and so I have a feeling that the teams and the drivers are very comfortable with what those tires can produce in terms of the overall performance. Like we heard them say, they're kind of checking on them to see how long they will last. But it certainly seems like the platform of the car very, very happy on those sticky Pirelli tires. And remember, even you were making the comment that it looked like treaded tires coming off the car when they did do that tire swap. So I think those Continentals, basically the lowest tread wear, the softest tire that they can basically be allowed to put on the car.
Exactly. This is your leader, McGurk, in the 59. Put in a lap on another of our BMWs. So he catches up through the S's sections, heading down towards the chicane. We're now up to two cars that are back behind the wall right now. And we've lost our nearly perfect stretch of cars circulating around the track. We haven't talked about the 555 other than that spin for some time, so I want to give some love to Abdallah, who is still leading for Bruce Innovations. Remember, they won yesterday. Oh, was there a mistake there?
This is a ZP2 car that is definitely off the pace, but they are coming into pit lane as of right now. Not sure which car this is. Is this
is the 57. No. This is Waddell.
This is the
We're
59.
hearing from Sloan that it's smoking. Is this the 50? Oh, you're right. That is the 59.
And
Okay. And it's got problems.
And so I've been noticing this only at the turn 7 camera. I wasn't going to say anything because lots of times cars have some extra blow by or maybe a little bit of extra stuff in there that just kind of gets blown out while you're at racing speeds. But yes, there was maybe a little bit of puff of smoke out the back end of the car on the acceleration phase at that far hairpin, and evidently it's more than maybe just a little bit of fluid. And do not worry about that oil pressure low alarm on the dash right now. The car is off, hence no oil pressure.
Makes sense to me. I'm more concerned about the fact that it seemed to creep into the pit lane before they even got to the cones. And it sounds like Sloan is saying it was smoking out of the right rear. So there is something amiss with the car, but we don't know what. And Peter Bank is probably getting some of the best news he's heard all weekend, that the leader is not only in the pits, but they have issues, and they are going to inherit the lead once again.
Endurance racing can be a cruel mistress sometimes. It can go all your way one day and then all of a sudden turn around the next. And I think that's the case right now for this Stratus racing team. For the 59, everything has been going so well, but props to this car, this team, these drivers here with Random Vandals Racing and Peter Bank. They are taking the opportunity and running with it currently.
It almost feels like Stratus. Oh, and I'm showing full course yellow.
I
not
wouldn't
a
worry
60.
about. Yeah, no, don't. It is still green flag on the racetrack. I think that was just a little bit of our side of timing and scoring, cycling through a few things.
Okay, I was a little confused for a brief moment. I was about to say before that interrupted me is that Stratus Racing, they've had a rough weekend because they looked like they could potentially win yesterday with that 57 car, kind of flubbed the strategy a little bit, missed their opportunity. Today, they were already put under the gun with that one, having to start from the back. They haven't been able to recover from that. Now the 59, who again also looked like they were the car to beat here today, had control of this race. We've now heard they have a broken axle, so that's not going to be a quick fix. And look, they've already got it torn apart at the rear.
Yeah, well, immediately get to work out there and see if they can go ahead and fix that issue, get that old axle out. Looks to be the left rear. And you can see them already got that corner pretty much freed up. They're going to try to dislodge that left rear axle and get it replaced.
Interesting to see it all taken apart here on the lane. So I guess they feel good enough that they could get that fixed out because now they can't wheel it back into the garage from there. And the leader, Peter Bank, is also going to be joined by Randy Kinney, who moves into second. The number 5 also inherits a position from McGurk, and Waddell is now up into third. This has been a costly time for Clay, who finds himself going from leading this race to off the podium in just a few moments' time.
That's endurance racing, and like I said, it can just be so cruel to you at times. I mean, out front, leading the race, fastest car, everything going perfect in terms of the strategy. Everything seems like it is on cruise control, and then all of a sudden a wrench is thrown directly into the, call it the proverbial racing line, and trips them up. But I think that the Stratus Racing team has proven yesterday how resilient they are, and I'm sure that they're going to be getting that car fixed up as soon as possible to kind of see what result they can still salvage today.
We've also got a pit stop for the 95 going on right now, and they are changing out Garrett for Million. Million's had his rest. He's rehydrated, and he's going to run out on some older Pirellis now, which are still doing pretty decent laps. They're still hitting 46s out there. So they're not going off. They used up the best of them, but they have been able to hold pretty well, I think, up to this point. So Peter Bank in that 97, sharing this car with Ericsson a little bit later. Ericsson did start the race. Curious if he'll hop back into that once this car also stops. And I think they've got a pretty big gap over Kenny. I'm going to see if I can find him on our track map here.
Looks like they've got the new driver strapped into the 95, at least on pit road, as we get these multi-class traffic here as they go through turn number 5 towards turn number 6. And I think that number 5 car, Joe, is actually directly behind our leader. It just so happens to be a full lap down there. He's that white and purple car of the 3 CP2 cars actually in line right now.
You are correct. It's Kenny's just a lap down and maybe a couple feet behind Peter Bank at this stage. So not in the worst position. But definitely needs to make some up if they want to go and try and challenge for that win.
I can report as well that the 95, remember how they had come into pit lane? They are, in fact, going to change the tires. I see them changing tires right now on the car.
You are correct, yeah. So there we've got the pictures on screen now.
There's a perfect example of the 2 different tires, the slick coming off of the car and the treaded tire going onto it.
Exactly. So there's the Continentals. So now can they continue to use that to make up time? I assume those are going to be fresh ones they're putting on. So should at least have a little bit of an advantage for a bit. But he still needs to stay ahead of Barberi, which I think they are still currently.
I love this shot right here. Sorry to keep interrupting you, Joe, but here's a perfect example of the Pirelli slicks on the right-hand side of the screen versus the full treaded Continental tires that they ended up putting on the car. Obviously, that's a spare set, but, I mean, even visually, you can see the difference.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the car really enjoyed the Pirellis based on what we just witnessed. But now, let's not forget that not only will they lose this time in pit lane, having to spent to change those tires, but on top of that, they will get a 1-lap penalty for changing these tires. As per the rules in this series, you are not allowed to change unless you have a puncture, and even then, it is only a single tire.
I think I also see one of the prototypes just leaving pit lane down there. I think that was maybe the number 5 car that we were just making comments on that was directly behind our overall leader. I think Kenny did hit pit lane, and now he's going back out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. And that will promote the 57 of Waddell up to P2 now. So Kenny back out. Desai is up to 4th now that McGurk has been passed by the number 3 car. They're still working on that machine down on pit lane. And in fact, I can actually see some pictures off to the side of them looking at the old axle right now.
Yeah, you know what? Here's the shots of that on our broadcast feed, and look at how overheated and hot that axle is. So basically, the boot has come off of the back end of it. The spline is what actually inserts into the hub area, which provides the drive out to the wheel. And then you have that boot that basically seals in fluid in there to help cool it, but also lots of times that you have axle problems, you can overheat those axles, overheat everything inside of it, and all of a sudden that fluid has nowhere to go. So definitely multiple issues, at least in the drive line with these cars at this racetrack, but the team's obviously on top of it, aware of it, and have come up with a fix to replace it.
Meanwhile, we're just watching Peter on our screens, no longer being followed and shadowed by the 5 of Randy Kenny. Here's some of the work being done on Clay McGurk's car, though. And multiple team members all chipping in to make sure this gets fixed as quickly as they can. Unfortunately for them, they've already gone laps down on even third and fourth place. So I doubt that the win is able to be recovered from here.
But the good news is, from the previous shot, though, the old axle was already out of the car, which means they are working with a new part on the installation side of things. So, in my opinion, probably the most difficult part, dealing with a really hot race car, really hot parts, is already over as we get these wonderful shots here of our overall leader. This is Peter Bank in the Random Vandals Racing number 97, crossing over, starting lap 113 so far. Approximately 3.5 hours remaining. And hey, Joe, we just clicked by halfway.
Fantastic. Love what I've been seeing. Just unfortunate that it's not been the best of days for some. There you can see the 4-car Bellarmine right now in that round 3 racing yellow and black machine. They're a number of laps down. They're still running in 7th currently. They had problems right at the beginning, and then eventually were wheeled back out well after that. Was actually kind of wondering, do you have notes on how many laps we completed yesterday, Joey? Because if we don't get much more in the way of code 60s, we might beat yesterday's lap count.
You know what? Let me go and look it up, because I can certainly look up the live timing as the number 4 car. Remember, the number 4 here has been in and out of pit lane earlier on in the race. They were yesterday's winner. So now it seems like they have got that car fixed up and running properly, albeit several laps down. Good to see them out there. And Bellarmine is actually in the car right now, who anchored yesterday's race.
So for 3 hours and 27 minutes and then 1 lap, we will continue to go racing here at Sonoma, and then our first ever race weekend and Zenith Racing Series will wrap. We will see who is where in the points, and Peter Bank might get a chance to go from cruising around at the back of the field yesterday to being promoted up to the lead after others fell by the wayside. And I guess I don't want to say ironically, but almost more fittingly, experiencing the same issues that those two Random Vandals cars experienced yesterday, as he is dealing with the 77 of Barker. Barker, though, not racing him for position. This is 8th place, just in front of our current race leader.
And I don't mind having the overall leader kind of give up those positions like that, because remember, it's not a position, right? It's simply just a car running on the track at the same time as you, at the same location. You got to keep in mind what the bigger picture is, and right now it is leading the race, staying consistent, don't put yourself into harm's way, and if that car behind it is maybe pressuring you just a little bit, there's no need to have that additional pressure when it is not actually for a racing position. I think that Peter Bank is doing a terrific job right now, just kind of hanging on to the lead. He's got a significant margin over the number 57 right now, so he just needs to keep it consistent.
And we've seen that consistency really help out a number of drivers. Remember, I would say that's what won the race yesterday is consistency, along with the strategy with the 57 car, excuse me, the 4 car managing to just stay out there and put the laps in. But unfortunately, they haven't been able to do that today, so naturally they're much farther down. And very similar situation with this 97, just continuing to put them in one by one. And we saw as they went by the pit exit that yellow and black number 59 with Clay McGurk is returning to the track. They have fixed the axle and they are on their way, but they are currently running in 5th.
In 5th, but it could have been worse, because you look a few more laps down, and a few laps at this pace that these cars are doing is only a handful of minutes, and that automatic racing number 80 with Sebastian Rist behind the wheel right now is kind of lurking just a few laps behind. So hats off to Stratus Racing They knew they had the problem. Clay McGurk was able to bring it down, park it onto pit road in a safe manner. They had a replacement spare. The crew hopped over the wall, immediately got to work, and now they are seeing what they did with the car right back out there in action.
And at almost the same time, the 94 for the ZR2 class is back out on track. They have not lost the spot to the 177, who actually is also in pit lane, I'm showing on our tower here to the left. So they've hopefully not also gone behind the wall once again, but glad to see a couple cars return to the circuit after a momentary lapse and needing a little bit of work on the machines. You keep talking yesterday, Joey, about how much this is a team sport. There can't be enough praise for all the crews out here this weekend. And I mean, they've been put to the test about having to go into action, which usually in an endurance race, you hope that you don't do, that you just have to do those pit stops and little else.
The game plan can go awry sometimes, and you're right. I think that everybody has that prescribed set of pit stops or prescribed set of changes that they hope that they only have to do, but the drivers aren't the only ones that are having to adapt to the conditions on the racetrack. The teams also have to adapt in case any issues come up with those cars on the racetrack, and can't say enough great things about the Zenith Racing Series so far, especially yesterday with that 7-hour race going off without a hitch. I mean, the Code 60s that they're implementing really seem to be cleaning things up on the racetrack. And when I look at other forms of, call it professional motorsport, things can really slow down when we have those incidents on the racetrack. But I have kind of what I think about it, Joe, and the Code 60s keep everything moving, right? It's almost like there's just a moment to breathe, to assess what's going on, and then we're almost right back to racing.
We're getting word that the 57 is stopped at turn 2. I don't see any images. This is from race control, and I do see them stopped on my track map. So I'm curious what has happened.
I see him stopped on track on the uphill. Is really the exit of turn number 1, the very entry to turn number 2. And I'm sorry that my commentator's curse. I was just talking about something, and all of a sudden we've got a stalled car.
It moved a little bit, but unfortunately it was back down the hill to gravity, so I wonder if he was trying to get it going. Yeah, we might have a bit of an interruption. I didn't even get the commentator's curse out. I was about to say, wow, what a good job they've done getting back into this race, sitting in second there, but it's not going to be second for very long. And Code 60 will start in just a few moments' time, according to race control. We are going to have to slow down. They're going to have to recover that car. And the number 5 team with Randy Kinney will get promoted back up to second again.
Oh my goodness, drama on the racetrack just when we didn't expect it. We saw their other team car, the 59, maybe have an axle issue, and I wonder if it's a same type of issue, Joe. Now, typically when you lose an axle, you will lose drive in the car. We're familiar with limited slip differentials, and when you press on the gas, it drives both of the wheels. Well, when an axle is broken, it is only going to drive one of those wheels, and sometimes the race cars can't drive only on one wheel.
Exactly. Tends to hamper things a little bit. So within a relatively short amount of time, both Stratus racing cars have come across some sort of issue. We know that one was the axle. We're still waiting to see if there's the same problem here with this car. Based on the way things are going, my bets would be on the axle, but we have to wait to see what the real issue is. And this will slow things up. Now, do we have anybody that haven't been in the pits for a while? Do we have any team that could capitalize on this is the next question.
I'm sure there's going to be a few. The Code 60s are always a great time to get that cheap pit stop, and I think that's really kind of what potentially won us the race yesterday, is a car maybe getting just slightly off sequence from the leader, and then it all worked out for him in the end with managing those fuel loads and running it all the way dry to the checkered flag, while Unfortunately, it was this car that we're looking at stalled on screen that had to do that short splash of fuel towards the end. But Code 60s are always strategy opportunities.
Absolutely. And I think we've learned that very quickly, at least up here in the booth, that it's going to help shape these races each time it happens. So the teams need to keep an eye out on the track if they see anybody going slowly. I don't think drafting works very well at about 32 miles an hour, though, if I'm honest.
What I enjoy about this is it shows me that Peter Bank was very, very aggressive coming up to the Code 60. Did not pass a car, but they're both on the pit lane speed, or I shouldn't say pit lane speed limiter, but the Code 60 limiter, essentially not allowing them to go over 60 kilometers an hour. And that's just how close it is. I'm comfortable with that, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, they're not in really much of a danger. Now, he has to hope that car also doesn't have an issue, because if it suddenly loses power in front of him, that could mean very bad news. I don't know how many clips they have for the front of these cars that they could replace that quickly. And we're also hearing that the 77 is upsetting some people for being too slow. That is Gavin Vaughn in that P8 car right now.
And I think it is this car that's directly in front of us. So the 77 is going slow under a Code 60, which I completely understand. But the Random Vandals car was probably saying, hey, you know what? You're not at 60K. You're only at 50 kilometers an hour. I'm leading. This time is actually important to me.
And I think they're doing a driver change, because I think I saw the belts coming undone there. Yep, there we go. Peter's going to hop out of the car. Ericsson back in. See if that's going to be him taking it to the finish of this race.
Joe, look at this helmet. I have yet to see this method. You talked about how tight these cockpits are. Look at the Hans device taped to the helmet. So that way, and it looks like to be even maybe a little bit of a pad on the back of the helmet. I wonder if that's just to prevent the driver from banging his head as he climbs into this thing.
That's a good catch on that one. I mean, you can see the padding above him on our shots as well, on the roll bar, all kinds of stuff that they do have to ensure that you don't want to hit anything hard, essentially, inside this race car to help keep you from getting any sort of injury. You might be overall okay, but you can still get some serious bruises or some broken bones if you wind up thwacking anything too hard in there as he continues to put on the belts. Now, Kenny probably a bit far back up, because I believe, he is showing his 1 lap down. And with this being under Code 60, he probably is not going to catch. And again, I think the teams are starting to really get the idea that this is the time to jump in. You might not be at the end of your fuel stint. You might not be at the end of what you want to be your driver's stint, but you lose so much less that you got to take advantage of it as they're already back out on track.
100%. You can't let this go if it's potentially in the window. Let's say if you just stopped and you're only out there for 10 or 15 minutes. No, it's not worth it, because you're not going to gain that much time by putting the fuel in the car, right? It's going to be a very, very short stop, so you might as well stay out there on the racetrack. But I would say that if you are 60% of the way through your fuel stint or more, Code 60 is a perfect opportunity.
For sure.
And so now I love my competitor brain, and I'm sorry that it's ADD and it comes up with a point after I'm done talking over here.
It's okay.
But it can also just provide an opportunity to put yourself on the same strategy. Let's say if you were on half a back foot and you're not in danger of losing a lap, you can also bring it in, put some fuel in the car, and essentially equalize your strategy with whoever you're racing.
Yeah, exactly. Or if you find yourself, like we said earlier, that you're close on that fuel, you find yourself maybe being able to use it to get that cheap pit stop towards the end of the race. But we have the green flag, and they have cleared the car, so it's time to go racing once again, as we've changed drivers out for this number 97, but remains our leader, Randy Kinney, still in second. And it looks like Gurgis is still in third, too. So the number 3 car, who I think just took their stop as well and changed drivers, will hold on to the podium spots.
Well, we are back going green flag racing, and that's how quickly these things get cleaned up out here with Zenith Racing Series. Very impressive with those code 60s. Just drag that car off the racetrack and we get back going immediately again. 3 hours and 13 minutes with some change remaining here out of the 7 hours total.
And it was not Ericsson that jumped into the 97. It is Powell, actually, that has gotten into the car. At least our time and scoring is showing that. And I thought he was racing in another of the vehicles. So do we have another guy double dipping out there? Am I remembering wrong?
No, you're not remembering wrong. I have yet to see Eric Powell jump into that number 97. However, remember the majority of the day yesterday, that number 97 was a little bit down the order based off of some early mechanical problems. So might have not been eye-catching. And I do know that Eric Powell is very, very well versed in a lot of different types of race cars. We were talking about another driver similar, Chris Walsh, really kind of busting on the pro racing scene a few years ago. Well, Eric Powell has been doing that as well, at least for the last handful of years, hopping in a lot of different cars in a lot of different series.
Bad news for fans of the 85. Clifton Lipple has been given a 1-lap penalty. He passed under the code 60. That happened, they're saying, down in turn 5. Went by the number 41. So they were trying to chase down the 555, but they're going to have an extra hard time doing that now as they've got another lap to try and make up to get to him. In the meantime, we're still waiting to find out what happened with the 57, who's probably been taken back behind the wall to have that car assessed. But the 97 of Eric Powell leads in the ZP2s. Matt Million is currently in the 95, who leads in the ZR2s. Bassem Abdallah in the 555 leads in the leads in the ZR3s, as I think actually she just hopped in that car, I'm pretty sure, as they have just exited pit lane.
Working out as everything is just kind of still sorting itself out with this first true green flag lap under racing conditions after that code 60. Still seem like that number 97 was able to take advantage of that code 60, get that driver swapped in there and back out there on the racetrack. And I'm seeing from Sloan, because we were wondering during that pit stop, the pads taped to the helmet, and it says that it's just to basically prevent his helmet from banging around while he's driving the race car, so he can kind of rest his head back up against the back side of the seat there.
Yeah, it sounds like the seat insert maybe is great for his body positioning, not necessarily his head positioning. So great on the team for improvising here in the middle of the weekend and making sure that he doesn't have too much of a problem. Last thing you want is your head banging around, because yes, I'm sure the helmet is nice and comfy and keeping it safe, but he needs to be able to see well, and the more that your head is jostling around, the harder it is to hit your marks out on track. Right now, hitting each and every turn-in point in the Random Vandals car to lead this race by about a full lap over Randy Kinney.
Just to kind of expand on that point too, lots of drivers, especially if they're used to production cars, they have different types of seats, in these prototypes versus, let's say, an open wheeler versus a production car. And a lot of the production cars still have those halo seats with the head restraint on either side, lots of padding. So could just be a case that Eric is very, very much more comfortable in those types of seats more than the lay-down style of seat that we see more in these prototype machines.
I saw the 555 stationary there for a brief moment in turn 9, and we caught him just taking off here from the drone shot. I haven't seen any message from race control, but I wonder what put them off the track there momentarily, because they were definitely not moving when we flashed past them following this leader going by. Bit of a strange moment. I'm glad to see that they're at least accelerating away at this stage. And I'm also showing Barbarian, the 94, is now on an out lap. So they must have been in pit lane for a brief moment in that second placed car in the ZR2.
Yeah, and Joe, actually, I was able to find exactly what happened with that 555. So give me just a little bit of time and we'll be able to cue that up. I can say that there was no contact or anything of the sort down there at turn number 9, but definitely a little bit of an oopsie on the brake marker, I believe.
Aha. So we'll wait to see if we can get that pulled up for us as I think McGurk in the 59 going to at least inherit one of his spots back that he lost, having to change that axle, because they're getting close to re-overtaking the 57 of Waddell, but that's the sister team, so it's not going to be quite the moment of celebration I think that they were hoping for on that front. And then he's got a little bit to try and get up to the podium with the number 3, the next one up the road. Christian Gurgis is the driver he's chasing, at least for the time being. So, well, we hopefully will get a few visuals on the momentary issue that happened down into turn 9. I can show you. Here we go. We have it right now. And let's see what put him over there, Joey.
And there's a few cars here near the beginning that we're kind of cycling through. And then we're going to see basically the 555 come into the shot here soon enough. We got a few of these VP2 cars that are basically going to make their way through here. Here's the 555. Oh, no, it's the next one, the next white BMW out here. But Joe basically runs just a little bit wide. I don't see anything wrong with the car when he runs wide. He lets maybe a couple of these other classed cars come in underneath him. And then gets right back out onto the racetrack. So I can't really identify what actually happened with the 555 in that section.
Here, it looks like we'll get it up soon. And is that them? Yep, that's them right there. Yeah, just deep into the corner. And again, great heads up. So they just take off once again, just ahead of that 95 car with Matt Million, who leads in the ZR2 class. We've seen a few instances like that where class leaders come upon problems from other cars, which I think is the other thing that, we can't lose sight in endurance racing, Joey. Sometimes there's other people's problems that can become your problems in this style of racing.
Yes, and you always have to keep your head on a swivel just in case, because you do need to adapt out there, just like we've been talking about how these crews have always been adapting to those issues that have happened out on track when the drivers bring them. Well, those instantaneous decisions when you're a driver need to happen at that moment. If you wait a little bit too long, that 555 would have been coming back across the racing line, but it was very nice that he left the door open, made sure that there was nobody basically that he was going to chop the nose of when he was entering back to the racetrack, and everybody understood what was happening.
I'm curious if we'll see the 14 get back out there, because they've been behind the wall for a long time now, and it's been a bit of back and forth, as we mentioned before. But the crucial number to keep in mind is you need to have 50% or more of the class leaders' laps to be able to score points in this series and be classified. And right now they are below that threshold, but that obviously could change if they get back out on track. Tompkins in that 555 is leading that ZR3 class at 109 laps, whereas the 14 cars only completed 46. So it is a moving goalpost, if you will, but they definitely need to start catching up to said goalpost.
3 hours remaining, just a tick over 3 hours remaining. A little bit of a different situation that a lot of these drivers are in. Remember at this point yesterday, Joe, it was all Stratus Racing, right? The number 80, I'm not sure if they had their issue yet. It was kind of 2/3 of the way into the race, which is kind of where we're at right about now. But it was all Stratus Racing that we were talking about yesterday, and we have 3 completely different players up at the front here today occupying those 3 spots. Random Vandals Racing currently leading the way by a lap over Round 3 Racing, who currently occupies both 2nd and 3rd. And their 3rd place car has a nice 4-lap margin over Clay McGurk out there for Stratus Racing. So a totally different painting here today at Sonoma.
It really is. It's continued to heat up. We haven't talked about it in a while, that the temperatures have just gone up pretty high here today. We're up to about 96 Fahrenheit on the track surface now. Remember, we started at sub 60 degrees on the pavement out there. Yesterday, we saw it get as high as, I think it was about 106 Fahrenheit was the peak of it. Today, we haven't quite gotten to that yet, but we are right about in the middle of the day, as it's just past 12:30 here in Sonoma, California.
Random Vandals out front with their Raccoon. You know, we talked about it yesterday. Did we figure out who was the Raccoon at all?
No, they haven't told us. And anytime we go and chat with them, they are very tight-lipped on who they put in the suit. So, of course, if we don't want to spoil the illusion, we'll say what suit. He's a raccoon, right?
A wetsuit with the humidity, right?
That is true. The poor soul that would have to hop into that thing. Not sure that it's going to be there when we're down at VIR in the middle of the summer, but it's. I don't know. I'm curious if they'll ever reveal who they have in that thing. But it definitely, anytime I've seen it down on pit lane, if they have like a grid walk or something, if you look for a crowd of people, you can pretty much bet that it's the Random Vandals Raccoon.
You know, and I'm wondering when maybe the coonskin cap is going to come out for a lot of the crew members on those pit walk times, because I know the Raccoon is obviously the logo of it, right? The mascot of it all. But I'm sure that the crew members wouldn't mind getting into theme as well.
I could totally see them doing some merch for that, because I know they sell a fair bit of merch with all kinds of raccoon-themed stuff. So next time I get to talk to Paul, I'll see if I can suggest that one. Which, by the way, you know, it's not just with the liveries and the name of the team that they have fun. The team is very welcoming. I've been to races where I believe it's usually on Friday nights. They have a social. They have a drinking social where they break it out. They invite people to come on in and join the team down in the paddock and celebrate for a little bit. So they make it a very relaxed atmosphere.
I have some not great news to report, unfortunately. Sloan has given us the information that the Stratus Racing number 57 that had stopped on the racetrack just a few laps ago has is retiring from the race, Joe.
Man, I did not see that one coming. I thought that they would, especially the way that they got that 59 turned around, I figured whatever was plaguing Waddell's car, they would try and get that back out on the circuit, but it must be more serious than we thought. We don't have what it is quite yet, but that is, it looks like that is going to be official, that the car will no longer take part in this race, which means that you're going to see the 4, the 77, and the 98 likely re-overtake that car, as long as they keep also circulating around this track.
And it actually won't take very long.
We got a car off.
Yes, and this is at the exit of turn number 4. Is this the similar car that we had earlier, the 77, right?
Yeah.
That's the automatic
they had
racing
a few issues. Yeah.
Yeah, or I should say one of the Nimbus Motorsports automatic racing cars, because they've got the 80 and the 77 out there, but this looks to be the 77.
Yeah, it was the 80 that had the braking issue earlier on in the day, and now we've got a stopped car. Are we going to get another code 60? I shouldn't have said anything about the lap count earlier. He's rolling it. Is it? I think it's moving under its own power. That's not just rolling under gravity. He's going to have a hard time rejoining the track, though, unless he completely turns around there, or he takes a big shortcut. And he is heading it towards the big shortcut, it looks like. Maybe just trying to get it out of the way so that he doesn't interrupt the race.
That's the best way I've heard describe this, call it a boot section down here, a shortcut, because technically it is a shortcut, but it extends off of the racetrack like a long cut.
Yeah, exactly. This is, for those of you familiar, this is what NASCAR ran for a lot of years, yeah. I mean, he's well out of the firing line now. The question is whether or not they feel safe sending a crew, because I don't know if there's a wall that actually separates the turning of turn 4 down to where he sits right now.
And that would be the biggest question. The only way that a safety vehicle can get there is if there's a break in the wall that we can't see over.
There's no wall protecting it.
Yeah, and they are not going to send somebody counter track from that turn 7 hairpin. I doubt they would. I totally understand it. It is in a safe-ish area, so they probably could, but I totally understand why they wouldn't.
Well, and a good argument on that is the sister car, the 80. Remember that brake loss. If something like that happened, you don't want that car careening towards the scene of this accident. So I suspect this is going to have to be some kind of code 60, and we'll keep an eye on race control, seeing if they give us that info here anytime shortly. So yet more problems here in the latter half of today's race, while we switch our attention back to Eric Powell, going by the 177 of Pirelli down in that CR2 class. We're on to lap 126. Going to be lap 127 here shortly for the Random Vandals overall leader, although the track is about to be slowed down here in a moment.
I have a feeling it will be here soon enough. Actually, Joe, here we got pictures. They did send a truck out there. And that was what I was thinking they could possibly do, because if they retrieve it from this specific area, they can prevent a code 60 until it is ready to be completely retrieved back to pit lane.
Gotcha. Okay, so maybe trying to just interfere with the race a little bit less. And the safety crews are looking in the cockpit right now. I can tell you you'll see them on the screen as we go by with our leader. So thankfully, looks like they're in no rush, so nothing too dramatic other than possibly a mechanical failure with this car. And I think from what I can see on some of my angles, it looks like they may be positioning it for a flat toe. But this removes another car potentially that could have overtaken Waddell's 57, who, as we just heard moments ago, is officially out of this race. If the 77 is unable to keep going, then that's one less spot that 57 team will lose. 114 laps into this. They made it halfway through the race. I don't know if they will score points. It just depends on how far along the leaders will go.
And that's, I think, the biggest question. I think that these leaders, in terms of Random Vandals, are looking to keep it going as long as possible. And I'm noticing something on my timing and scoring.
Yeah, I am too.
The number 3 car, I don't want to jump up and down about it yet, but the number 3 car, which is our second place car, here it is on shot, stopped somewhere in Sector 2.
Now, we're being told it's turn 5, but my map is showing it somewhere on the outside of turns 1 and 2. Okay, so we've got that runoff area out of just on the entry to turn 6. This is where that car is stopped. And again, they are well out of harm's way as they sit right now. But 2 cars suddenly stopping in quick succession out on track. We're still green flag, though. They have not thrown the code 60. They may have to soon, because as you can see, they have hooked up the 77. And to get them back safely to the track, I think they may have to take them on the course itself. I guess they could take the outside access roads to bring it back if they really wanted to.
And then speaking, since we're talking about this car right here, the 77, I do see that Sloan is reporting that seems to be a gearbox issue here for the 77. And I do have a report that code 60 will be beginning here momentarily.
Okay, so much happening at once. I guess they figured might as well slow things down, and they have now, as you see, everybody come to a 60-kilometer-an-hour pace, and they can recover the cars that are stranded. So yeah, what you were saying, Joey, that looks like a gearbox issue maybe for the 77?
Yeah, that's what Sloan is reporting from down there on pit road, and I'm noticing a third car maybe even stopped as well, Joe. Turn number 4, car 77, I show is
that's
stopped.
That's the one we're
well.
looking at.
Oh, yes. No, I'm sorry. That was totally my bad. The 57 has already gone back behind the wall, and yeah, this the other issue was the number 3.
Well, I feel for Christian Gurgis, because that number 3 car was running in P2. They've kind of been swapping it back and forth with Randy Kinney in the 5, who has actually decided now is a good time to take a pit stop. Same thing with Powell, our leader in the 97. So more teams taking advantage of the code 60 to get an easy and quick pit stop, splash of fuel, and carry on their way. But this has certainly been a sudden shift as we went green for quite a while in the middle part of today's event.
And, you know, I did find the replay of what happened at turn number 6 for the number 3 car. It is very uneventful. It can barely catch it, and it just seems like he rolls straight into this access road out here on driver's right. I don't see any other cars around him. I don't see it out of shape at all. It just simply pulls it off the racetrack.
I'm going to take a guess that it's another mechanical or electronic issue inside the car, but he could not get that thing going yet again. There we see our leader in the 97 just kind of going by after they have taken their stop, so that's their outlap. We'll wait to see if they have replaced Powell in that car. Kinney, I think, also in pit lane. It looks like Clay McGurk has not come in. I don't know if they're going to respond as well, if they just haven't reached it quite yet. Let's see where the 59 is. Yeah, they're not back to pit lane yet, but they could be soon. So we'll wait to see if they also hop on in. And Brandon Kidd in the 80 car also in pit lane for the ZP2s.
This is going to be a little bit of a longer drive, unfortunately, for this number 3 car. Get it back all the way up and around, because this is basically the top side of the racetrack, and they're going to have to tow it all the way around. Maybe something that we learned from earlier today, it might be best to drive it through the carousel, right? And then pull that hard U-turn right onto the drag strip if you can, because from what we saw, the extraction from that area was relatively quick. Unfortunately for the number 3 car, they were doing so well, right? They had moved themselves up into that podium position. We're having a really good run out here, and just kind of unfolded.
Okay, so they're actually going to take this shortcut, the outer cut, down outside of turn 4. I was kind of with you. I thought that they would probably take it down the drag strip the opposite way and cut through to turn 11 to the pit entry, but they're going to go this way and take it on around through the S's, which is exactly what they had to do with the 77 as well. 59 did not come into pit, so Clay McGurk is going to stay out during this code 60.
I don't know if you caught it, but the tow truck driver with his hand out the window, making sure that there was slack in the line. That's the last thing you want to, especially being towed or as a tow truck driver, is having that strap break on you from having slack. And that's, you got to be careful about driving over that strap with those tires as well if you aren't dragging on the brake at this time.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about the elevation change around this place. You demonstrated that very well to me one day, showing exactly how far a golf cart can coast from the highest point of the track, actually.
I mean, it doesn't take much, right? Maybe in a golf cart, you need to give it a little bit of gas to get it up and over the carousel, but from turn 3A, you can pretty much coast it all the way down. Now, once you get to this flat section down here, definitely going to require a little bit more pulling power in this case versus horsepower, self-driven horsepower, unfortunately.
Yeah. And they're going to just take them through the shortcut at the chicane as well, since that'll help just kind of shorten the distance. There's that slack you were talking about that's harder to keep that distance through the chicane, and it's certainly proving to be a bit of a rough time with how long they've had to bring this car back.
And it's if you've never flat towed before, it can certainly be a new experience for a lot of people. You just got to keep your foot on the brake the whole time to keep that slack out of the line is all.
Good point. Yeah, Christian Gurgis may be learning a few things today that he didn't think he was going to be learning about how to run a race out there. And they're still actually, interestingly, showing as second place because Kenny is still remaining in pit lane for some reason. I know we've had Cam burn in and out in the 177 car, thanks to Sloan for that update. But we have not seen Kenny return since they pitted in quite a while ago. That's a bit concerning.
And that's both of the round 3 racing machines are now on pit lane. Unfortunately, we saw the number 3 get towed in. And then, like you were saying, the number 5 car, which has really been having a pretty solid day out there. That's that white and purple machine. And just as we noticed the cars coming back into pit lane, all of a sudden that code 60 is gone, Joe. Back green flag racing.
This is what we've been waiting for. And off we go with Eric Powell leading the way on our screens right now. By the way, I know we haven't touched on the other classes a whole lot. We've been a little bit focused here on the ZP2s, but there's not been much in the way of drama happening down in the ZR2s and ZR3s. So Matt Million leads in the ZR2s, and Tompkins leads in the ZR3s, driving the 555. Worth noting that Tompkins has driven the car all the way up to 7th overall because we've had so many problems with many cars this week in the Sunday race today.
I love seeing them get back going, though. That's part of the endurance racing aspect of it all. It's the team sport, not just the drivers out there. So it whole crew in getting involved here at Sonoma Raceway this weekend.
And it takes a team to do the broadcast as well. So we're going to give our crew just a little bit of a break here as we have less than 2 hours and 46 minutes left to go. We'll be back with more coverage here at Sonoma for the Zenith Racing Series. Welcome back. We are down to 2 hours, 21 minutes plus a lap to go, and we are back green flag racing after a brief interruption. The 98 of Random Vandals Racing came to a stop out of turn 7. They had to retrieve the car, but we're back running once again. Other than that, Joey, though, boy, there have been a lot of developments while we stepped away for a brief moment. Multiple cars have officially retired, and others have had more problems repairing issues with the mechanics.
Yeah, definitely lots of drama happening out there on the racetrack. We were getting those pictures of the number 98, the Random Vandals racing machine. Obviously not the one that we are riding on board with right now. That is our overall leader with Eric Powell still in the car. But yeah, the number 98 car had to get towed back. It wasn't too long ago that we saw the 77 having those issues out there. The number 3 was having the issues. So it seems like maybe lightning struck in a very blue sky out here in Northern California.
Really did. So the 5 is officially out of this race. From what we were told, it was gearbox issues. The reason that was a bit of a surprise is because it was the sister car 3 that came to a halt just before we went to break. That car is still back out there and running 3rd in class with Christian Gurgis still in the car. But in the meantime, it sounds like the 94 has had a problem with the plug injector. Or no, excuse me, is misfiring. That's what the 94 is. The 41 is having a plug injector problem. So there's so many issues that we're having to keep track of which car has what going on.
It's a lot to kind of take the notes, put them on the desk over here. I got lots of Post-it notes spread around the desk, and trust me, I have crumpled up quite a few of them and tossed them in the trash as the mechanical woes have happened out there on the racetrack. And one thing has stayed consistent, though, Joe, is we're talking about a lot of the drama or a lot about the issues, but number 95 car in that ZR2 class with Matt Millian behind the wheel, they have stayed consistent and pretty impressive. They're actually up in an overall podium position.
Yeah, and that is with 2 laps of penalty due to changing tires twice in this race. So they've overcome quite a bit on that. I think last we heard they're about, they're more than 11 laps because the 94 is in pit lane right now. So they're probably in the realm of about 14 or 15 laps ahead of second place currently. And just cruising around in that blue number 95, putting in the time. Powell here in the 97, likewise, doing a great job out here today with about 6 laps over second place. McGurk in the 59. Had a broken axle earlier on in this race. They replaced it, were able to get back out, but that is part of why you're seeing such a big gap between the top 2.
That gap is definitely kind of representative over there in that ZR2 class as well between first and second place. So a little bit spread out here towards the front of the field, but in a 7-hour race, especially when we had that other 7-hour race yesterday, I'm not surprised to maybe see the gaps kind of grow just a little bit more.
Yeah, we're hearing some strange noises from some of the cars out there at the moment, but the 555 rather is just carrying on. Tompkins in the lead with about a 1 lap gap over AOA Racing's number 85 car. So as we watch him circulate around turn 11, glad to see the ZR3. And I mean, you talk about the 95 being 3rd overall. The theoretically slowest class is 6th overall currently, while they lead their class. Tompkins has been, once again, that consistency that we've been talking about.
And that's what you want as a racing car driver, is to do the same thing every single corner, every single lap out there, so that way if you do change it and it's maybe a little bit slower, a little bit faster, it's easy to identify. And also just as a crew member, you like seeing the consistency because that means the car is being treated very carefully out there. The more aggressive you drive it, typically the lap times, they fluctuate just that little bit more. But you're right, the 555 pretty much on rails.
This is almost a return to how endurance racing was maybe about 30, 40 years ago, these days the cars are so bulletproof. It's often described as, an endurance sprint. Everybody is always going at 10/10s, but like you said, I think the teams are having to take care of the equipment. And one of my favorite stories on that front of how going slow to go fast can sometimes win you races is, I remember a story from Bobby Rahal saying back in the 80s at the Daytona 24, he was told to stay off the curbs and keep the pace down. And he wound up coming in one time, and I think he said he was something like 20 laps ahead of the next car and leading the race. They said, "We told you to slow down." He said, "I am. Everybody else has just been dropping off."
I think there's a story that I remember too, way back in the Champ Car days. I want to say maybe even an interview with Paul Tracy about the equipment. And
That's our leader.
This is our leader. This is the number 97 car, and they are slow on the drag strip section. This is going down towards turn number 7. Oh, Random Vandals has a problem.
They do have 5 laps over second place, but this might be our latest in what has become many Code 60s here in the latter half of the race. Apparently, it is another broken axle. This means that Clay McGurk in the 59 could re-inherit the top spot after they experienced the exact same issue.
So unfortunate, and I really wonder what is going on with these axles, because it has not been one car or one team. It has been literally every single one of these NPO1 cars, and now we are under that Code 60 slowdown.
Now, I wonder if one of the things that may make the difference, because as I said, the Stratus Racing team did go through the same problem, had to replace their axle, but they were able to drive the car, or at least coast the car back into pit lane, whereas now Powell has to sit and wait for the safety crew to tow him all the way back around, albeit that's under Code 60 conditions. That will cost him less. But, boy, this is not what they were looking for, because they're a full half a lap around.
Very unfortunate here for Clay McGurk. And, I mean, it certainly seemed like everything was... and you know what? This is not Clay McGurk. This is the Random Vandals car. This is Eric Powell in the car. I'm sorry for the misspeaking there. Clay McGurk is actually going to be probably overtaking for the race lead in the matter of the next few laps. So it is Eric Powell and that Random Vandals that's having the issue out there. But yeah, just so unfortunate, because this team, they overcame a lot yesterday with maybe a couple little issues, and they got the cars back going out late in the race, and they really showed how much speed they had in the afternoon yesterday. And then today, things were kind of more aligning with their strategy until this.
At least with one of the cars, the 98 had problems early. They are still on lap 83, whereas this 97 car stops on lap 145, if that tells you anything. And the NPO1, unfortunately, failing him with about 2 hours and 15 minutes left to go on today's clock. He still has, I'm still showing 5 laps over Clay. So by the time they get back to the pit lane here, theoretically, he still has 5 laps to get the car repaired.
Yeah, and I think if we want to kind of fall back on history, we can look at that Stratus Racing effort and how quickly they were able to change the axle on that car. So we're going to see if Random Vandals maybe has a spare axle ready to go, that they can basically get everything queued up on the pit wall right now, and when that car finally arrives, they can get going to work, just like how we saw one of their competitor teams do, or what their strategy is going to be to try to fix this thing.
You know, I had mentioned and alluded to that we were looking at kind of an old school style endurance race. This is going very old school. We may, or there's a slight chance that we could have an overall winner in the ZR2 class, because, I mean, Matt Million is only a lap behind Clay McGurk. Should Clay also have issues and Powell be able to get that car out and going, That's the next car in line to take the overall lead.
Well, and hopefully, right, all the hiccups are gone out of that number 59 car you're talking about, Clay McGurk, who I think is actually on pit road right now, as well as several of the other cars, because they have finally made it over to that pit lane entrance over at turn number 11 under this code 60. I like all of the strategy because we're riding on board here with this stricken car, and they're still on the S section, which gives plenty of time still under code 60. Here's the 59 in pit lane.
And they are going to do a driver swap. Okay, so McGurk going to hop on out. His teammate already with the seat insert ready to go. And they swap those while the rest of the track just cruises around at 60 kilometers an hour. You can see the fuel going into the car, another can being swapped out as they try to top it up as much as possible. And what a dramatic change from yesterday, where the code 60 came out. We thought we'd see some teams, but only a few had picked up on the advantage that it gives. Now it almost seems automatic. As soon as that 60 comes out, like we were saying before, unless you've pitted just a few laps ago, pretty much everybody is in and taking advantage of it.
I feel like that's the way you have to approach it. Typically in strategy, you want to make the call before the incident happens, right? If you can make it just 10 seconds before you sneak into pit lane and whatnot under a typical safety car issue. But with these code 60s, basically you want to wait until it just gets thrown and then immediately into pit lane. And that can be pretty tricky too, because under a code 60, you have to come down to that minimum 60 kilometers an hour. And if you're on the other side of the racetrack when that happens, you better hope it's one of these longer conditions versus just dragging a car across the racetrack, which we've seen happen a few times already this weekend and get cleaned up very quickly.
Exactly, and looks like the 95 also pitted in. I think Million has stayed in the car, so it looks like they'll get back out, remaining in the overall third. And green flag is now out as they have brought that car into pit lane, so we're done with our code 60. For some, this worked out just perfect. I can report the 177 is having some problems because I see visual on the hood of the car actually off, although they're putting it on right now. So maybe whatever problem they had, they've got fixed pretty quickly.
I see that as well. You're talking about the 177, that was that Camburn performance car, the Janetta in that purple ZR2 class, and still on pit lane, at least from what I can see. Now they've got it buttoned up and it has exited the pit stall, so they'll be re-entering the racetrack momentarily. I think most of that service was done under the code 60, and then they pretty much wrapped it up as soon as they went green.
That seems to be the call there. Jason Alder, by the way, hopped into the 59, so Clay McGurk, as we mentioned, did get out. They will stay in that second spot for the time being, but they're now only 4 laps down. We wait to see what will happen with the 97. Can it be a quick turnaround, or is it going to cost them the overall race lead?
Start to get some more green flag laps under our belt because we're approaching here 2 hours remaining. Is this 57 car rockets by us here, climbs up the hill up towards turn number 2 up here. These laps are just going to be really consistent, and this is the 59. I'm sorry, the 57 was the one that had the problem a little bit earlier, the black with the red highlights, and the 59 is the black with the yellow highlights, still out here running with Stratus Racing.
Indeed, and the 57 is officially out of this race as well, so they can't gain any positions from here. I think they might lose one more spot to Ethan Barker in the 77, who's still out running currently, but it'll still be some time before they overtake them on laps. So this is not our leader yet, but they are the lead car that is actually still out lapping right now, and they've got to hustle while they can make hay while the sun shines, if you will, and see if they can try to make up time in case that 97 does get out quickly. because we do know that the 97 has looked fast. Even if they emerge close behind Alder, Powell could still try to chase him back down.
That's the name of the game. They're trying to chase one another to the checkered flag, and whoever gets there first gets the biggest trophy of them all. And thankfully, we got 3 different classes out here with Zenith Racing Series. We're watching the ZP2 class on screen right now with our soon-to-be overall leader, the number 59 car. Is at the, call it, close end of the racetrack down here. Get that wonderful hospitality building that Sonoma Raceway has built. That's where Sloan introduced the show earlier this morning. Pretty cool to see that down there. And, of course, now we start the roller coaster ride back up the hill.
And it's been a lot of laps out there as well. This is lap 146 for, actually lap 144 rather for Alder, who we were following. It's lap 146 for this car, which is now having that axle being worked on. We'll see whether or not they can get that swapped out pretty soon here. I don't see the other one handled right now unless they've already put that aside.
Just the way that everybody is holding the bodywork, I believe that they've already got the new part in. I would expect them to be scrambling for parts or for tools if they were still taking the old one out. So it certainly seems to be that they are torquing everything back down. Yep, that's exactly what's going on, making sure everything's nut and bolted there. They've got the tire. That should be going on here soon enough once they're happy with the corner, and then the bodywork will go back on, and hopefully we'll get this race car back out on the track.
They're still 2 laps up. They are still our leaders right now. If it is that close, there is a chance they could return in the lead of this race. And I think if they do manage to come away with that lead and they come away with a win, both Eric and his teammate are going to owe maybe some extra round of drinks tonight to his crew.
And I think we're seeing Random Vandals really execute perfectly on this. Now, we saw the other actually be changed on pit lane, and you think, well, hey, if you can get the work done on pit lane, why not? But here in the garage, look at how many people you can have working on the car at the same time. You don't necessarily have to worry about everybody over the wall, suited up, having all the safety equipment on. You've got the toolbox, you've got all the spares, you've got everything readily accessible in the garage. And yeah, Joe, to your point, I mean, this is losing less than 5 laps. What is this, about 3.5 laps? They've already got the car on the ground and about to roll it out.
I think Alder is still about 1 lap behind right now. That is them, I think, that we just saw on screen behind the trees. But the 97 is under its own power. There you see pictures of it now. What an amazing job. That is shades of the old Audi team taking apart the back half of a car and replacing it in the middle of the race years ago.
It was very well executed from Random Vandals. And we're going to see really, I'm going to call it right now that if they do win this race, that right there is going to be the move of the race, is the team jumping into action, fixing that race car, and getting it back out on the racetrack.
I'm watching carefully to see whether or not Alder will actually catch up onto the same lap. Certainly making it a bit of a closer race, that's for sure, but not in the way I think we expected. They've made it onto pit lane now, and it looks like they are giving it service as we see them refueling the car, which you might as well do while it's in there.
Correct, and this makes sense. I highly doubt they want any fueling going on inside the garages during the race weekend, and let alone while the race is going on. They're going to have to re-enter it back to the racetrack. And I mean, talk about massive props to our pit lane camera ops down there. I think that's Tanner with our mobile camera. He literally, I watched him run from the garage to their pit stall to make sure he got the shot of that thing in the pit stall. Oh man, what a job.
He's giving Sloan a run for her money for this weekend, quite literally. Both of them getting tons of exercise as they come around onto the track now, and they are our leader. Now, I think they are indeed on the same lap checking to see where the 59 is. They're about 3/4 of a lap ahead.
They got the job done, right? And that's what matters. It doesn't matter if you're 1 second ahead. It's even better if you're 3/4 of a lap ahead. And so Random Vandals has returned their number 97 race car out to the track and resume in the lead.
I would not have predicted that when we saw that car come to a halt during our break. So, or well, not during our break. I guess it was the other car that came to a halt. I guess it was right after we came back that this suddenly stopped right about here, just before turn 7. And now it's right back up to speed. As Alder's probably asking his team, wait, what do you mean they're still in front of us?
Well, it was really a kind of a race of the teams, right? Because before, both the 97 and the 59 had axle issues. It was kind of a flip-flop of the strategy, right? The 59 was just out in front, and the 97 was maybe just a couple laps behind on strategy, not necessarily on position, right? But maybe just slightly off sequence on the fuel strategy, but still on the same lap. And all of a sudden, that Stratus car had their axle issue, and we thought, oh man, that's a handful of laps down. That's going to be tough to overcome. But then Random Vandals had their issue. The number 3 car had their issue out on the racetrack. So that's what I was saying. I think it's really coming down to these teams and their performance to get the car back out on the track.
Definitely. And Million will not get to lead this race, at least for now. Although I think he's only 1 lap behind Alder currently. And we saw the 177 get lapped once again. Pirelli back in that ZR2 car, currently running in 3rd of our ZR2 class. I do believe, the ZR2 class is the only class in which every car is still running. All 4 of them are on the circuit.
That's pretty cool out there to have those cars out there still running on the circuit. I know that we've seen a lot of these axle issues on these, call it ZP2 cars, the NPO1 chassis, but it seems like the teams are very, very well prepared in order to get them fixed and back out on the racetrack. So props to everybody, not just the drivers here this weekend.
A lot of dedicated people who've been making this all happen out on track. I think we just had the 94 in and out of pit lane. So Barberi is back out in 2nd there for that ZR2 class as well. And looking to see what else we've got in terms of interesting stories starting to develop out on track. We're now less than 2 hours to go as well, Joey. So anybody who stops here should be able to go on 1 more stop after that.
You're right. They should be able to. However, just kind of have to wait and see how everybody plays their cards and whatnot. Maybe if somebody is using a little bit more fuel, trying to squeeze some more performance out of it. But right now, the lap time's actually from the number 97. I'm actually waiting for them to get fully up to speed, because that was a 150.4 that last time. And from Stratus Racing, who my producer is correcting me, is on the same lap as them right now, is doing about 3 seconds faster per lap.
Interesting. Okay. The race is on. With that much time left, I don't think it's impossible that they could make this happen. And you also have to wonder how much is Powell just kind of making sure that the car is good out there, because you've just replaced another part once again and are getting it going. So he's probably just making sure he doesn't overstress things and wind up in the wall here after the crew did such a good job getting that car back together. So with us heading into what is essentially the final third of the race here shortly, it seems as though the race is once again on for the lead. For the first time in a while, we've had the leaders on the same lap, as well as they've been quite separated for a number of hours at this stage.
keep on swimming. Just got to keep on swimming out there. And Joe, I think that we've got some more info, not just race car stuff as well.
Yeah, let's head down to Sloan, who's got a stint with Sloan on the way.
Hey guys, welcome back to A Stint with Sloan, where race car drivers trade the seat of their cockpit for a seat on a $30 blow-up that I bought at Target the other day that is currently deflating as we speak. However, I'm not here with a driver today. I'm here with Brent, who is pit crew and mechanic on 9-4's racing team. One thing to know about racing is that it's very expensive, and one thing we really like to have is sponsors. Today, or for this race, we have the sponsor of Big B Energy Drink, a thoughtfully crafted energy drink. Big B Energy stands for more than just energy. We stand for empowering people to be big in everything they do. So this drink, they are sponsoring the 9-4 team this weekend, so I thought that we would go ahead and try the 3 flavors that we have available. The thing to know about this is it's the caffeine sweet spot. It's about 80 milligrams of caffeine. That's about 1 cup of coffee. Strong enough to give you real energy, but not so intense you get the jitters. Perfect if you want more than soda, but don't need/want 300 milligrams of caffeine. And there's no artificial colors. It is a 250 milliliter can. Easy to grab, easy to carry. Sustainability, heat shrink labels that are actually recyclable. All right, save the planet. So in typical Sloan fashion, I don't do things the normal way. I think that Brent and I should have a chugging contest to see who can chug each drink the fastest. And then obviously we're going to rate them on a scale of 1 to 10. So I'm not sure if it's the best idea, but I really think that at this point I've committed to it, and I didn't make you sign a waiver, but consensually, are you consenting to chugging each of these drinks?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I've been drinking them all weekend. They are pretty good. I would, probably pick one out if I saw it in the store, and, I would say give it a shot, see what happens.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. We're going to give it a chug and see what happens. So the first flavor we're going to try is white cherry fizz. And it's carbonated too, so I don't know if I can do this with one hand. Hold on there. All right, so I'm so scared, I'm not going to lie. I guess we're going to see who finishes it first. Cheers. Just about, or did you finish it? Okay, so I did not finish mine, but I do have some tears in my eye. But honestly, I really like that one. I think I'm going to give that a 6 out of 10. What do you think?
Yeah, I was going to say about an 8 out of 10. I think they're a mix between the flavor of Red Bull and Celsius, kind of not too powerful, but still has some flavor to go along with it.
Yeah, no, I'm actually not mad about that one. It's 110 calories per can, but I don't think I drank all of it. I definitely didn't. There's probably like that much left, maybe a little less than half. I'm actually really impressed with myself. So, okay, cool. So that was the white cherry fizz. Now we're going to go to summer melon. Yeah, that sounds actually pretty refreshing. So, God, I've got tears in my eyes from the carbonation. Well, that's all right. Hallelujah. Now I'm cheating. It's probably helping me a little bit. Okay, cheers. I'm not good with carbonation.
See, I've been drinking them all weekend, so I know a perfect way to get all the energy out of them.
Wow. Okay. I didn't even get halfway there, so. All right. I think, honestly, this one, it was pretty good. I think I'm going to give it a 4, though, because it was a little aggressive, I think, for my taste, for whatever reason, so.
Yeah, it's probably my least favorite out of the 3. I feel like it kind of tastes like a Jolly Rancher almost with this flavor. It's the most flavorful. And, Yeah, it's the least favorite out of the three, but it's still a great drink, you know.
Jolly Rancher is a very good answer for that. Yeah, okay, next one is a Strawberry Smash. Oh, good Lord. Okay, do you like Strawberry Smash?
This is my favorite one. I enjoy it a lot. You know, I find it the most like other energy drinks out there. So we'll see what goes on.
Okay, all right, we'll see what goes on. Oh, that good crack of the can. Oh God, I'm in pain a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, cheers. Oh, that's
very refreshing. This one.
Very refreshing. Well, okay, keep going. All right, I have like a ouch. Did you finish it?
Not yet, no.
Oh God. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can do this.
Down 2 of them.
I know. I'm slowing down a little bit. He said you just down.
I just down 2 of them. I got to savor this one.
Yeah, I guess we got to savor this one. I think I don't know. I'm gonna finish one of these, and I think it's gonna be this one. I'm really impressed with myself right now. Hold on. Almost done, I think. You want to talk a little bit about 9-4 while I try to finish this drink?
Yeah, sure. You know, we're glad to be invited to this series, and, you know, it's a great opportunity for us. We got a great result yesterday, P1 and P2. I know today we're running P1 and P2, and, you know, our drivers are just wonderful. Oh, you finished one. But yeah, overall, I mean, this weekend for us has been, you know, a learning curve for testing, and it's been wonderful for us.
I finished it, and it was really delicious. I know I look like I'm in pain, but I'm not. I don't really drink a lot of carbonated things. I think I need to go take a nap. I'm not going to lie. Well, now I feel like I have a lot of energy. I can't stop burping.
See? Now you're going to have the problem that I was having.
Okay, well, this has been really exciting. Thank you so much for joining me on this adventure. And thank you to B Energy Drink for sponsoring 9-4 Motorsports, 9-4 Racing? 9-4 Motorsports this weekend for the inaugural Zenith Racing Series race. My chest is in a lot of pain right now, but thank you. And now back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. The good news is Sloan won't have to buy a plane ticket back home after that much energy drink. So, I am curious what they taste like. I'm not a big energy drink person myself, but now the descriptions have me curious as to what those would be like. I do hope she's safe, because I noticed on the back of the can it does say consume responsibly. So I don't know if I'm going to be chugging 3 at a time quite like Sloan did.
Well, she's been running up and down pit lane out there, so I don't blame her for trying to maybe get a little bit of extra energy and trying to finish out this, call it, hour and 48 minutes plus a lap still remaining. This Random Vandals Racing number 97, ever since they got back out on the track, has been able to maintain the lead. And Joe, I'm so thankful for all the partners that we've got here with Zenith Racing Series, including all of the energy drinks that Sloan is giving a try. And we'll have to have her give a full report on all the flavors maybe at the end of the day.
Absolutely, yeah. I want to hear. So I concur. A big thank you to all the folks that help make this happen. The sponsors definitely are a big part of what makes racing go round. I did get information that the 98 is officially retired, making our 5th car that is now officially out of this race. They were running in last in that ZP2 class. I suspect they're just too many laps down. They don't feel it's worth continuing to cycle the car around at this stage, because they're not going to make up any positions, most likely. Regardless, their sister team still leads, and at about a lap ahead of the 59 that has been chasing them.
59 is also, they're doing what they need to do. Their sister car, their other team car, was kind of the fastest car of yesterday, but the 59 has kind of been the fastest car of today. And ever since they had that little bit of an issue, they're on the back foot. But the Random Vandals issue has kind of leveled that playing field. Right now, our second place car is the fastest car in that ZP2 class. Last lap, 146.9. Actually, this time by a 145.7. Compare that to our leader at a 148.4. So they're taking huge chunks of time out.
Yeah, we had covered that before our little break there with Sloan, so it does look like it is working out pretty well at this stage. How much more can they gain in this process? Because the car with Peter Bank now in that number 97 is trying so hard to keep that lead. The team did all that hard work. Are they going to be rewarded with a win on day 2? I want to give a little bit of credit once again to the number 3 car, who, despite stopping on track, still remains on the podium in that ZP2 class, with Gurgis still circulating. Another of our various BMWs being lapped by Bank as he heads over 1, 2, and into 3 once again.
Dealing with a little bit of that class traffic there, and that also happens to be the 555 who is leading their class. Tompkins is behind the wheel of that Bruce Innovations BMW that we just saw this number 97, this green car, go by there. So 2 different leaders here that we've got pretty much in the same camera shot as they go down through the carousel and out onto this drag strip section. We call it the drag strip because we're pretty familiar with it, but I wonder how many people actually visit Sonoma that aren't necessarily always full motorsports fans that realize that, hey, you know what? That is a drag strip right in the middle of our road race track.
It's not a nickname or a straight name, I guess you would call it. It is literally a drag strip. NHRA races here. This is one of the more versatile racing facilities that you're going to come across. There are a fair few that share a drag strip with a road course out there. But how many of them can say it's got a drag strip, a road course, and they run not only NASCAR on the road course, but then at times you'll get sprint cars and late models running on the oval here where you see turn 11 is. They can turn that portion into an oval, and our producer points out there's a go-kart track as well.
Yeah, the go-kart track is basically up on top of the hill, but behind this camera shot right here on start-finish. So I'm pretty sure that if you had maybe a big old trebuchet, you could launch some water balloons down to everybody here at the regular racetrack.
That'd be a giant water balloon that you're launching from a trebuchet. Or maybe I'm just used to very large trebuchets. This is up to the 177 as our leader gets ready to lap the Ginetta once again. Still going to take home at least a 3rd place the way things are going right now. As we mentioned, the 41 is still out there, but I'm showing about 30 laps behind, it looks like, the Camburn Performance car, so I don't know that Retro Rockets are likely to catch them up, even with still more than an hour and a half left to go on the clock. In fact, I see that the 41 is in pit lane right now. We haven't seen the 14 out in some time, but I don't think we've seen an official retirement from that car yet either. So we won't stick a fork in them quite yet.
Yeah, you mentioning that AOA racing car that was having those little bit of issues. But good part about that team is that they have multiple cars in today's race. Talking about AOA, they're also in second with Lipple behind the wheel currently in that ZR3 class. They're campaigning the number 85 car. That's 7th overall. And we keep talking about how different yesterday's race was in comparison to today. And all we got to do is look at that timing and scoring ticker on the left side of the screen. We have lots of different multi-class mixed throughout just even the top 10, where typically yesterday it was mainly these ZP2 cars that were occupying the top 5, top 7 spots.
Yeah, exactly. They tended to, despite the issues, stay ahead of these cars, but they've been so numerous today that they've found themselves, unfortunately, behind many of the slower classes. I think Brandon Kidd just moved the 80 car up into third.
It is because that number 3 car, as far as I know, I believe it is still... no, it doesn't show that they're in pit lane. It shows that they're back out there on the racetrack, but you're right, the 80 car has moved up into 4th place.
Interesting. Automatic Racing now looking at potentially taking that car back to a podium finish, considering it looked like at one point that car was unable to stop going into corners. And have we had another change for position?
Well,
the 59 is showing his head of the 97.
Well, but we're watching the 97 here on the screen, and there was no pass for the position here. So I think we're just working through a few different timing and scoring deals as the timing loops kind of go by and the cars go by the different timing loops. But I'm with you. It cycles the 97 into second, but we physically did not see a pass.
Yeah, so apologies. This is always one of those trust your eyes sort of situations rather than the timing and scoring. Alder is, Bank is still our leader right now. This should probably update once they cross the timing line here at the start finish. And no, it has not updated, but we'll still assume that there hasn't been a change that we've seen out there. So this should still be your leader currently. In the meantime, what I was talking about earlier with the 80 car, they were actually in the wall at one point, I think, down at turn 6 rather, down through the carousel. They didn't hit hard, mind you, but it was not looking good. They had already been off at turn 7 just a lap or two before that happened, where the car seemed to not want to stop. They got back out, and then it seemed like the problem had not been solved. Since then, and I'm knocking on some of the fake wood next to me, Joey. Since then, we haven't seen it resurface.
So we're getting some information from race control right now that they have manually adjusted this. The 97 is actually not our leader anymore because they did have to get flat-toed into pit lane, and I completely understand why. They did not complete the lap under their own power, so that lap is essentially invalidated. That will move the 59 up to the lead.
Okay, so that makes more sense now. So theoretically, they did not get them out in the lead, but pretty darn close to it. The bad news is, as you've been saying, the 59 has been consistently quicker than the 97 since that pit stop. So I'm not sure if we'll see that battle for the lead start to happen, but there's still lots of racing left to go. And there could be a driver change somewhere in there because they both owe us at least one pit stop.
They both owe us, and I was just kind of trying to remember when that random Vandals car got back going, because remember, we covered them putting a full tank of fuel in the car before they resent them out on the racetrack. And I want to say it was about 20 minutes ago, like right around the 2-hour mark. I don't think that the strategy is quite over. Now, I don't know when the 59 is due for a pit stop, if he's only due 1 or if it's due 2, kind of like what we saw yesterday with the late splash.
Yeah, just double checked, and you're right, it was about 20 minutes ago that they had that refueling, maybe a little bit less than that. So it should mean they are capable of getting away with that one stop to the finish from here. The question is, I don't know when the 59 last stopped, because if they need 2 stops, that's going to be a lot harder to overcome.
I think what we're actually going to do is I'm going to try to see if Sloan will wander on down to that Stratus Racing camp, that Stratus Racing pit box, because that will certainly help us with strategy up here. Is that, do we know if the 59 car only has to stop one more time, or Are they thinking they're going to have to stop 2 more times? I think that's really going to be the inkling that also Random Vandals is looking for as well.
Yeah, good point. And it is kind of neat seeing both these teams, the Random Vandals and Stratus Racing, came into this with 2 bullets apiece in their chambers, and both are down left to 1 to try and take this to a win. So the whole team, all the resources now focused on these cars to try and get them everything they need to the finish before the other. And it's been a fascinating ride at the end of this one, with a lot of twists and turns that no matter how many years I cover racing, Joey, it feels like something new always seems to happen that I've never quite seen before.
Yeah, there's lots of different paths to get to a checkered flag, isn't there? And sometimes it's not always the smoothest path. Sometimes it's a little bit bumpy. Sometimes it includes some broken axles, unfortunately, for some of these teams. And now that I think about it, if the 59 or the 97 becomes the victor, they would have both had to overcome that adversity that I was just mentioning.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to think if how many of the ZP2s have not replaced their axle in today's race. I'm pretty sure all of them have replaced it at least once this weekend. I was going to just jump in. I was going to say, I think the only one that we don't know for sure is that number 3 car, right? They pulled off the racetrack, but they got back going relatively quickly. So I'm not sure if that was an actual issue or not, but I can say that the 59, the 97, and the 80, they've all had that issue. Yeah, so they've had to go through that, but now they've got quite a bit of experience, I will say. So the team, as we've seen with the 97, can get that turned around relatively quickly. And they did an incredible job on that front. Matt Million, who's still sitting in the 95, is still 3rd overall, and actually still only a lap down from both of those cars on top of things. They are, let's see, what are they running? About 150s right now. So yeah, they're definitely not catching at this phase, since they put those Continentals back on and switched the tire compound. Still decent laps for sure. In fact, I think they're running 5 seconds a lap faster than P2 in that class right now.
Pretty impressive. And that's all about endurance racing. Sometimes you're fast at the green flag. Sometimes you're fast towards the end of the race. And sometimes you're fast all throughout the race because your driver combination is just so gosh dang good out there. And I've seen a lot of these teams, both in ZP2, ZR2, and ZR3, that have so much potential out there, and Zenith Racing Series is really providing everybody that platform to go and show how good they are, whether it is performing behind the wheel, whether it's the team performing when the car has an issue out there to get it fixed up and get it back out on the racetrack. Lots more potential to grow here with this ZRS series.
And I do hope that this series becomes sort of one of those areas where you can see that talent come up and get noticed. I mean, we've got teams such as Random Vandals, which have outreach in many sports car series that have campaigns over in them. That maybe this could become not only a place where they get more seat time for some of their drivers, get some experience, but gives them a chance to try out maybe a new driver that they've discovered. Say, hey, here's your chance to show us what you got in a very unique format in some of these longer races.
Watching this leader here, I think that Sloan might be down there. Not going to go to her, but I think we're kind of talking with her about this Stratus Racing team and this 59 leader. Tough to tell if they still have 1 more stop or 2 more stops left, but I think we're going to get our answer probably in the next 15 minutes here. Because if they do need to have 2 more stops, I doubt they can push it past that.
Yeah, Like you said, the clock's going to tell everything. Eventually, we'll see whether or not they need those 2 stops. But I do believe that you're probably right. It's going to be that extra visit to pit lane, that or maybe a lot of fuel saving to try and get to the end. As we continue to watch Jason Alder in the 59, our current leader of the race, on lap 163 currently after starting. I think you said it was, 215 yesterday? That's what we made?
Yeah, something about that, like 218. I can pull up that results once again. I've got it right here. 228 laps is what the NP01 was doing. And then our other class in the ZR2 class, it looks like 219 laps.
Gotcha. Okay, so don't think we're going to be reaching that quite, especially after we've had some extended Code 60s here in the latter half of today's race. Definitely a lot more cars dropping out. 5 of them officially are out of this race right now. The 5, the 57, the 98, the 722, and the 24 all are DNFs for race number 2. But hopefully we'll get to see them come back in a few weeks' time when we head off down to Barber Motorsports Park for race number 2 in this series. All right, we're down to 90 minutes plus 1 lap to go. There's still some unanswered questions. Yes, I see those big gaps on our tower on the left-hand side, but stick with us because we've seen multiple times, we've been proven multiple times that nothing can be taken for granted in the Zenith Racing Series. You have got to be prepared to roll with any number of punches that are going to come your way.
Seeing everybody, maybe just a little bit of pit lane activity down there with some other cars. I think round 3 racing might be getting ready for a stop down there as well. Just trying to decipher all of this strategy that's going on. I mentioned, with an hour 30 left, call it 90 minutes pretty much on the clock here, plus a lap. We've seen these cars, Joe, about 60 minutes, 65 minutes, maybe even up to 70 minutes, depending on the green flag situation. So if they stop before an hour 10 remaining, I would expect them to have to stop again. If they stop with an hour 10 or less, it should be their final stop.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I think you're right that rough 70 number, is about the max. Number. Yeah, rough number. But I do think that 70 minutes should probably be the limit for a green flag racing out here, at least based on our experience so far. These teams, much like we, are probably kind of figuring all this stuff out, as well as Million is going to allow the overall leader to scoot on by. Million's been in that car for a long time now, too, because I believe Colin Garrett got out with something like 3.5 to actually maybe even 4 hours to go. It feels like a long time ago.
Yesterday they were just swapping every single. So I think we kind of got in the rhythm of every hour they were changing drivers. When I was hopping in the car, I would want to be in the car maybe for just a little bit longer. I completely understand the flip-flop. Every team has a little bit of a different strategy on it, but I always felt that a double was kind of the first true rhythm that you were feeling out there, and you were just synced into the muscle memory. You could click off consistent lap after lap after lap. So they also could have kind of changed that strategy up to a double-double, which would kind of stick those drivers in the car for maybe a little bit longer.
Double from In-N-Out sounds really good right now, honestly. But we'll talk about food another time. As it's definitely an interesting call from them, but Matt Million getting his reps in. We heard a Sloan chat with him a little bit earlier about what the experience has been like. Actually, even literally had a sit down with him, I'm sure because he was so tired that it wasn't even a standing up interview over there, talking about how he was sore and just kind of feeling things and mostly needing to take care of the physical things of your body when you push it to that limit, Joey. You mentioned not just the hydration. I think something people don't realize, he needed to make sure his salt intake was good. You lose a lot of salt when you sweat.
100%. You need to make sure hydration, make sure salt, make sure protein levels, all of that stuff that you have fueled the body properly. We always think about race cars and we put fuel into the race car. Well, guess what? The driver is the one that's in control of the race car. You also need to fuel up the driver, make sure they are ready to go out there. So lots of different things to manage on the course of a race weekend. Sometimes it's not just the nuts and bolts, but the flesh and muscle as well.
Sounds like we might be heading off to Sloan here shortly, as she's got an interesting one lined up. We talked about many of the teams maybe using this as a ground to grow that team, find some talent. Sounds like some of that talent has come from the college side. Sloan, who have you got over on your seat now?
Hey guys, welcome back to Stints with Sloan, where race car drivers trade in the seats of their cockpit to sit down on a $30 chair that I bought at Target the other night that is currently deflating as we speak, and I'm pretty sure is completely deflated by now. However, I don't have drivers with me. I have the mechanics from Round 3 Racing, who are also Clemson Tiger Racing. Do I have that correct? Perfect. So I wanted to give a little shout out to them because you're still in college, right? And so they're taking time off of school right now to be here. But I think I want to give them time just to kind of talk about, like, if you do want to get into racing and you're young and you don't know what's going on, or you're trying to, get your foot in the door. I heard some college programs have stuff like this, but I really want to give them a chance to kind of talk about what their experience has been. And so give us your name and a little bit about your background, and we'll kind of just pass it down the line and kind of tell us about yourself and what you're hoping to do in racing.
Sure, absolutely. My name is Tyson Tucker. I'm a junior or senior in the automotive engineering program at Clemson University. I'm the team principal for Clemson Tiger Racing, and so we're able to manage our own endurance motorsport team out of the university, out of all their facilities, and we run an endurance series similar to this. We're able to house our own in-house media team, our drivers, pit crew, race engineers, and all that stuff. I'm fortunate enough to sit on both the pit crew and the race engineers, and looking to continue my work with Round 3 here, as well as Wayne Taylor Racing and IMSA starting this summer for the race engineering team.
My name is Matt Flame. I am a master's student at Clemson. With Clemson Tiger Racing, I'm a team driver and the lead mechanic. Our car is a 91 Miata. The past year and a half, we've been building it from the ground up and testing it at track days. Like Tyson said, we had our first race a few weeks ago. And just huge thanks to the Round 3 crew. We're having an amazing time here and learning so much.
I'm Ryan Reed. I'm a freshman at Clemson. I'm Ryan Reed, freshman at Clemson, planning to do automotive engineering. I'm a part of mechanics as well as pit crew. I'm the main fueler for pit crew. One of my first work days that I went with the club, I went from little to no mechanical experience to jumping in and helping swap our engine literally the day before our track day. So yeah, it's very fun.
Hey, my name is Ferris Krippendorf. I'm a sophomore automotive engineering student here at Clemson and the sim racing division lead, and also one of the drivers. With almost about 100 members we had in our club and only our third year running this year, we have a lot of people looking to get in and around the car. And at least for drivers, we offer a lot of opportunities between sim racing and development as we lead into our races, but also autocrossing and just general seat time around the team. It's a great opportunity, and for me, trying to get into racing, I didn't necessarily have easy opportunities growing up, and so this team's been able to give me my first opportunity behind the wheel with Matt Flame and 3 of our other drivers, so it's been an incredible opportunity, very quick growth, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what we can do in the future here.
That's awesome, guys. I think that it's a lot of work to be at the track and also to be a full-time student at the same time. I don't think I would have been able to do it. Maybe I'd like to hope I could. But, you have those really late nights in college and you're having really late nights at the track as well. I feel like that's probably really good for character building. And I think we just wanted to give a shout out to your race suit because that was awesome. I think we got a little bit of coverage on that earlier today, but you look so prepared and just like, I don't even know the right word at this point. I'm still recovering from the energy drinks that I drank, but very classy, that's the word. So yeah, thank you guys for all your hard work. Thank you guys for being an inspiration for people who want to get into racing, and I feel like it's really nice just to have some people to look up to know that even if you're still in college, or if you're not in college, or you're just wanting to learn from people about their journey, it's cool to have you guys share that. So thank you guys so much. We're rooting for you guys on track. I know it's been a little crazy today, but you guys had a great day yesterday, and we're hoping for you guys to finish strong. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Can we plug the Instagram?
Sorry?
Can we plug the Instagram?
Yeah, what's your Instagram?
Follow us on Clemson Tiger Racing and ClemsonTigerRacing.com.
You heard them, folks. All right, back to you guys.
Thanks for that, Sloan. I love that colleges are starting to pick up how much racing has to offer on that front, because, I mean, we as race fans, Joey, have known for a long time there's so much in math and science that's involved in this sport. And like we talked about yesterday, there's a lot of different things that you can involve in this sport. But what a cool testing ground that you get some of your students in and say, hey, you can get some real world applicable experience in the realm that you want to be in if you go to a racetrack.
I mean, a racetrack, a race team is basically one giant STEM program, right? STEM curriculum is so popular, and really getting hands-on with these different topics of math and science and engineering. And I mean, a great way to explain it out here is the tires, right? The tires are doing a ton of work out here. They work in conjunction with the suspension on these corners. Well, how do you understand all of that? You're definitely going to need to go to school to understand the engineering back behind a car. But here at the racetrack, you can physically put your hands on it. You can see how much the tire warms up, how grippy it gets. You can see ride heights with suspension. What happens when we lower this front end of the car and put more weight on the front end? These are all calculations, all numbers that the teams can look at. So it goes well beyond just driving it and being a racing car driver. There are so many topics of interest. We talked about a lot of the jobs, just jobs that are available within the race team or at the racetrack. And if you like STEM curriculums, if you like math, if you like science, I mean, what better area to look for than automotive?
It provides plenty for you to dig through and get your teeth into. It sounds like Steve Libby is bringing the 94 into pit lane pretty soon. They're still sitting in second, and they've got quite a few laps, I think, ahead of the 177. So they're unlikely to go down a lap from them, at least as things stand now, unless they have a problem on pit lane. And we saw the 555 as well getting passed by the 95. So there was our ZR3 leader getting lapped by the ZR2 leader. Gap between the 59 and the 97 right now. I see the 59 heading into turn 7, and the 97 is currently going past the start-finish line. So looks like somewhere in the realm of about a minute and a half between them.
Yeah, I think I see, at least on our screen, about, at least a minute. And if they're all the way at the other end of the track, that certainly makes sense down there. Stratus Racing trying to capitalize on their track position, and this was the car that you had just mentioned. Steve Libby bringing in the 9.4 Motorsports car. This is our second place car in this ZR2 class. You see the fuel going in, driver swap being done here. Oh, got to be careful of that fuel can, get around the fuel man, and then hop back in the car. Always got to cross your T's and dot your I's out there.
Yeah, and that's Barberi, who is getting in, who had very good early stints in this race. So he knows what he's doing out there. He's got plenty of experience. Track is actually still warming. Yesterday, it started to cool back down a little bit towards the end of the day, but it's still going up right now. It is currently up to 106 Fahrenheit right now on the track. So this is about the hottest that it reached yesterday, if my memory serves me right. We see them continuing to just wrap it up. Everybody back to the wall. Now they should be allowed to send that 94 on its way and hopefully take itself a second place finish today. And they're just, there we go. Now they have finally been released. We're also hearing that the sister car, the 95, is due in shortly too.
And I'm going to bring a little bit of humor into this, Joe, since you brought it in. I see that Sloan did say that, and she said she's going to hop in for the 95 pit change. Is she putting on a racing suit back down there? I would absolutely love to see Sloan hop in the race car for the last remaining 75 minutes out here.
I mean, the 95 has a huge lead. They could give that a shot if they really wanted to. I think there might be some licensing issues as to what she's allowed to do out there. But Matt Million, I believe, from what I heard, is going to be giving the car back to Colin Garrett. So he should be able to wrap this one up and take that car home. And since the 57 is out of this race, that means that Matt Million finally gets to relax.
He does, but I think I saw that she was saying they have switched to turning doubles because the 57 is out, right? So we were wondering, Colin Garrett was in the car for a while, and now Matt Million's been in the car for a little while, but because that other car that Matt has been driving has retired, it frees them up on the other car, that number 95, to open up some more strategy and drivability options.
All right, we're down to an hour and 15. Now, we asked the question if the 59 needs 2 stops or 1. And right now, they're getting very close to doing it on 1. Were we underestimating how far that car could go? Because we thought it seemed pretty certain that they had another stop in their future. And so far, we haven't seen it.
And here's the thing. We weren't sure when that previous stop exactly was, and we had all of that mixed drama, let's call it, with just about 2 hours remaining. It was just over 2 hours remaining. So that's when a lot of the teams and drivers took that opportunity under that Code 60 to bring it down into pit lane. But I do not have a firm note on when that Stratus car was actually refilled last. But yeah, Joe, we're reaching that number about 70 minutes to go, and I feel like that's a loose number. They might be able to stretch it a little bit more than that, but that's kind of what we're eyeballing.
Last lap between them was only 1/10 of a second apart in terms of lap times. So they're starting to match one another. Maybe it could come down to something such as this, the lap traffic, who gets the bad end of the stick as to who winds up where. Bank is doing his darndest to try and see if they can get themselves a win, especially with all that the team went through to get that car back out on track. I mean, they busted their butts to try and get it fixed up in time and into the lead. And though they came up shy, we thought at the time they were out in front. And I think everybody kind of realized once the rules were clarified that since they were towed in, that lap did not count. So it was one less lap than they thought they were at.
I think we should probably fix our cameras right here on this blue number 95. Reason being, I got word they are coming down into pit road this next time by. So our class leader in 3rd place overall, Matt Million, who's been doing a terrific job driving this BMW and then also sharing driving duties in that number 57 car as well, is probably going to be hopping out of the car for the final time. We'll see if they actually do a driver change or if they're going to be just filling the car up with some fuel.
Yeah, that's going to be the more telling part of this one. The beautiful sky blue BMW works its way down the hill, and there is a little bit of downhill there coming through the S's before it drops off the cliff that takes you to the braking into the chicane, clatters over the curbs. The team is already ready down in the lane. We're being told they should be going in this time by. So they're waiting patiently. The signal's probably been given over the radio, and indeed, they are coming in. So Matt Million finally going to be relieved after Just an unbelievable double duty stint today and yesterday between two cars, and already has at least one win. They're trying to make it two.
See about this stop here. Stops it right on the marks in the box. I do see the driver door open. It looks like they're going to be taking him out, and I believe Sloan is standing right there as well. I'm waiting to see if she's going to be reporting on this or not, but I certainly see her down there on pit road. The driver is out of the 95.
Yeah,
they are doing the driver change, and go ahead. We got you.
If I'm able to cut in real fast, this is the stop that matters the most. It's P3 overall, first in class, and as you can see, that Matt has gotten out of the car. Colin is getting buckled in. It looks like they're just doing fuel, and really, this is the stop that matters the most. You want to execute this perfectly so that they can keep their spot and keep going on the grid and hopefully end up with a podium. So, so much does go into these stops, as we've seen all throughout the entire day. We saw them give tires, fuel, and driver change. Now, luckily, it is just fuel and driver change, but even then, the smallest little mistake can cost you seconds that you really need to have on the grid. Another little fun fact is that Colin and Matt came from teams over at SRO. They never got to race together on the same team, but it's cool to have them as co-drivers now. So, very cool to see their teamwork in action. And, I was talking to Colin a little earlier. His foot's hurting him, but we're really excited for him to bring it home, and we're excited for Matt to have a little bit of a break as well. But it looks like the pit stop went well. Everyone seems pretty satisfied with it, and Colin's on his way. So hopefully the next time we're reporting about the 95 on my end, it'll be from the podium. Back to you guys.
And that's onto the track with an hour and 11 minutes, I should say, left to go. Plus one lap, we should clarify. So hopefully they have enough fuel in for that. And it is a GT4 class car. So do you know about how long those GT4s can go around Sonoma off the top of your head? Is 70 minutes going to be doable there, Joey?
It can be doable. It totally can be doable. However, the GT4s, they run a fuel cell in the back of the thing, so it just depends on the capacity that's allowed. Lots of them can run endurance tanks and last much, much longer than an hour or 70 minutes out there. However, I don't know the capacity that current cell has.
Gotcha. This is our current leader. And now that we have passed that hour 10 mark, they should be able to get to the finish from here by our estimations. I have the rule book up. I might I don't have the technical rule book up though. I think we're going to try and see if I can dig that up and if I could find what the specs need to be.
And they will have that dictated in terms of the fuel capacity. I just don't know it off the top of my head for that specific car. Judging by how much fuel they were putting in, those are 5-gallon jugs, and they were going through at least 3 of them, so it's got to be a 15-gallon cell plus. I'm not sure if they were filling it up with a 4th jug. And that sounds about right, somewhere kind of in that 17 to 20 gallon range. I know it actually sounds pretty similar to what a street car will do, but that will pretty much make your street car at 100% throttle run right about 35 to 45 minutes.
And a street car, very different, of course, from the road car or the race car version. And these GT4 cars, definitely full race cars. And
at 100% throttle, 4 hours of fuel will definitely be a pretty big tank. I know that I was jumping in there, but yeah, no, I think about 15 gallons will make it about an hour, maybe just over.
Yeah, and I'm not finding anything right now about the refueling, so I might have to check again on that later. Fuel capacity. And this is for the ZR2. So onboard fuel limiter is HP 19 plus 4 US gallons is what it's showing for me. That might be technical speak that is beyond me, Joey. I don't know if that means anything to you.
What was it, 18.4 you said?
HP/19 plus 4 U.S. gallons. That's what the onboard fuel is limited to.
Yeah, no, I got no idea.
Okay, never mind. We'll abandon that thread then. We tried our best with what we've been given.
Quite honestly, it sounds maybe like a horsepower to weight calculation in continuation with fuel capacity.
Gotcha. And we saw 2 cars coming in very close together, including our leader. So Alder is in, not making any motions to step out of the car. So he's going to wrap this one up. Hour and 7 minutes left to go. Should very much be doable. This means that it is now on 97 and Peter Bank to find some pace and close in, what did we say, roughly a lap between them, or at least a little bit less than that he has to cut down and hope that Random Vandals can catch them. It looks like they're going to stay out this lap, so they're not pitting yet.
And since we have that one car in pit lane, it should mean that this car right here, when they do make their final stop, should be able to make it no problem. I think there's 2 theories right now that you could go about. I think I see the 59 already on pit lane, though, so they're going to be exiting the racetrack. What I was going to say, 2 different theories here. You can run this car, talking about the green Random Vandals car, all the way until it is empty, and then only put the amount of fuel in that will get you to the end. Any more fuel is simply extra weight that you're going to be carrying around for no reason. The other option is they could bring it in right now and fill it all the way up, because you're probably not all the way dry. Let's say you're 40%, burned out of the tank right there. That means you only got to fill it up 60%. That will be a shorter stop. Try to kind of put you on a little bit more of an even playing field with the 59 now that they have also made their stop.
I can see that the 80 is pitting, so the automatic racing should also be able to get to the finish. And I think, they're swapping drivers. So Brandon Kidd is going to hop out of that car. And I think they had Max in there earlier today. So we'll see if Popolski is hopping in.
I tell you what, I think Peter Bank is probably pretty frustrated with this number 41 car. He was on the gas down to the inside, exiting the hairpin, and I think the 41 didn't even realize he was in the rearview mirror, just completely chopped the nose. And so I think that this lap right here is going to be a little bit slower for this green number 97, and that's exactly the opposite of what they were trying to do.
Yeah, they need qualifying laps from here, most likely. And you could see I think he was a little bit flustered by all that, because he hustled it into that first apex of the chicane, just a little bit off of it as the car slid through there. And my goodness, it was a 149. They were running 146s before, so that was a lot of time that was cost.
And it's also just the ebb and flow of multi-class racing. Sometimes when you come up to those classed cars, they're going to give you the room. Sometimes you're going to have to make your way through, and it might cost you a little bit of time, but you don't know what's going to happen to the 59 when they come across the lap traffic as well. You can only hope that maybe they get choked up just as much out there, but definitely cost this car just a little bit of time. I'm also seeing on some behind-the-scenes shot, the number 3 car has hit pit lane. That is one of the round 3 racing cars as well.
So this is basically last stops that we're seeing for pretty much every team here. Going to fill it up with fuel as much as they can. I don't see Gurgis getting out, so I think Christian will be our anchor for the 3 team to take them on home. They've been just a bit behind the 80 team, unfortunately. At one point, they were on the podium, but it's since slipped through their fingers in the last little bit. You see the knock on the roof of the car that they're done as soon as they hop over. Off and away goes the red, white, and black machine.
They're going to be chasing now that number 80, so we can mark down that the 59, the 80, and the 3 are all good on fuel, or should we say we think they are good on fuel. The only one that we're still waiting on is that number 97 car. And I'm talking about the ZP2 class over here, at least inside the top 5. We do know that the purple number 95 is also good to go on fuel. I guess the only other one to really start to keep an eye on, Joe, is that 555 and when they are going to hit pit lane, because they only have a lap on their class lead.
Yeah, it's probably a bit close for comfort. How often do you call a lap difference close for comfort? But that is the nature of endurance racing, especially here in the Zenith Racing Series, which is kind of the other interesting thing that I feel like these Code 60s also make that a little bit interesting, because you can't really count anything out because of it. It means that a lap difference doesn't necessarily mean the end of the world. And as we watch that 97 carry on, the further they go, the less fuel they are going to have to put in. Hopefully for them, the shorter of a stop that they're going to see, which could also make a difference in this battle.
That's what I was kind of pointing out, is that if they do stop sooner than later, it will be a short fill, right? It's not necessarily taking on a full tank of gas. However, you will be carrying near a full tank of gas at that point. I think if I'm running strategy for this 97, I'm keeping this thing out as far as I can. I'm going to run this thing as dry as possible, because we don't know if there's going to be another Code 60. And in a full course yellow situation, I would want to be bringing the car down right now, so that way I'm on equal strategy as everybody else. But in a Code 60, it's not acting that same way. I want my car out front as long as possible, and if that situation happens, then I can take advantage of it on pit road.
100%. Yeah, I think they should stretch this as long as they can go, because even though you don't want to rely on luck, if it does come your way, why not try and bank a little bit on it? We're hearing that the 555 is staying out for a little bit longer here, so they're not due to come in anytime soon. Interesting that they must have pitted not too long ago then, at least comparatively to what we've seen to the other cars. But need to get myself some sort of stint, some lap counter here on the stint for this last car. Unless, Joey, you've been taking notes on when the last time we've seen these cars come in, because we'll maybe want to start keeping track of that, the way these races have been going. The 97, will they come in this time? How many more laps can they go?
So what you're telling me is you just need one more monitor over there, right? One
Never
more
enough.
monitor to keep track of stuff.
For those that aren't aware, I literally have 4 monitors, and they're all full of information right now. So when you're doing commentary, you need quite a bit.
And I'm hearing, on site at Sonoma Raceway production, I think our producer has 6 monitors set up, and maybe even a lounge chair or 2.
Oh, and here we go. The 97 is in. They can't go for another lap. The 59 currently is not that far behind them. It was looking like about 20 seconds behind when they pitted in. Depending on how long this pit stop is, they're probably going to be coming out close to a lap behind, but we need to watch and see.
Yeah, and I think I'm most curious how many jugs of fuel this thing takes in. They are doing a full driver change, which tells me this is going to be a full service stop. This is pretty much going to give the 59 a nice, healthy lead.
So they've taken Bank out. I imagine it'll be Ericsson in. Yeah, I think that looks like who they've got hopping into the car right now. And you can hear them actually,
here,
talking to one another, communicating.
Well, just as I say that, of course, they close the door.
And there's the engine. They're ready to go. That was a pretty quick stop. That was not as long as we've seen in the past. The 59 is only just now coming towards the hairpin. So it is roughly going to be half a lap between them with an hour left.
Now that they are full up on fuel, we're going to get a nice, even pace comparison here. So it'll be pretty interesting to Just compare straight up the 59 versus the 97 the rest of the race.
Yeah, it is going to be a straight fight. We'd love to see that too. That we get really on-track action as we are going to be back for the remainder of the race. This is our last break of the weekend. We'll bring you to the end here for the Zenith Racing Series. Welcome back. Less than 1 hour left in race 2 of the Zenith Racing Series here at Sonoma Raceway. I'm Joe Peak with Joey Atterbury beside me at the booth. And then down on pit lane, it is Sloan Pollisner, who is bringing us all the action close to the track. Right now, the 59 is your leader with Jason Alder in the car. Behind them chasing, it is Ericsson in the number 97, trying to see if they can run them down. Both have finished their final pit stops. That is in the ZP2 class, but your leader in the ZR2s by many laps at this stage is the 95, Colin Garrett, currently in that car to bring it home. Meanwhile, back in the 555, the car of Tompkins for the ZR3 class is up at the front, leading by only about a lap over the 85 of Chris Walsh. That is definitely one of the closer battles that we've got out on track. But mostly, Joey, eyes have been on the ZP2 leaders with the uncertainty of who's able to come away with it, though the 59 currently holds the upper hand.
They seem to have enough fuel, at least from when we saw that they stopped last to when we think they can make it to the end. They should be good to go. And now so are all of their competitors. The number 97 is a full minute back. They're going to have to try to claw back that gap. The last lap time comparing our leaders. This car on screen, a 148.2, where the drama starts to happen. Ericsson in that green Random Vandals racing machine, a 146.6. That's 1.5 seconds faster.
And we covered their pit stop right before we came to break. I thought this was interesting. Sloan was talking to the pit crew. They told her that it was a, quote, perfect stop, which kind of lines up with what we saw. That was one of the faster in and outs we've seen all weekend.
It was a great job of being efficient on the driver change, and really as soon as that driver door was closed with the new driver inserted into the cockpit, they had the belt strapped up, he turned over the car, the sign raised, he grabbed the gear, and you're right, it was just kind of one seamless motion from start to stop out there, and they were able to get the car back going, and I heard it was high fives all around.
As we continue to watch our leader, he's still got that handy gap in his hands. He cannot allow problems to fluster him from here. He has to tackle this traffic one car at a time. First up here to the number 95, our leader in the ZR2s. And with the experience that Garrett has, he stays off the apex down through turn 5 and allows him through.
And I think that's going to be Colin Garrett's main mission, that blue BMW that our leader just passed, is simply get it to the end. They have such a massive lead over that second place car in class. They just have to complete those laps. And it sounds simple enough, right, to you and I sitting here commentating on it, but we got to remember how much seat time Colin Garrett has had this weekend, splitting the car with Matt Millian, about half as much time as what Matt has had in the car. Although I think that number might be slightly adjusting because that 57 car did retire a little while ago. So maybe his co-drivers are starting to kind of even up that fraction of time.
Yeah, very few drivers are going to match what Matt Millian has done this weekend. If you're just tuning in, Matt has been sharing time between that 95 and the 95 and the 57 car out there, which sadly the 57 is now retired in today's race. But he completed both cars completed the race yesterday. One was first, the other was second. And today, one is looking at a first. Unfortunately, the other is going to manage to come home eighth, as they will not see the checkered flag.
That ZR3 class, I mean, it's probably stayed the closest, right, out of all of the classes. Now, we have been really propping up these ZP2s because it has been very drama-filled. Really, in the last hour, 15 minutes, the closing 2 hours of this race has really brought this ZP2 class back to life here. But the ZR3s have only been separated by that lap or less than a lap for as long as I can remember looking at them here on the timing and scoring pylon.
Yeah, for much of the race, it's definitely been that way. Walsh has been temptingly close and just hasn't been able to bring it close enough. And the 555 since yesterday has really been smooth sailing, at least from what we've been witnessing. Really impressed with the way that they've handled this race. Kind of an unsung hero, but I guess that's kind of the way that you want to run these races, Joey, is you want to be a little bit under the radar. Nobody really notices that you're doing as good of a job as because there's been nothing to report about it.
That's a good way to look at it. The less waves you're causing on the racetrack, the more under the radar you're going to fly. And also the less people are going to talk about you. And if you can back that up with performance while just kind of doing nice, consistent laps, staying out of everybody's way. And when I say staying out of everybody's way, that doesn't mean that you're pulling over and letting everybody else pass. But when you make a pass for position out there, or you go by a different class car, you present the car nicely in the rearview mirror. You leave plenty of racing room when you're trying to be more aggressive, diving down to the apex. You're staying out of the way of everybody else. And that's the best way to basically leave the door open the next time around. Race car drivers never forget, and the nicer you act to each other on the racetrack, the nicer they are going to act and respond back to you.
We've had one of our last pit stops here with the 77, and Barker currently in that Nimbus Stratus car. I think they just finished actually on pit lane, so they're releasing them just now, and they'll be on their way. Good to go to the finish. I know the 555 was one we're also waiting to see when they're going to be pitting in. So we'll keep an eye on that team and see when they take their final fuel stop to take it to the finish. Jason Alder, who we've been watching in the yellow, white, and black here. Currently showing at about a minute 35, if my timing is showing right. I think that might not be fully correct here over the 97. I don't think they're quite that far back.
No, but if we look at our live ticker feed on the broadcast itself, I think that is much more representative because I'm looking at marching ants, and I'm with you, Joe. Where they are on the racetrack is not representative of the timing and scoring behind the scenes, but it's about 1 minute difference showing the 59 and the 97, even as it updates there across the start-finish line.
Yeah, you're right. That looks like the correct time. And it does show just how much things have spread out in today's race. We got a number of cars that were off laps yesterday, but I think it stayed a little bit more compact. I think you had mentioned, especially up towards the front of the field, especially in those ZP2s. But today, it just pretty much from the get-go, I would say, as soon as the green flag dropped, we suddenly had cars coming in. I think it was only, about 3 or 4 laps in that the 95 car, who's currently leading the ZR2s, had a flat tire that they had to come and fix.
Spot on, and they were able to overcome that challenge, but that wasn't the end of the day for that 95, right? Because then it was only about an hour, maybe 2 hours after that they decided to put the slicks on the car. So after they had that little bit of an issue, right? Not a prescribed change, but an issue out on the racetrack, the team overcame that, and then they said, you know what? Let's go ahead and challenge ourselves. We're going to go ahead and put a different set of tires on. They put those slicks on, and that car became a rocket ship, and it still holds the fastest lap of the race overall, even from these ZP2 cars. And ever since they kind of got back on track with that strategy, Colin Garrett has done a terrific job in the car. They handed it over to Matt Millian, swapped the other tires back onto it. I think they're running basically a few different compounds to make sure that everything is all good for those ZR2 class cars for the rest of the year. And they just, plain and simple, haven't looked in the rear view mirror at all. I don't even know if they have rear view mirrors on that BMW.
Well, I think we need to give a lot of credit to Jason Alder as well, who we've been watching. Last lap time of 45.7. He's been very consistently in the 45s, which has also been quicker than the 97. So we wondered if there would be a fight to the end. They swapped drivers out in that Random Vandals car, but it doesn't seem to be working to try and cut that down. So both Jason and Clay in this Stratus Racing number 59. You know, we talked about how there have been issues for other cars around and all these other things. They've been quick. This is not just down to them surviving some of the issues that we're seeing all the cars go through. They've had the speed today.
They have had raw speed. That's what puts you out in front of everybody. And that's what you want to strive for as a racing car driver, as a racing team owner, as a team manager. You're always looking towards the top of the sheet. And if your name is not on that P1 board, how do we get there? How do we make our car faster in order to occupy that top spot? And even when you're there, if you ask me, you're still asking those same questions. You know, we're here. How do we make that gap even bigger? That's the coolest part about racing.
Yeah, and well, I mean, as we've seen, sometimes you need that gap because things can happen. Remember, it was, about 2 hours to go that the 97 was in this position. They were, way better than this position. They were 5 to 6 laps ahead of Alder, and yet it disappeared when the car broke down. So if you're the 59 team, you're taking nothing for granted.
I can assure you that the crew chiefs are not eating ice cream on pit wall quite yet, right? They are very, very nervous at this moment. 40 minutes remaining plus a lap. Here comes the leader coming up to this number 3 car as well as that 555. So the 555, that white BMW, is our ZR3 class leader. Number 59 looked towards the outside of the carousel. Maybe just ran out of a little bit of clean air trying to drive the car forward, passing this number 3 car, who's actually sitting in 5th place overall currently. They still are having a terrific run, that round 3 racing effort. It's a kind of a story of what if, though. What if they hadn't had that issue up there towards turn number 6 earlier on in the race?
Yeah, and I see that the 80 has had Max Opalski jump back in there, so great job by them looking at a podium here today. And they're still about a lap ahead of the number 3 car. So they've got quite a bit of buffer on their front. Last lap, you talked about making sure that they stretch it even farther. Personal best for the 59 team at a 44.9. They're just about to cross it once again. Let's see if they can repeat that. No, not quite. They're about 2 seconds off of that time, but last lap sure was lightning in a bottle.
Is this kind of one of those Verstappen situations where the driver is on the radio and saying, hey, what's fast lap in this race? You don't need fast lap. We're not worried about fast lap. Just, what's fast lap? What's fast lap? Maybe Alder's trying to go get it.
It always fascinates me, the drivers that feel like they've got that extra little bit underneath them, because you talk about Max doing that. I remember Sebastian Vettel in his heyday often doing that, questioning what's fast lap. I want to try and snag it. His team often refusing to tell him so that he doesn't try and go for it and just brings it home. But yeah, they wanted that. I think they wanted that fast lap back from Garrett and Million, maybe just a little bit, but not quite able to get it at this stage without the fresh tires. Instead, they'll make another lap around, passing by the 85 of Chris Walsh and carry on his merry way. At this point, that's pretty much all they have to mostly worry about is just that lap traffic. Make sure, like you said, give them the respect, watch out for where they want to place the car, and not do anything foolish.
Going by the number 41 out there. Great to see that car back out on the racetrack. That's that retro Rockets car. It's kind of been in and out of pit lane a couple times, but has been able to run decently consistent here in these last couple hours after falling wayside early on. So great to see that white 41 BMW out there. Since we were talking about fast lap there, I just want to give some credit to Colin Garrett when he did turn that, because remember, we were really impressed with instantaneously how fast those tires were in comparison, and he was knocking off some really consistent laps down to the 45s, and really he was wowing us down to the 44s, and then all of a sudden he ripped off that 43.6. I'm not sure, even if one of these ZP2 cars runs it completely dry and it just goes for a qualifying effort, if they can get there. I think the next closest lap that I see is a 44.9. That's 1.3 seconds difference.
That's really incredible. But that goes to show just how quickly Colin was able to wheel that thing. I mean, we knew that they were somewhat close on pace, but I didn't think it would be close enough that he could really just stomp the throttle down that way and manage to really bury these ZP2 cars who, as we know, carry a lot of speed through the corners. So as we continue to follow Alder around, he's getting plenty of screen time here at the end of this race, and the gap is only extended. It's now up to 1 minute 2 seconds, almost 1 minute 3 back to Ericsson. They've been consistently outpacing, even if it's not by huge chunks at this stage, but outrunning the Random Vandals.
And you know what? I've decided to appoint myself a math problem over here, Joe, so I'm going to have to need you to talk. We were 228 laps is what we saw from yesterday, and now with about 35 minutes plus a lap left, we are clicking over to 194. I was going to be curious if we're going to essentially match that, if we're going to be a little bit shy, or if we're going to exceed that 228 laps predicted.
You know, I thought I smelled smoke in here, so no wonder, as we'll let Joey continue to work those gears and make sure that they don't grind too hard up in that noggin. But it is also worth mentioning that Okaranza, let's see, as we check out the lap number there, I think the 14 has only put 46 laps in, 176. So yeah, unfortunately, the 14 team of AOA Racing, who have been in pit lane for a long time now, are not going to get to score points in today's race. I don't know if that means they'll be able to claim that third place trophy or not, since I don't think they should be classified as finishers. But that's a little bit of a sad mark on this one. Meanwhile, the 177 doing a good job also not giving up, as they are looking at a top 3 in the ZR2 class, currently running 11th overall. They put Pirelli back in the car to wrap it up for Camburn Performance, and they haven't really gotten probably as close to Barberi as they wanted, but they at least have kept away from the 41, who's been a little bit of in and out of the pits and threatening to overtake them at times when the 177 had to likewise come in and take repairs on that Ginetta. No doubt they'll bounce back when they come back to Barber Motorsports Park, having had a full weekend's worth of information knowing what on the car they need to worry about, to watch out for, reinforce, to make sure that it can last these 7-hour races, and not just a 7-hour race. Remember, each and every weekend, we go racing twice until we get to Daytona Wood. We'll do it for 12 hours at that classic venue at the end of the season. Joey, it sounds like you might have something for me now.
Roughly, right?
Roughly. Okay.
We're gonna guesstimate about 212, maybe 213 laps is what we're going to be able to complete here today, and that's based off of the current lap time that our overall leader is doing. About 1 minute 45 seconds out there, and with about 33 minutes remaining, we're not quite going to reach that 228 laps that we did yesterday, but that kind of makes sense, right? I think our Code 60s today were lasting just a little bit longer than what we had yesterday, albeit about the same number of them.
Yeah, so interesting that it's coming out similar, because I feel like we did have more Code 60s today, but they all were kind of a slightly different nature at times as well to what we saw yesterday, where we had those 3 and only one was a short one, while the other 2 were a little bit longer, whereas we kind of had a mix all around for these ones. Somebody heading into pit lane, that is the 177. Hopefully that is just a standard stop for Pirelli. and that should take them easily to the finish from here. We'll check that out in a little bit, see if we can find out more about what's going on. In the meantime, they still run third, while the 95 of Garrett on lap 191 out there is circulating not too far behind our overall leaders.
Very impressive what that car, what those drivers have been able to do. And really, if I was just standing in the paddock comparing the two different types of car, this car that we see right here, the ZP2 classed car, the NP01 chassis as we've gotten to know them, and you stand it next to a BMW GT4 that's what the 95 car is, I would immediately think this little prototype is just going to blow the doors off of that ZR2 classed car, but I think that Zenith has done a really good job to kind of equalize classes in certain parts, right? You can't have the cars identical on speed everywhere. It's okay to be a little bit faster in one section. It's okay to be a little bit slower in another section. And overall, the ZP2s are just a few seconds faster than the ZR2s, which provides them that passing opportunity. But then all of a sudden you throw those other tires on, and Colin Garrett kind of showed the world what those GT4 cars can do. What I'm really curious about, though, Joe, is what if you threw a set of tires on one of these machines? How fast would it go?
Oh, exactly. It'll be fun to watch. And I have to admit, I've been really pleased to see how their tire rules have worked out, because when I first read that rule, I was a bit confused. I was like, wow, seven hours on a single set of tires? That doesn't sound right. Can we manage to do that? And yet you look at these cars, they have been doing a fantastic job. And it's opened up things strategically, because we got to witness the 95 try to take kind of the alternate approach to that, to take that hit and then go fast. I would love to see one of these days one of the ZP2 teams attempt that as well. Like you said, to really see them literally fly around this track. But credit to the ZRS organization. They put this rule set together. They set it to the teams. The teams have really embraced it, and it's provided just fascinating racing out there.
And lots of different types of racing, right? Not only the multi-class that we get these different speeds of cars, but we also get the inter-class battles out there with these NP01s arguing amongst themselves, whether it's the ZR3-based cars racing it out on those fuel strategies that we've really seen all day long, equalizing each other in that pace. It's not just one type of racing like what we would see out of a sprint race with one single class. There's lots of variety out on the racetrack.
And that's what we want. And honestly, that's kind of the ethos of this series, that they want that variety out there, opening up the classes to teams to run something that might be a bit different to everybody else. But as long as it meets that power to weight ratio, they have a chance to try and experiment, bring out a car that you might not see as much in modern sports car racing. Like you mentioned, we have some of these BMWs that go back, what'd you say, about 30 years or so, and yet they're still competitive.
It makes me feel old, but yes, that's unfortunately that's what the 722 was, the E36 that we didn't get to see running today. And I do want to correct myself on the I believe it's the 41 out there. I kept calling it an E36. Now it is heavily modified, but I believe I saw E46 headlights on the thing. I'd really have to get up close to it, because I think it doesn't even run like an entire rear clip from what I saw. It didn't even have a rear bumper or rear trunk on the thing, so heavily modified to get there into ZR3.
Yeah, a lot of modifications, and I'm sure the BMW fan club will be asking for your resignation here shortly.
I'm sure they will. They are strict about it, Joe. They are. Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm becoming quite a bit of a fan of these NP01s and the racing they've been putting on. We continue to follow the 59 of Jason Alder. The gap between himself and Ericsson extending up to, just jumped now to an hour or a minute and 10 seconds over that P2. This is third place overall. Yes, that's right. ZR2 Cars third place overall with the 95 of Colin Garrett. He is 3 laps down, though, we must admit. There was a brief time we wondered if he could maybe take an overall win because he's within 1 lap of the top 2 prototypes, but they've since ran away with them needing to blast this last stint. They could not relax since they were fighting each other. And we've been on these same Continentals for some time, and we have a stopped car, and it's the 94.
They've regained power. I wonder if they pulled it off to the side of the racetrack to recycle the power out there. And I don't think it was this car that had the shifting issues earlier, or was it the 94?
It may have been the 94. Let me scroll back up in our conversations behind the scenes here, because I know yeah.
And that might have been, if they were still maybe having some of those issues. Now, in these GT4 cars, it is not a regular H-pattern gearbox where you're using the clutch and manually shifting the gears, right? It's a paddle shift system, and it is hooked in electronically as well. So they might have just been pulling it over to the side of the road to cycle the power, maybe eliminate another gremlin that had popped up.
The 94 had misfiring problems earlier. So that, it could be coming back to haunt them. And how many laps do they have between themselves and Pirelli in the 177? They're on 143. And so that they might still be safe here on that one, especially if that car got going again. So they should be pretty good. We've only got 25 minutes left. Yeah, I don't think they can overcome that in that little amount of time.
No, we're only looking at probably about another 15 laps or under right now to kind of complete this thing out. And actually, compared to our leader in my prediction, it should be about another 13 laps, maybe 14 laps total, which means these cars, these purple ZR2 class cars, will be just right about that, maybe 1 lap shy of that. So even if that 94 does have issues that they need to bring it into pit lane and really assess it, to your point, Joe, they are comfortable in that second place.
Okay, we got an interesting one, and I think this is just an error on race control's part. We said car 97 off course at turn 7 and continued. That was where we saw the 94. So I think they just meant the 94 car, because I got concerned for a little moment that maybe Ericsson had an issue, but I'm not seeing a lap time that looks dramatically different out of the 97 team. So that must be the 94 car they were referring to.
And the gap has maintained the same. It has grown, right? The 59 has just been laying down some seriously solid laps with Alder behind the wheel, and what was maybe a 58-59 second gap has now grown out to a minute and 14 in counting. So Stratus Racing, once they got that pit stop done and the fuel in the car, they have yet to look back.
I see that Round 3 Racing brought the 3 car in. Christian Gurgis drove that down to pit lane, but they were a little bit far away from the 80 car, who was the next one up, so I don't know if that will matter much. And they're about 10 laps ahead of the 4 car with Piatek in the other Round 3 Racing machine. So they could still get overtaken there. We'll see whether or not they come back out of the pits here shortly. Hopefully they don't have any problems right at the very end. But we're going to hop on board with Colin Garrett. Definitely one of the MVPs of this race for his team.
Just curious to kind of watch some of this onboard here for a little bit. Let's see if we can pick out a brake marker going down here into turn number 7. Right, that first orange cone on the left side. I always think that the brake markers going into turn 7 over there can be a little bit difficult to spot, because typically our brake markers are on the ground, inserted like as a pylon into the grass, or they're up on a catch fence. But here at Sonoma, they're kind of placed as billboards or just cones on the actual concrete wall. So typically drivers are looking for signs like we see on the side of the racetrack here. But definitely just a little bit more having to pay attention as a driver to your markers at some of the sections on this racetrack.
Good news for fans of the 3 team. The 3 team in 4th. I got confused there for a moment. They are back out on track. So it just looks like that was a normal stop for them, and they can keep on keeping on to try and finish. Yeah, I do like these onboard views around this circuit as we rode with Garrett for just about a full lap, watching to see what he can do. I think he's coming up on a little bit of lap traffic. I think that is in his own class. That might be the 41. Yes, it is, with Garton for Retro Rockets that he's approaching. Just that car you were talking about, so heavily modified. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, just cruising down there through turn number 4. Look at the difference, the shape difference between the older generations of car and these newer GT4 cars out here. All the wide body kits, all the aerodynamic add-ons, and here comes one of these newer generations. But also look at the greenhouse size. Those new cars, quite large.
Yeah, exactly. It was the M8, wasn't it, that had the memes going around for quite a while about how big that car was out on track, especially compared to the other vehicles in its class. But this M4, maybe just a little bit more compact, definitely proving massively popular in modern racing. And based on what we're seeing today, this weekend in general, from this 95 team, might be one of the cars that other teams looking at saying, we got to get us one of those.
They're so cool. And really, I think that all of the cars that we have seen out here, doesn't matter if it's a ZR3 car, a ZR2 car, or a ZP2 car out here. One of the beautiful parts about the horsepower to weight is it allows that freedom. The BMWs in that GT4 kind of homologation out here have dominated the ZR2 class. But, I mean, how many times did I hear you today say that Ginetta and how cool it looks? And that is also kind of part of that global homologation that can race in the same class of cars out here. Really, really neat to see more than just the BMWs out here.
I concur. I like seeing that visual difference. That used to be that you'd have a recognizable silhouette on the car, if you will. Of course, science, will say that they'll want to trend towards kind of the same philosophy eventually, but it's still fun. Still seeing each kind of have its own identity and its brand out on the circuit. Looks like he's just getting ready to overtake the second place car in class, the 94, who stopped briefly on track, and should not be too much of a problem since those are both 9.4 Motorsports cars, so no doubt they'll let them know leaders coming. Just kind of let them on through.
Let's see if they work together. Yes, they do. It's
Absolutely.
Sometimes a one-way street on the racetrack, and you're focused out the windshield, even if you're sitting there on the radio button. It's amazing how laser focused a driver's mind can get. And sometimes it's easy to not remove yourself from the car. I always thought that you needed to pay attention to 360 degrees around the car, and obviously your head can't spin completely around, but you just need to be aware, right? Is there somebody on the rear bumper that I need to be aware of in this acceleration phase, or do I have to look for them as they go braking down into one of these heavy brake zones? But it was a nice job. It was a two-way street between both of those cars, and unfortunately, I think that two-way street may be a slow street to pit lane for the 94.
I'll watch to see if they come in. I think they may have just missed the braking point into the chicane, because they started to pick up when they left our shot. It did look like they were just kind of cutting through. And yeah, I'm getting information that oh no, it was not them blowing the chicane. Race control says they stopped on course at turn 9, and now they have continued. But they're not showing on pit lane. They did pass by that entry, but that's the second concerning moment they've had in the past half an hour.
Yeah, Yeah, that is a little concerning. I'll see if I can go ahead and dig that up, but it just sounds like it was rather anticlimactic down there if they were just bringing it to a stop. And, I was mentioning maybe a potential transmission issue, but obviously I was mistaken with the car that we were talking about. However, usually a misfire issue can relate also to an electronic issue, so maybe they're just trying to do what they can to bring that thing home.
Exactly. If you just keep making distance, then you're not going to get caught by the car behind. So you have to continually try to pump it in. Although I think we determined they can't be caught, but no reason not to try and ensure you get to the checkered flag if possible. We once again run on board with Colin Garrett as he rides behind one of our ZP2 cars. You can see him catching up a little bit here in the straight line. This is one of the areas where you've got that horsepower advantage over the downforce of those low-slung prototypes. But off the corner, you could see gripping, even in the low-speed hairpin, that 59 absolutely shot away. And now here is where it will truly shine. Coming up over turn 2, down into 3 and 3A, where this thing will be glued to the track.
Joe, I was able to kind of find what happened down there in turn number 9, and trust me, it's nothing that is able to be shown because there's no off track, there's no cars off of the racing line. So I think that number 94 went through turn number 9 and then brought it to a stop, kind of like how we saw down there at turn number 7 earlier on.
Yeah. So maybe we're just thinking, again, get out of the firing line if there's an issue. I give them credit. I mean, great job by Barberi to be really heads up in those situations, to place the car where it needs to be rather than accidentally bringing out one last code 60 here at the end. And also, thank goodness that car is able to get going to try and prevent that from coming out as well. Back down into that same chicane here for Jason Alder, up to a minute 17, the distance between himself and Ericsson. And the laps usually about, it seems like it's been somewhere in the realm of a second a lap faster than that 97 car.
Joe, I think we have a little bit of heartbreak. It's not serious heartbreak now. Unfortunately, the 95 has moved out of the overall podium, and that's because the 80 of Max Opolsky in that ZP2 car has gone around Colin Garrett on lap number 200 out here. So I'm being a little bit of facetious because the 95 still has the class lead, right? They're still totally comfortable out front, but a ZP2 car has now resumed inside the top 3.
Here we thought we'd get the order a little bit upset by one of our purple class cars, but eventually it seems as though Opolsky was able to bring it back, and boy, bring it back did they. How far, do we remember how many laps they went down earlier on? Because they're showing us about 2 laps down off of the next car, and I'm guessing that's about 3 laps down off the leader. Yeah, 4 laps down is what we're seeing on the tower here right now. And that's impressive to me, because I know they had to take a stop into pit lane after they had that issue running into the wall.
Very impressive, but as is everybody's performance out here, it's not easy to make a car run 7 hours, maybe grab a few hours of sleep, and then turn around and do it all again. Credit, hats off to Stratus Racing, to Random Vandals, to Automatic 9-4 Motorsports, Round 3, Bruce Innovations, AOA, Nimbus, Camburn, Retro. I think in Hyperion and Montgomery, those are all the team names that I at least have here on my sheet. I think that for the opening round of the Zenith Racing Series, everybody has put their best foot forward.
They really have. So I think there's some pats on the back that need to happen. Of course, everybody's going to be working towards perfection. That's what racers and race teams tend to do. So same thing with behind the scenes with the crew with ZRS. No doubt they'll be going over things. They'll probably be talking to those teams, trying to find out what worked, what didn't. Is there anything that we can do to help improve this for you guys? And also what they want out of this as an organizing body. Now, for the next 12 minutes plus one lap, we will continue racing here in Northern California. So there's not much time left in the opening round, and then it'll be off to Alabama, almost completely across the country.
Still got to knock out these 12 minutes plus a lap. And, I think from that drone shot, Joe, we keep making the comments about the green grass, but I think we're already starting to see it turn maybe even a little bit brown between Saturday and Sunday. That's how quick the weather changes out here in California. Just like how we saw lots of jackets and coats this morning at the racetrack. It is a totally different afternoon feeling.
Yeah, and it's 80 degrees out, actually. It's got a little bit toastier today out there. And that's air temperature, by the way. It's still hotter than that. Well, not too much hotter than that on the track surface itself. It's sitting at 86 degrees Fahrenheit. It has come down. Oh, what is this? The leader's coming in. Alder, they couldn't make it on the fuel. It wasn't as applicable as we thought. Is this enough gap? We said you can't count it out till it's over. That's part of why we've been seeing them trying to stretch this. Do they have a minute and 13 in hands to try and hold on to the lead?
And I'm trying to draw my memory back to when that Random Vandals car pitted in, but they pitted in several laps after this number 59.
It was 50 minutes to go.
Oh, my goodness. Deja vu, Joe. Deja vu from yesterday.
It really is. And yeah, it was just the splash and dash.
This should be quick enough to maintain the lead, though.
I think you're right, yeah, because there is the 97. This is coming out of turn 7. And by the time that 59 exits past the cones, I don't think they'll even be to the turn 11 hairpin, will the 97 car.
No, and it was just the splash. And kind of understand why they were trying to be so reserved with all of our pit lane reporting and everything, because they didn't have enough fuel to make it to the end, plain and simple.
Well, they fooled us. They made it seem like it. They kept going and going and going. And it seems as though they're just a little bit shy, maybe about 10 minutes by the time they emerge from pit lane. But, credit to the team. I think that was the right call, as hard as they were pushing to get themselves that gap, because it was about... it was just over 1 minute difference when they emerged from pit lane before, and now it's showing at about 39 seconds. So it would have been a heck of a lot closer. I think they still would have been ahead if they had kept that pace from before, but it would have been a bit uncomfortable, shall we say.
I'm just surprised that the same exact thing played out yesterday and today. A little bit surprised by that one, but they were able to recover today to only put that splash of fuel in the car to make it to the end. And I saw that they put one can, and now I can't see how much fuel was in that one can, but 5 gallons usually gets dumped pretty quick, even if it's gravity fed. And with 10 minutes remaining at that time, that's plenty of fuel. As long as it was 5 gallons in that thing, it's plenty of fuel to get it to the end.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think 7 laps is doable with that little bit of fuel added in.
Even with 2.5 gallons, it should make it all the way to the end, no problem. It's just, it's always the question. You never know.
Got to keep that drama flowing. That's our job. I find it interesting you talking about how it happened twice. This time, though, I want to say that I think we have to take into account we don't know how long they could have gone in that previous stint as well. Because when they pitted with an hour and 15 to go, they may have been trying to push that as far as they could go there, too, so they wouldn't have this extra stop. We just don't know, since the team is being a little bit tight-lipped on this one. Maybe during the podium interviews, Sloan can potentially find out more about just how tight it was for them to be able to get to that without needing one extra stop. And to their credit, Joey, last time we were confused why they didn't wait for a code 60 to help them out. This time they did. They stayed out as long as they could. The code 60 didn't come, mind you, but I feel like they made the right call in their situation.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm not going to second guess the strategy of a race-winning car out here. And I'm sure that they're going to go back and look at everything, refine it, and come back even stronger out here. But bottom line is that yesterday they put 2 cars on the podium, and today they're looking to put 1 on the top step.
Absolutely. It's a little bit sad for the 57. That was the one that made it second. They were so close to coming away with that win. And today they won't even get to the checkered flag. But I'm sure they'll be excited to see the other car on that team be able to come away with that number 1 trophy, as long as they can make it for 6.5 minutes plus 1 lap more in this race. And with them putting that little splash of fuel in, they have no concerns. They've been continuing to set quick laps out here in the 145s. In fact, Sector 2 was a personal best for Jason Alder. So yeah, they're still hustling.
And Ericsson got massively held up that last lap, a 150.8. So either a problem on the racetrack or a ton of traffic that they had to deal with out there. If you're the driver of that 59, that's exactly what you want to hear. You started with about, call it a 35, 38 second gap when you entered the racetrack again. Already grown up to nearly 45 seconds out there. So the 59 right now just needs to put it in cruise control. Don't change anything, right? As soon as you change something with the driver and tell him to take it easy, hey, we only need 90% out of you, you're changing his driving style. You're changing the brake markers. Just keep him doing the exact same thing, and he'll bring it home in the next 5.5 minutes.
Man, weird to think about that it is only 5.5 minutes after so much racing this weekend as well. And we've already made it through. Just like that, the first ever weekend for Zenith Racing Series about to close out. And that was that Janetta who we were talking about earlier that was just staying off to the side, who were looking to collect a handy little podium themselves as they cross the start-finish line. They've, let's see, they're on lap 154. So they've only done about 3/4 of the lap that 95 is done. They're at lap 206 right now, which is 3 laps shy of Jason Alder's 211 that he has managed to put in. This has certainly been a fun watch out here, and an impressive one from a number of drivers. But then when we go off to round 2, we might have a few different names, a few different teams out there, Joey, as we get a little flash of the lights from our leader to the lap traffic, letting them know that we're coming. So again, there's a lot of things that are going to be very different next time out, including we hear the race distance, is it's only going to be 5 hours for Barber. So things will change around. This is not going to be business as usual when we come back for weekend number 2.
Just extremely impressed with my math over here. I guessed what was it going to be, about 212, maybe 213 laps. I got to prop myself up over here too. These drivers have been the one that have been performing. They get to raise the trophies and spray the champagne later, but I think my mom would be very happy about how I'm doing math properly.
I was just about to ask if you had your math teacher's number, and I forgot that your mom was a math teacher. So, yeah, a great job on that one, as we're down to 3 minutes left. So we're getting ever closer to the finish on this one. And how far back is Ericsson actually going to be? 56 seconds now, as we wait for them to cross another timing line and update. It's continuing to grow. It will be within 1 lap. They can take some small comfort on that fact.
Still got lots of passing going on in the racetrack. You saw the blue car get around one of those ZR3 cars. That is the number 95. And then here comes our overall leader as well. So this is going to be a pretty cool shot where we'll have the number 59 of Alder out front going by our other class leader here soon enough. It might actually make for a very, very convenient checkered flag lap because they're actually not going to be too far away from each other. I expect the ZP2 to put a few seconds here on Colin Garrett, but they're both rapidly approaching this IndyCar chicane over here, and we'll see if they play nice. I'm sure that they both have the message that, hey, the race is closing down, just a few more minutes left. Keep it risk-free.
100%. We'll get the 2 to go signal when they cross the start-finish line. And there we see from the drone the two of them heading out of turn 11. And the lap last time for Garrett was about minute 53. For Alder, it was 1:46. So, yeah, he'll put roughly about 14 seconds or so over that car. That should give us plenty of time to turn our attention down to our other class winner. And then where is the 555 as well? We haven't shown him in a while.
We catch the 555 every now and then as some of the cars are sneaking underneath it, and just huge credit to all of those drivers. Tompkins is in the car right now. It's not always easiest being, and remember, air quotes in this, the slowest car or the slowest class out of the 3 out here, because you feel like you're always watching the rear view mirrors. There are ZR2 coming out here. Is there a ZP2 trying to sneak down the inside, especially with their low profile, those low roof lines there. So you can kind of feel like you're always looking in the rear view mirror. But both the AOA racing car and the Bruce Innovations car, the 555, they've been extremely heads up. They've left room every single time a car has gone through. We haven't seen any issues on race control. And really, I think we only had that one oopsie today down at that turn 9 chicane that we saw maybe just a tiny bit of contact between cars.
Yeah, it was the 80 and the 177 that came together. The 80 got the penalty, and it did cost them a lap, but I don't think it cost them a position in this race, because it looks like they're 2 laps down from the 97 right now. So weren't quite close enough. The clock has now hit 0, and the flag stand is preparing the white flag to tell them 1 to go as our overall leader crosses the line. 14 hours of racing today, and they only have to go around one last time.
Yeah, the white flag is in the air here to complete this 7-hour race today on Sunday. Started bright and early on the West Coast here with the green flag at 8:30 a.m. Pacific time, and have been racing non-stop through breakfast, through lunchtime. And now these drivers are looking forward to closing out this remaining, call it half lap for our leaders up here. Finish out with this elevation one final time for the weekend, down through the carousel. Relish this moment while you're out front in the lead, knowing all you have to do is make it to the start-finish line to collect that checkered flag. Remember these moments.
You always want to try and treasure when you're on top. And for Jason Elder, they have definitely been on top today. A little bit of a question mark closer to the end for that 59 team. But I got to say, between Jason and Clay, the race that they have run today, it has been fantastic. The Stratus Racing team came up 1 position short yesterday. Didn't quite manage to make it a victory. And it was for the 57 car. It wasn't for this one. So it might not be quite the sweet revenge that they were hoping for, but I think this is going to be good enough, because as they come to the line, your winner is going to be the 59 Stratus Racing team for race 2.
Can't say enough great things about this entire ZRS weekend so far. I think we're patiently going to wait. This is Colin Garrett with 9-4 Motorsports leading the ZR2 class. They won yesterday. They're looking for that checkered flag. Back-to-back wins for the number 95.
Amazing stuff. Matt Million, let's not forget to mention him. All that he's done for this car to bring it to 2 wins out of 2 to start the season in the Zenith Racing Series. And then the 555 car is going to do the same as Tompkins gets to bring it home this time, sharing that car with Eric Powell a little bit earlier in the weekend, but also has had Bassam Abdallah joining him in the race car. He had enough of a gap, even though it's certainly not the biggest we've seen. This is all you need. You just need to be to the line first. 2 wins to start things off for the Bruce Innovations team.
Wonderful racing by every single driver that hit the track this weekend. Every single team that worked on the car did a phenomenal job to make sure everybody was prepped in order to take those green flags. And when we had troubles on the racetrack, not only was it the crews that were able to get the cars back out there, but huge props to everybody at Sonoma Raceway for getting those cars towed back to pit lane so the crews could do their work. Everybody on the production team, everybody in race control, timing and scoring. What a fantastic weekend of green, lush racing in Northern California.
Certainly gave us plenty to talk about during these 7 hours. It had all its different types of dramas, but a quick run through our finishing order. This is unofficial. Jason Alder in the 59 took the overall victory for Stratus Racing. Random Vandals didn't get the win, but they came darn close with that 97 car taking P2. Opalski bringing the 80 machine to a podium finish to wrap things up in spite of a penalty earlier on. Then from there, 4th overall and a victory in the ZR2 class for Colin Garrett and Matt Million for 9-4 Motorsports, number 95 car. Christian Gurgis brought it home for the number 3 to finish 5th overall, as Piatek was in the number 4 to finish 6th for both for round 3 racing. Then you took your victor in the ZR3 class, the Bruce Innovations number 555 car, taking that win. AOA Racing brought the 85 car home in 2nd, with Barberi in the number 94 finishing P2 for the ZR2s. You've got Gavin Vaughn finishing in 10th overall in the number 77 for Nimbus Motorsports, while Pacelli finished in the 3rd spot for the 177 and ZR2 for Camburn Performance. After that, it was Garton finishing 4th in that ZR2 class, 12th overall. Randy Kinney was P13. And then in the round 3 racing number 5, you've got Waddell, a DNF. In fact, all these cars did not get to see the finish, including Random Vandals 98, the AOA 14, the Hyperion 722, and the Montgomery Motorsports 24. The cars are working their way down towards the podium celebrations. We've seen a couple of them already rock up and seen the drivers be able to finally get in and pat their cohorts on the back, Joey.
This is some of the best times at the racetrack when you finally have performed at your absolute top level. The race is over, the checkers have fallen, and now you get to celebrate with your co-drivers, with your team, with your crew members. It is going to be all smiles all around for a lot of these guys, including Colin Garrett, who's hopping out of his race car right now, climbing out of that blue number 95, making sure he's got some bottles of water over there, and then as well as the number 59, Alder, starting to climb out of his machine, his ZP2 machine, our 2 class leaders, and then of course Tompkins and that 555 will be joining them there on the podium in victory lane.
I can already see Sloan's eager to get to chat with some of the drivers down there with the microphone in hand as they get out of the car, decompress at this stage, and try to get themselves ready to chat about how this race went. Race number 2, they've already been worn out from yesterday's events, and then they had to get in and do it all over again. But it is success for that 95 team as they've taken the win at Saturday, taken the win at Sunday, and frankly on Sunday, looked like nobody could even touch them out there on track. Just unbelievable stuff from Garrett and Million. And it looks like we are going to go down to Sloan.
I'm here with Colin Garrett. Colin, congratulations on taking P1 in the ZR2 class. Can you tell me, how are you feeling right now?
I'm tired. It's been a long 2 days, so I can't thank these guys from 94 Motorsports enough for bringing it a good old BMW M4 GT4. My co-driver, Matt Million, he put in a few good stints there. Sorry I had to leave you in there a little bit. I was hurting, but okay. it was a good day. So.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to both of you. You guys put out an incredible show today, and I really hope you guys get to go home, get some rest, and get some really great dinner. So congratulations on P1 again, guys.
Thank you.
Awesome thoughts from the pair of them, and impressive effort all around. And then it looks like we're moving over towards that 59 team who were the overall winners with Alder. Let's head down to Sloan.
All right, now we are with our ZP2 podium winners. We have Jason Alder and Clay McGurk. Congratulations on an incredible race. You guys, Jason, how are you feeling?
I'm tired. Oh, my goodness. I think this is the most driving I think I've ever done in a single weekend. I think Clay can attest to that as well. Definitely a physical one here in Sonoma, but definitely one of the most fun weekends I think I've had in a race car.
Yeah, Clay, kind of tell me your thoughts about how you felt the race went, too.
I think it was actually a competition to see who could change their axles the fastest. And I want to say thank you to the Stratus crew, who are the best in the business at changing axles really quickly. Also, I want to say thank you to all of the NPO1 teams that have provided Sebaco with a lot of parts volume this weekend. We really appreciate that. I promise you we're not taking it lightly. We're going to come up with a better package by Barbara. So thanks you, everybody, for doing that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Clay and Jason.
Yeah, no wonder. I'm sure there is some desire to improve upon that when we head off to Alabama. And then last but not least, of course, we've got the 555 team. Let's once again go back down to Sloan.
All right, and now we are here with the 555 team. Who brought it home, boys? Who crossed the checker? Jay? All right, Jay, tell me about what were the last 5 minutes like of this race?
Just watching who was in second in front of me, and I was slowly catching him, so I knew I didn't have to push any harder, just keep pace.
So, I mean, splitting this effort between the four of you guys, what is that like having to jump in and out of the car? Can you tell me, because this was, what, your second race at this point?
It was pretty nerve-wracking because I got only one lap on Friday, so jumping in the car and just getting out there was pretty nerve-wracking. All the cars surrounding me, but it was fun.
Awesome, great. And Sam, you came into my interview yesterday feeling a little uneasy, but here you are, double podium. How are you feeling?
Really good. I mean, it's just hats off to Bruce Innovations, keeping the car maintained, ready to go for the race. And we had a couple of minor issues along the way, but the car just seemed to get over it on its own and keep going, so it was great. It was actually awesome seeing Will in the car, 15 years old. So maybe if the DMV saw this, he'll get his license. I don't know.
I wouldn't be too hopeful, but, you know, you'll be 16 soon enough, huh? And to finally wrap it up, being the fourth driver in this car, how are you feeling right now, too, taking it all home?
Just super happy to be here. Huge thanks to Jay and Bassam for bringing me out here. This car's a lot of fun to drive. It's my favorite track, so yeah, had a good time. These guys did such a good job, and just glad I could help.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, well, congratulations, guys, and we're going to head over to the podium to celebrate you guys shortly.
You could, I think, tell who was tired amongst that group, Joey. And, man, I don't blame some of the drivers for feeling a little bit worn out. They put in such a Herculean effort this weekend.
They have done a ton of work, but you know who was not lacking on energy down there, Joe? I think it was Sloan because of all those energy drinks she had not too long ago.
For sure. And also, I'd say that Colin Garrett wasn't lacking energy. Thank you, Sloan. Because I believe we have our GPX fastest lap of the race, which should be the 95. Let's see how to be quick, not in a ZP2 car, Joey, but a ZP or ZR3.
Yeah, we're going to be riding along here with this purple fastest lap award with GPX on this ZR2 car here, this BMW M4. This is the top of Sonoma, turn number 3A. Begin the roller coaster down the hill, and I think really I'm going to let the throttle kind of describe these next couple corners. Listen to how much full throttle Colin Garrett does through the carousel here. Feather, 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 mash the gas before even those inside curbs. Drive the car all the way down here towards turn number 7. Hard on the brakes. Use up all of that grip from those sticky tires. And once again, more mechanical grip. Smash on the gas to come out of turn number 7. Let's listen to the throttle through the S's and the commitment. Flat out through the right-hander to the top of this gear. Once more, hard on the brakes, jump it over the right curb, jump it over the left curb, and time to accelerate one more time down towards turn number 11. Grab a couple more gears on the way up, spot your brake marker, and then make sure that you don't miss it. Hug those tires on the inside, maybe even clip that right side mirror, and now it's a straight shot to start-finish for the fastest lap of the race.
Congratulations to Colin Garrett for that GPX Fastest Lap Award. Small correction for myself. That was, of course, ZR2 class that took that fastest lap today. I think we'll have the podium celebrations in just a moment here, and we'll get to those soon enough. No doubt drivers eager to taste some of that champagne, or at least the non-alcoholic champagne, as we heard yesterday. So all can partake in the celebrations, Joey.
I think it doesn't matter if it's alcoholic or non-alcoholic. It is still just as sticky when it gets sprayed all over those race suits.
Oh boy, is it! It's. I'm kind of surprised that some of them chose to spray each other yesterday, knowing that they'd have to race again today. We'll see how much fun they're going to have with each other out there, since they'll have a chance to wash them before the next event. Been having fun here this Sonoma weekend, so a big thank you to everybody who has been tuning in and all those at the track watching. And looks like we are good to go with those podium celebrations. Let's head down to Sloan once again.
Drivers, teams, competitors, friends, and family, congratulations on completing the very first Zenith Series weekend. Give yourselves a hand. Come on. All right, that was weak, but I'll let it pass. I know we're all tired. It's been a very long weekend. So with that, let's get started with our podium. We're going to start with the ZR2 class first. In third place, we have car number 177, Camburn Performance. Woo! Give him a hand. In second place, we have car number 94, 94 Motorsports. And in first place, we have car number 95, 94 Motorsports. Spray or no? All right, pause for a quick photo op. Hold those trophies, smile, be proud of what you earned. Hold them high, hold them high, come on. And when we're given the okay, pick up that champagne and feel free to celebrate, boys. Start celebrating. Giving our media people a nice little champagne shower. Congratulations, guys. Oh, I bet that feels great. Wow. Oh, goodness, that's going to be sticky. Alrighty, moving on to our ZR3 class. In third place, we have car number 14, AOA Racing. Come on. And in second place, we have car number 85, AOA Racing. And in first place, we have car number 555, Bruce Innovation. Congratulations, guys. Pose for a quick photo op. Hold your trophies high. Be proud. 14 hours in total racing. That's a lot. I know we're all tired, but put those smiles on. And now for the fun part. Spray some champagne! I bet that feels kind of nice. I'm not going to lie. It's a little breezy out, but I could use, a nice little, sprinkler thing, Oh, well, maybe it's a little too cold, huh? Oof. And last but certainly not least, we're closing out our podium with the ZP2 class. Let me take my sunglasses off now. Alrighty. In third place, we have car number 80, Nimbus with Automatic Racing. And in second place, we have car number 97, Random Vandals. And in first place, excuse me, car number 59, Stratus Racing. And you know the drill, we're gonna pause for a photo. And now we're gonna spray some champagne. Oh, goodness. Thank you guys so much to all of our teams that came out this weekend. We are so grateful for you guys coming out to our inaugural weekend. And I'm so proud of you guys, truly. This was such an amazing feat.
Well, thanks to Sloan for handling the podium ceremonies down there, Joey. I had a good time this weekend as well. What a great way to kick things off for a new series.
Zenith, the racing series, showed up with a bang here at Sonoma Raceway, put on one heck of a show Saturday and Sunday. I can't wait to do it all again over at Barber.
Same here. In the meantime, I'm Joe Peak, and on behalf of everybody at ZRS, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.